Chapter 1282. Zichen used all his strength in this attack. The powerful aura around him made people tremble. Shan Ling could ignore other people, but it couldn't ignore Zichen's attack. It clenched its right fist and punched at Zichen. The blade of destruction landed and collided with Shan Ling's right fist. Chimph, it's useless. Shan Ling snorted, but in the next moment, the destruction law showed its power. Puff! Zichen's attack left a deep wound on Shan Ling's body. At the same time, stone fragments shot out. After one strike, Zichen retreated in a flash. Shan Ling looked at Zichen in a daze. The destruction law on the wound was flashing, destroying Shan Ling's vitality. While Shan Ling was in a daze, Mansha followed up and punched. He actually left a deep hole on Shan Ling's body. Shan Ling kicked Mansha away. It stared at Zichen, its eyes flashing with a mysterious light. This made Zichen feel a sense of danger. He retreated again and again. Boom! The mountain spirit's aura became violent, and all the existences close to it were pushed back. Its mood became irritable, and its original confidence was no longer there. Zichen's attack injured it. Its defense is weakened. Everyone, attack with all your strength, Mansha shouted excitedly. He rushed forward again. Then, Mansha punched twice. 2 more holes appeared on Shan Ling's body. Although this level of injury wasn't fatal, it would definitely kill Shan Ling if there were more wounds. As expected, in the following attacks, the beast tamer's battle beasts could leave some wounds on its body. Everyone saw hope, and the frequency of their attacks increased. As the wounds on its body increased, Shan Ling was obviously angry. He shouted, "Die!" After that, he punched Mansha's chest. The terrifying power sent Mansha flying. Then, he coughed up blood. Shongguan Hong's vines started to grow barbs. These barbs were at least 1 meter long. They pierced deeply into Shan Ling's body. Then, the vines started to move, leaving long and deep wounds on Shan Ling's body. Another ray of light surged out from the mountain spirit's chest. The light immediately turned into balls of flames and ignited the vines. Bang! Bang! With a loud explosion, the vines were blown apart. At the same time, a ray of light rushed into Wu Xie's eyes at lightning speed. He covered his eyes and screamed. Blood flowed out through the gaps between his fingers. The mountain spirit once again forced everyone back. Its battle prowess was still as strong as ever. Everyone was defeated one after another and suffered heavy injuries one after another. Zichen watched from the side and did not make a move. He was still waiting for an opportunity. The others held their breaths and didn't say anything. They attacked the mountain spirit again. Boom! Wu Xie's body exploded once again, turning into dust. The undying body was activated once again, saving his life. This time, even he was going all out. Just as his body was reconstructed, he rushed forward again. The beast tamers also released even more battle beasts and swarmed towards the mountain spirit. They wanted to use numbers to surround and beat the mountain spirit to death. But obviously, this was not realistic. The mountain spirit's powerful battle power would only cause more beasts to die. However, with everyone's persistence, the mountain spirit was no longer in its original state. Boom! The mountain spirit once again displayed its might, sending everyone flying. Everyone coughed out blood, each of them suffering from different degrees of injuries. Only Zichen was not injured. He had not made a move yet. However, just as everyone was sent flying, Zichen moved. Ha! Before he moved, he shouted to attract the mountain spirit's attention. After the previous attack, the mountain spirit had been paying attention to Zichen. Now that Zichen moved, it sensed it in advance. However, Zichen, who had just moved, used his doppelgangers. Many doppelgangers surrounded the mountain spirit, holding the same weapons. Even the lightning wings on their backs were the same. They attacked the mountain spirit from all directions. Humph! The mountain spirit snorted coldly. Another ray of light came out from its chest. Then, the light turned into ripples and rushed in all directions. Bang! 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 Zichen's doppelgangers exploded under the impact of the light ripples. Only the last one appeared beside the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit sneered and punched at Zi Chen's real body. Peng! With a loud sound, Zi Chen's real body was shattered. Although it felt like it had hit a real body, this body was obviously not as strong as before. The mountain spirit sensed that something was wrong and its expression changed drastically. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar came from behind the mountain spirit. Zi Chen appeared with a real spiritual weapon. At the same time, he activated the weapon spirit in the real spiritual weapon. The weapon spirit appeared from the real spiritual weapon and turned into a huge beast shadow. It rushed towards the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit roared and attacked the beast shadow with all its strength. Peng! After the attack, the beast shadow was shattered. At the same time, the real spiritual weapon was also shattered. After the attack broke the real spiritual weapon, it went forward and hit Zi Chen. Zi Chen's body exploded again. Before the mountain spirit could sneer, the third Zi Chen appeared. It was the one holding the sword. This was the real Zi Chen. The first two were Arhat golden bodies. He appeared behind the mountain spirit silently. His long sword carried the destruction law and stabbed towards the mountain spirit's back. The mountain spirit had used all its strength in the previous two attacks. Although it noticed Zi Chen's abnormality, its speed was greatly reduced and it could not deploy its strength in time. It wanted to dodge, but it did not have much strength. The ear-piercing sound came again. Zi Chen's long sword was like a sharp sword. It pierced into the skin of the mountain spirit's back. Because it was a vital part, the defense there was even higher than the head. When the long sword stabbed, sparks flew. However, the long sword still stabbed in with difficulty. Phut! Because of its strong defense, the mountain spirit had time to breathe. A wave of power rushed out from its heart. It circled around its body and hit Zi Chen. Zi Chen coughed up blood and flew backward. When he flew backward, he let go of the long sword in his hand. Sparks were still flying from the mountain spirit's back. Although Zi Chen was sent flying, the attack was not over. Next, the blade golden-eyed beast would finish the attack. Crack! In the dazzling sparks, the tip of the sword finally pierced into the mountain spirit's heart. Then, it shattered the glowing heart. The destruction law began to be released. The mountain spirit's vitality was completely destroyed. Then, its body exploded with a bang. It was as if there was a rain of stones. As the stones fell, everyone's skin hurt. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground and pierced into a piece of stone. The light on the patterns on it dimmed. Zi Chen also landed in the distance. After landing, he coughed up blood. One had to know that this was an attack that could completely destroy the undying body. Zi Chen was able to block it unscathed. It was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. The rain of stones fell. The battle was over. Everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed. He's dead. Everyone heaved a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Zi Chen with admiration and complicated feelings. In this battle, not only did they see Zi Chen's powerful combat strength, but they also saw Zi Chen's commanding ability. Everyone around him was seriously injured, but he rarely attacked. He had been quietly watching and waiting for an opportunity. Until he killed with one blow. Furthermore, Zi Chen's endless doppelgangers in the end, to the extent that he did not hesitate to lose a real spirit artifact, made people deeply feel Zi Chen's decisiveness and viciousness to achieve his goal by hook or by crook. They were even more afraid of Zi Chen. At the same time, they finally understood the huge difference between domestication and freedom. Obviously, if both parties were wolves, then they were domesticated wolves, while Zi Chen was a powerful lone wolf that grew up in the mountains. After Shan Ling died, everyone began to treat their wounds. Among the 6 people present, except for Huan Long, who did not attack, the others were more or less injured. Among them, Zi Chen's injuries were the lightest, while Man Shi's injuries were the most serious. Even the undying body Wu Xie's vertical pupil between his eyebrows had suffered an unimaginable injury. Moreover, this battle had dealt him an even greater blow. This was because he, who was known as the undying body, actually began to feel fear. Because he feared death. Wu Xie's mood was very low. After Zi Chen picked up the long saber, he walked to his side and patted him on the shoulder. The undying body will indeed die, but there are too few existences that can kill it. At least until now, no one has been able to kill you, including that Shanling Wuxie glared at Zichen and said, "Of course I know that. Do I need you to teach me?" Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Then hurry up and treat your wounds. There might be a fierce battle later." Wuxie did not like Zichen at first, but now that Zichen was willing to talk to him, it was naturally not to show his generosity, but because Wuxie was very useful. One had to know that he had the undying body. How many undying bodies could there be in this world? Only Wuxie could. If Zichen had the undying body, he would definitely not be depressed because of a few words from Shanling. So what if his body was destroyed? Even if it was destroyed 10 or 100 times, it would still recover. This was the biggest advantage of the undying body. Wuxie knew this before, but unfortunately, Shanling had completely dispelled his confidence this time. Of course, if Wuxie knew that Zichen was kindly enlightening him because he had taken a fancy to this undying cannon fodder and shield, who knew how he would feel? "Everyone, let's heal." Huanlong walked over from afar, then took out some high-quality pills and gave them to everyone, indicating that they should heal their wounds. The cost of these pills was very high, but as long as they could be bought with money, it was not a problem for Huanlong. Huanlong was the customer, and they were the hunters. Therefore, they did not express any objection to Huanlong not doing anything from the beginning to the end. While Zichen and the others were healing their wounds, Huanlong walked towards the pile of stone fragments on the ground. He could not suppress the joy on his face, and he was extremely excited. He was very glad that he had brought along Zichen. Reality had proven that Zichen was not only powerful, but also a very suitable leader. With Zichen leading, he believed that he would be able to reach the end this time. Chapter 1283. Since the mountain spirit was dead, everyone could pass through. However, for safety reasons, Zichen signaled for everyone to recover from their injuries before proceeding. Everyone present was a special existence. Even if they were heavily injured, they could recover quickly. Zichen had just recovered from his injuries when Shong Guanhong stood up. It was obvious that she had used the vitality of the Treants. Thinking of the Treants that were full of vitality, Zichen could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Then, he saw the beast tamer silently dissecting the battle beasts. Zichen was a little dissatisfied with this and frowned slightly. He thought for a while and decided to go forward. He said to the black-robed person, "Don't you think this is bad?" The black-robed person raised her head and looked at Zichen with a pair of bright but confused eyes. She seemed to be very confused. "They are fighting for you and for everyone. No matter what, they are still considered allies. Isn't it unfair to treat them like this?" Zichen said. "Fair." The black-robed person spoke. Her voice was very light and it was a woman's voice. This was the first time she had spoken. However, Zichen did not expect that the other party was a woman. He was stunned for a moment. The others were also very surprised and looked over. "Unfair? You are actually talking to me about fairness. Is there fairness in this world?" The black-robed person Dongqing spoke again, but this time, there was an obvious smile in her words. She lowered her head again and continued to dissect the battle beasts. She seemed to be very focused. "Let's not talk about fairness. They are still on our side," Zichen said helplessly. Actually, after knowing that the other party was a woman, he regretted rashly poking his nose into other people's business. "I agree with this sentence. They are my summoned beasts, so of course they are on our side. However, I have lost so many of my own people. The losses are very heavy. Shouldn't I reduce the losses as much as possible?" Dongqing's rhetorical question made Zichen speechless. In Zichen's heart, this sentence was completely wrong. You can't possibly use your own people to make an example of your own losses. Although he felt that Dongqing was wrong, he still decided to remain silent. This was a good habit that he had developed after interacting with women for many years. He would never argue or quarrel with women. And from the other side's point of view, there was nothing wrong with this. Just like Shong Guanhong's Treants, if they took the things from the beasts, Dongqing would have more resources, and it would not be a waste. Zichen was ready to leave. "I've seen you kill people before. You're ruthless and merciless. Looking at your methods, I'm afraid that you've already killed countless people. However, you're actually so kind as to plead for mercy for some dead beasts. This makes me very surprised. You're really a weirdo. Dong Qing laughed lightly. Her voice was very pleasant to hear, but her words were not. All right, everyone has suffered a great loss this time. I can understand. These are compensation. I hope you don't mind. At this time, Huanlong stepped forward and took out 5 spirit rings. He first walked to Zi Chen and handed one to Zi Chen. Then, he gave it to the other 4. After Dong Qing received the spirit rings, her expression did not change much. She was still focused on dissecting the corpses of the beasts. However, she seemed to have thought of something and could not help but glance at Zi Chen. Then, she stopped what she was doing and put away the corpses of the beasts. Other than talking to Zi Chen, she had been silent. Shang Guanhong also did not speak. When Zi Chen saw the wealth in the spirit rings, he was naturally surprised. There was a total of 1 billion in his spirit rings. One must know that the spirit weapon he had lost earlier was not even worth 10 million. Hey, Huanlong, you're a rich man, Man Shi said after inspecting the spirit rings. Huanlong smiled and said, you flatter me. Huanlong had obtained a lot of wealth from the last auction, so he did not care about the money. What he cared about was whether they could bring him to his destination. Everyone's injuries recovered one after another. Then, under Huanlong's signal, they continued on their way. This area was not big, and there was only one powerful existence, Shanling. After Shanling died, there were no more dangers here. Soon, they reached the end. After walking out of this place, they once again encountered natural restrictions and arrays. They needed Huanlong to lead the way with the correct map. The arrays here were very powerful. Some were natural and some were acquired. They could even trap a domain realm expert. Naturally, Zi Chen and the others did not dare to casually step into them. Huanlong, who was walking in front, was very careful and cautious. Almost every step he took required him to think for a long time. It seems that he's an array grandmaster. Zi Chen's voice rang out. It was Shang Guanhong's voice. Huanlong had spent a lot of time breaking the arrays. During these days, Shang Guanhong would occasionally send Zi Chen messages. His attainments in arrays are indeed high. Zi Chen naturally agreed. His attainments in arrays are high, but I don't know how strong he is. I haven't seen him fight yet. Shang Guanhong's message rang out again. Zi Chen chose to remain silent. By the way, Huanlong seems to think highly of you. The compensation he gave me last time was 300 million. How much is yours? Shang Guanhong asked again. Zi Chen thought for a moment before replying, 1 billion. What? 1 billion? He really thinks highly of you. I also contributed quite a bit. Shang Guanhong pretended to be shocked. If you think it's unfair, I can give you a bit. Or, I can kill Huanlong, Zi Chen rarely joked. If you kill Huanlong, you'll get all the wealth inside. Do you want to run away with me? Asked Shang Guanhong. Zi Chen fell silent once more. In his heart, Shang Guanhong was a femme fatale. Furthermore, women who grew up in this world had a completely different way of thinking from Zi Chen. Perhaps it was because of their environment, but their way of thinking revolved around resources. Other than resources and survival, there was nothing else in their minds. However, Zi Chen was different. The martial heaven continent he grew up in was filled with morals and kindness. Furthermore, most of the people he knew might seem vicious and merciless, but sometimes, they would talk about principles and distinguish between right and wrong. In the same situation, Zi Chen believed that Su Mengyaro, Shangguan Yue, and the others would never do such a thing. They would shed tears for the deaths of the weak. They would fight for the injustice of others. They would also kill people. They were also very kind. It might seem contradictory, but it wasn't. However, in the eyes of Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing, the Zhanwu continent only had resources. The same was true for other people. In Hupping City, the people of Hunter's Castle still hadn't been able to contact Zi Chen and the others. The last time they contacted Shang Guanhong and the others was before they entered the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. Of course, Chen wasn't among them. Just as they were extremely anxious and had sent out many people to investigate, a man walked out of an inn in Hupping City. It was a blue-clothed man. He was only in the void realm, but his appearance was somewhat similar to Huan Long, who was in the late corporeal realm. After he walked out of the inn, he walked towards Hunter's castle. He didn't enter the castle, but instead stood outside. He looked at the eye-catching sign above Hunter's castle and then at the endless stream of people entering and leaving the castle. He immediately sneered a few times. Bang! As he turned to leave, he accidentally bumped into someone. The latter was a corporeal realm expert who immediately pointed at his nose and cursed. While the corporeal realm expert was cursing, he kept apologizing and then quickly left. Idiot, you motherf***. The corporeal realm expert who was still cursing suddenly changed his expression and stopped cursing abruptly. This was because he saw a yellowed piece of paper that looked very old on the ground. He glanced at the void realm expert who was hurriedly leaving, then immediately picked up the paper and quickly left. The same scene played out in various places in Hupping City over the next 2 days. Many corporeal realm experts picked up a yellowed piece of paper. Then, they took the paper away and found a secret place to quietly open it. Although everyone chose to keep the paper a secret after picking it up, the news still spread. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. In a short 2 days, the news of a treasure map had spread throughout the entire Hupping City. Many factions began to send people to investigate. Naturally, Hunter's Castle was one of them. This was because the location of the treasure map was in the Hungduan mountain range. Over the years, treasure maps about the Hungduan mountain range would occasionally circulate, but there weren't any truly important treasures. The reason why Hunter's Castle paid attention to it was because of Chen and the others. On the meeting table in Hunter's Castle was a yellowed piece of paper. The path of the treasure was clearly marked on the paper. If Chen and the others were here, they would definitely be able to tell at a glance that the path indicated on the map was their path forward. 5 days passed, and the news about the treasure map became more and more intense. On the 6th day, someone even began to sell photocopies of the treasure map. These photocopies were made using real maps, so they were exactly the same as the real treasure map. Wang Jun had been trying to contact Chen for the past few days in the army in the city, but he was unable to do so. He sent people to Hunter's Castle to inquire, but the reply he received was that Chen was in seclusion and would not see anyone. Wang Jun naturally did not believe that Chen was in seclusion and would not see him. He guessed that Chen might have left Hupping City and gone to complete a secret mission for Hunter's Castle. Zhu Chong had successfully found a powerful ally. His criteria for finding allies was that they had to be unafraid of Chen after seeing images of Chen's massacre. Only then would they be qualified to join him. Furthermore, he had indeed found a few powerful existences during this period of time. In the eyes of these powerful existences, Chen, who had crazily slaughtered corporeal cultivators, was simply an incompetent clown. Zhu Chong sought out Wang Jun to discuss the matter of searching for the treasure, but Wang Jun kept delaying it. "Big brother, look at what this is." Zi rushed in with a piece of white paper that was not of good quality in his hand. "What is it?" Wang Jun stood up and asked. "It's a treasure map." Zi handed the paper over and said excitedly, "I spent a lot of money to buy it." Chapter 1284. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Zi asked worriedly. "Where did you get this?" Wang Jun looked at Zi. Zi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I bought it on the street. It didn't cost much, just a few 100,000. Damn it, damn that Zhu Chong." Wang Jun cursed and tore the map in his hand. He turned and left the room to reason with Zhu Chong. The map just now was obviously the same as the one that appeared when the jade slips merged. At the same time, Zhu Chong was also angry after seeing the map and went to find Wang Jun angrily. Both of them were furious. After seeing each other, they pointed at each other's noses and scolded without caring about their status. They almost fought. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. After merging the jade slips and comparing the map, they found something strange. "What's going on?" Zhu Chong asked with a puzzled expression. "I also want to know what's going on," Wang Jun said angrily. It's Zi Chen. It must be Zi Chen. Ju Chong was very sure and angry. Idiot, this map is faster than ours, and the path is shorter and more direct. How could Zi Chen know? Wang Jun mocked. What should we do now? Although this map is not complete, it is 80% similar to the one recorded in the jade slips, Ju Chong said with uncertainty. Let's take the map and go to the place recorded on it first, Wang Jun said in the end. After leaving Ju Chong's residence, he asked Hazy to find Zi Chen again. Zi Chen was not there at all, so Hazy returned empty-handed. Time waited for no one. Many people had already embarked on the treasure hunt. Wang Jun had no choice but to lead Hazy and the others forward. It doesn't matter if it's a scheme or not. Send someone to check it out first and have the domain realm prepare. Once they discover anything unusual, let them take action. Lord Wu, who was in Hunter's Castle, also gave the same words. After going deep, Zi Chen and the others finally encountered a second powerful existence. What followed was a bitter battle to the death. After a long battle, and with everyone's tacit cooperation, the second powerful existence was killed by Zi Chen in one blow. The powerful existence fell and died. Everyone worked together to kill the enemy, but their injuries were also heavy. Among them, Wu Xie's injuries were the most serious, much more serious than Man Shi's. In this battle, it could be said that Zi Chen had utilized Wu Xie to the limit. Zi Chen himself had become an undying shield. At every critical moment, he would summon Wu Xie to block the lives of others. As for Wu Xie, he lived up to his reputation as an undying existence. In this battle, his body exploded more than 20 times, but he was able to regenerate each time. Although the feeling of being shattered was not bad, Wu Xie's lost confidence was gradually regained every time his body was reconstructed. Until the end of this battle, his self-confidence was almost bursting. Don't be complacent. Hurry up and heal your injuries. Otherwise, your eyes will be ruined. Man Shi limped over and sat down beside Wu Xie. Wu Xie snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. He had played the biggest role in this battle. Without him, Zi Chen would not have been able to kill the enemy in one blow. Gradually, he looked at everyone with disdain. However, he did not dare to question Zi Chen's identity as the commander. If they didn't have Zi Chen, or if they didn't have Zi Chen as their commander, it would be too difficult for them to win. At this moment, Zi Chen, who was trying his best to delve deeper, did not know that many people were holding accurate maps and heading straight for the Hungduan mountain range. After healing their injuries, everyone began to move forward again. Next, it was time for Huan Long to make his move. Time began to repeat monotonously. Sometimes, they might not even be able to walk 100 meters after staying for a day. The further they went, the slower their speed became. In the end, it was almost impossible for them to move an inch. Breaking restrictions and finding the correct path required precise judgment. One wrong step could lead to death, so no one could help Huan Long. Along the way, the 5 of them seemed very bored. Zi Chen was perplexed and anxious as he could not find a way to make a breakthrough. He was only a small step away from the advanced void realm. He might be able to make a breakthrough with just a single thought. However, he could not find an accurate way to make a breakthrough. What was it like when you made a breakthrough? Even Cauldron Spirit could not provide a good solution. Helpless, Zi Chen could only send a message to Shong Guan Hong. I haven't reached the advanced void realm yet. Shong Guan Hong came to Zi Chen's side and said smilingly after reading the message. Every time Shong Guan Hong approached Zi Chen, she would attract some strange gazes. Wu Xie, in particular, had vertical pupils. His gaze made others feel uncomfortable. No, I'm at the advanced void realm, Zi Chen explained. Advanced void realm? Aya, it's been so many years. I've long forgotten about it, Shong Guan Hong said smilingly. She was obviously joking. Seeing that Zi Chen was silent, Shong Guan Hong leaned closer to him. When Zi Chen finally responded, she said, "My breakthrough is very simple. Actually, it's not just me. It's also relatively simple for others. When the void space grows, it will also increase in realm. When it reaches its limit, it will begin to transform into a corporeal space. At such a close distance, Zichen could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Shang Guanhong's body. Now that he had a favor to ask of Shang Guanhong, he naturally could not just walk away. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Are there no special circumstances?" "Of course there are." Shang Guanhong glanced at Zichen and said, "Under normal circumstances, the void space can be divided into two types. The first type is a fixed void space. The second type is a void space that grows naturally. The first type is unchanging until the void space is filled with energy and transforms, reaching the corporeal realm. The second type is when the void space grows again as the void space increases in strength. Then, it will continue to fill the void space until it reaches its limit." Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. It was obvious that his situation belonged to the latter. He asked again, "Then what if the void space grows to its limit?" Shang Guanhong said, "Then congratulations. The limit will transform, and you will have reached the corporeal realm." "Then what if the void space grows to its limit but does not transform?" Zichen asked again. Shang Guanhong thought about it seriously, then gave Zichen a very certain answer. She said, "The situation you're talking about does not exist. When the void space grows to its limit, it will definitely break through. If it does not break through, then it is not the limit, but a bottleneck." Zichen shook his head. He knew his situation very well. He could not refine any more energy. It could only mean that he had reached his limit, not the so-called bottleneck. Zichen thought about the problem of breaking through again. He asked, "Then what is your void space like? What is it like when you break through?" "Mine is the latter. It naturally expands to its limit and then breaks through." "What is the situation like when you break through?" "The void realm is as big as the corporeal realm." "Of course. Are there any more special situations?" Shang Guanhong thought for a moment and said, "Under normal circumstances, it is impossible. But I think I've seen a special situation somewhere." When it came to knowledge and experience, Zichen had experienced a lot along the way. Shang Guanhong could not compare to him at all. However, when it came to understanding the world and breaking through to the next realm, Zichen, who had only read a few books, could not catch up to Shang Guanhong. This was because her contact with cultivation was mainly in the earth realm. As for the human realm, it was only a very short transition for the people of the Jianwu continent. They did not have much experience in the human realm, so they naturally did not care about it. Therefore, they focused all their experience on the earth realm. There aren't many void spaces that can grow, but every void space that can grow is extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, when these void spaces break through to the corporeal realm, they will become very powerful due to the expansion of their original void space. However, there are some extremely special void spaces that cause their corporeal realm to shrink when they break through. Shang Guanhong explained, "The cause of this situation is either a forced breakthrough or an irreparable injury that caused the void space to change." "What happens when a greater void realm breaks through to a lesser void realm?" Zichen felt that he had grasped the key to the problem. Shang Guanhong shook her head and said, "I have not seen it with my own eyes, but it is said that it will cause an energy shock and cause a large amount of energy to dissipate. Once this happens, it is said that the person is not far from death. It is considered a breakthrough on the verge of death." An energy shock? Zichen fell into deep thought. After not hearing Zichen's words for a long time, Shang Guanhong turned her head to look at Zichen. Seeing that Zichen was deep in thought and appeared to be very focused, she said with some dissatisfaction, "Meech, you didn't even say thank you after using me." Shang Guanhong stood up and left, not bothering Zichen. Zichen's figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in his own 3-meter void space. The 3-meter void space represented an infinite world. Looking at this infinite world, even Zichen, who had found a way to break through, felt a little dazed. How could he cause an energy shock in such a big world? And once the energy shock happened, how could he control this tyrannical energy? In such a big world, Zichen stood alone on the ground and pondered. He tried to mobilize the entire world, but he could not mobilize all of it. He could only mobilize part of it. After a while, Zichen reappeared. Although he did not break through this time, he found a way to break through. It was a big gain. Thank you, Zichen transmitted. Shang Guanhong smiled, and Zichen attracted some dissatisfied gazes. Huanlong, who was breaking the restriction in the distance, suddenly cried out in alarm. Then, a tyrannical aura surged in front of them. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Zichen shouted, Wu Xie, go up. Once there was danger, the undying Wu Xie would be the first to go up. This was what Zichen had said before. Now, with Zichen's shout, Wu Xie had no choice but to go up. PFFF. Chapter 1285. The blade gleam came very quickly, out of everyone's expectations. Moreover, it was very powerful. Wu Xie only had time to let out a cry of surprise. Pu. Wu Xie was killed in one slash, but the blade gleam's power did not weaken. It continued to move forward in a straight line. Be careful. Shang Guanhong's body released a green light. She was the blade gleam's second target. Zichen shouted, but it was too late to save her. Seeing that the blade gleam was about to reach Shang Guanhong, her body began to release a green light, forming a bright light shield. On the surface of the light shield, mysterious patterns appeared. However, no one could be sure that such a defense could block this sudden blade gleam. Just as the blade gleam was about to hit Shang Guanhong, a yellow ball suddenly appeared in front of Shang Guanhong at lightning speed. Clang! When the saber light struck the sphere, a loud clanging sound was heard. Energy ripples spread out in all directions with the point of contact between the two. Pu. The ball could only block for 3 breaths of time. It was unable to withstand this powerful force and was smashed backwards. Shang Guanhong was hit by the ball and flew backwards, coughing up blood. However, the blade gleam's power was completely neutralized. Then, it turned into a ray of light and flew backwards. Blade golden-eyed beast, scale shield flame foal. Zichen, who was rushing over, suddenly let out a strange cry. The flying blade gleam finally turned into a small beast. It looked very much like the blade golden-eyed beast. However, that yellow ball also looked very much like the scale shield flame foal. Zichen turned back and ran towards Shang Guanhong to check on her injuries. Dongqing also flew towards Shang Guanhong. As for the undying Wu Xie, no one paid any attention to him. This was because everyone was already used to his immortality. Shang Guanhong's face was a little pale. Fortunately, she did not suffer any internal injuries. She only suffered from the impact of the force. She would be fine after some adjustment. This is the scale shield flame foal. Zichen looked at the ball-like little beast beside Dongqing and asked. Dongqing shook his head, his tone heavy as he said, No, this is just a shield armor beast, a special type of beast. However, it's not as strong as the scale shield flame foal. However, that was a blade golden eyes beast. If it was a full power attack just now, the shield armor beast would not have been able to block it. Zichen nodded upon hearing this. Wu Xie activated his undying body, and his figure appeared once again. After that, he complained, Why am I always the unlucky one? That saber light just now was so terrifying. Huanlong walked over with a look of lingering fear on his face. Everyone gathered together once more. After the saber light disappeared, it did not attack again. There was a pitch-black area in front of them, which seemed to be a passage leading to somewhere. What should we do? Who can stop a bladed golden-eyed beast? After knowing the nature of that blade, Wu Xie's expression turned bitter. Man Shi's defense was very strong, but his realm was not high. He might be able to block 1 or 2 slashes, but definitely not 3. There was no need to talk about the others. For a moment, everyone who had no idea what to do could only look at Zichen. Along the way, they had already gotten used to asking for Zichen's opinion when they were helpless. Since we're already here, we can't retreat. We can only advance. Zichen glanced at Huanlong, then looked at everyone and said, Advance? How do we advance? Everyone was still uncertain. The bladed golden-eyed beast's attack was too strong. It was even stronger than the previous 2 existences they had encountered. This was the source of their uncertainty. This was because once they were hit, they, who did not have the undying body, would die. Zichen looked forward again. He seemed to see the bladed golden-eyed beast in a black hole. It was hiding in the dark, waiting for him to advance. After a moment of silence, Zichen looked at Shangguan Hong and said, "Your methods are useless against the bladed golden-eyed beast. You don't have to go later." Shangguan Hong nodded. At the same time, she looked at Zichen with an apologetic gaze. "What about me?" Without waiting for Zichen to speak, Wu Xie asked again. Zichen looked at Wu Xie and smiled faintly, saying, "You're our main force. You have to go." Wu Xie's face immediately fell. He looked at Zichen with resentment. Zichen ignored Wu Xie and looked at Dongqing, saying, "I want to know how many of these shield armor beasts you have." Under the mask, Zichen could clearly see Dongqing's eyes twitch a few times. Then, Dongqing opened her mouth and said, "Beasts of this level are very special. Naturally, they're also very difficult to find. We're already very lucky to be able to find one shield armor beast." One could hear the reluctance in Dongqing's voice. This was the first time she had shown such emotions towards a beast. "One is fine, but can you make it listen to me?" Zichen asked. "What do you mean?" Dongqing looked at Zichen. "If it can listen to me, then you don't have to go in. After all, it's very dangerous inside," Zichen said. This time, Dongqing hesitated for a long time. Finally, she tapped her forehead and a soul remembrance floated towards Zichen. This soul remembrance merged with Zichen. In an instant, a strange feeling arose in Zichen's heart. Moreover, when he looked at Dongqing, he felt as relaxed as looking inside himself. Even the face under the mask could be seen by Zichen if he wanted to. Moreover, Zichen could clearly feel the strange feeling coming from the other party's soul remembrance. At this moment, Dongqing's face turned red, all the way to her ears. This soul remembrance allowed the two of them to have some kind of connection, but it was one-sided. Zichen was also able to control the shield armor beast because of this. Zichen moved his gaze away from Dongqing and looked at Manshur, saying, "As for whether you go in or not, I can't make the decision. It's all up to you." Wu Xie's safety didn't need to be guaranteed. His chances of survival were even higher than Zichen's. As for the shield armor beast, because it was known for its defense, it could also hold on for 1 or 2 days. Even if it died in battle, the loss would be less than one person dying. This was something that Zichen could decide. However, when it came to Manshur, Zichen couldn't casually decide his life or death. Manshur took a deep breath and said, "You've already gone in. If I don't go in, am I still a man?" "All right, if you feel that you can't win, immediately withdraw." Zichen gave his final order. Manshur nodded. Wu Xie was somewhat unwilling, but it wasn't the right time to act up. Moreover, Huanlong had clearly stated that once they successfully entered, they would receive a huge reward. Although Huanlong concealed his emotions extremely well, Zichen could still sense the excitement in his expression. Moreover, with his extremely sharp senses, he could sense that Huanlong's emotions were fluctuating greatly. Zichen guessed that this might be the final danger. After passing through here, they would arrive at their destination. Under Zichen's signal, Wu Xie walked in front, but he walked very slowly. "If you stick your head out, you'll still be stabbed. It's a matter of one stab. You should hurry up," Zichen said. Wu Xie glared fiercely at Zichen and charged forward with a tap of his foot. "Let's go." Zichen looked at the shield armor beast. The latter turned into a round ball and followed Wu Xie. A black saber appeared in Zichen's hand. At the same time, a battle armor appeared on his body. The spirit of the scaled shield flamefoal was awakened by Zichen. Manshur stayed at the back. "Ah!" Wu Xie shouted and charged into the passage. Afterward, the shield armor beast, Zichen, and Manshur also followed. The three of them waited nervously outside. However, they didn't hear any sounds of battle during this period, which made them very puzzled. However, the power of the saber light was still vivid in their minds. They didn't dare to rashly go forward. However, after waiting for a while, they still didn't hear any sounds of battle. This made the two of them puzzled. "How is it?" Shangguan Hong asked. She was clearly asking Dongqing because she believed that Dongqing could sense the situation inside. After all, Zichen had a strand of her soul remembrance. Ever since she gave her sole remembrance to Zi Chen, her emotions had become extremely unstable. The special feelings of a woman made Shang Guanhong feel that this wasn't a good sign. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Dongqing tried his best to control his emotions and said, "No danger. How is that possible?" Shang Guanhong didn't believe it. Huan Long was also very puzzled. "I don't know the details, but until now, Zi Chen hasn't made a move. However, he hasn't moved either." Dongqing wasn't too sure. He hasn't moved or moved. Shang Guanhong's expression suddenly changed. She said, "Not good. Could he be trapped?" Saying so, she was about to go forward. "What are you doing?" Huan Long stopped her. "Zi Chen is definitely in danger. I'm going to save him," Shang Guanhong said. "Don't you know how dangerous the Blade Golden Eye Beast is?" Huan Long asked. "Of course I know. Perhaps there are other dangers besides the Blade Golden Eye Beast. If I go in too late, I'm afraid I'll miss the best opportunity to save him," Shang Guanhong said. "You're going to die if you go in." Huan Long was still blocking the way. "She's right. Perhaps Zi Chen and the others are in danger and need us to save them. As for the danger, we came here together on a mission. It's dangerous to begin with." Saying so, Dongqing also decisively went forward. Shang Guanhong flashed and chased after him. Huan Long was very helpless, but he could only follow. Right now, he was very angry because he wasn't sure what dangers there were inside. However, he very much hoped that the people who went in would die together with him. That way, not only would he achieve his goal, but he would also obtain the two beauties. Although Huan Long hadn't seen Dongqing's true appearance, he could guess what Dongqing looked like from her words just by listening to her a few times. The two of them rushed in one after another. However, their nervous faces were filled with shock as they both looked forward. Huan Long entered with a complicated expression, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was also stunned. In front of him, Zi Chen's group and the shield armor beast stood in a neat row, all of them looking forward. And in front of them, stood a person. It was a person wrapped in a black robe. His appearance was very similar to Dongqing's, but he wasn't wearing a mask. It was obvious that this was a thin man, but he was also a normal man. He held a blade in his hand, and a soul shadow appeared on the blade. It was the Blade Golden-Eyed Beast. In front of him, an illusory object floated. It was a small beast that seemed to be surrounded by flames. Occasionally, it would turn into a shield. Chapter 1286. A group of cultivators gathered in the Hengduan mountain range. They followed the directions on the map to search for treasures. Although the route marked on the map was accurate, they encountered many dangers along the way. Many strange beasts appeared, causing many casualties among the cultivators who came to search for treasures. The strange beasts were very powerful. In order to reduce their losses, the cultivators had no choice but to gather together and move forward together. The cultivators came to an agreement that they were not allowed to kill each other before they reached the location of the treasures. The cultivators who came were all in the corporeal realm. Although there were some in the emptiness realm, they did not have the strength to go deeper. The cultivators arrived at the place where Zi Chen and the others encountered the mountain spirit. The danger here had been eliminated. Even the rocks on the ground had disappeared. The traces of battle had all disappeared. This was the final destination of the map. When the cultivators arrived, they had reached the end of the map. Beyond that, there were many natural restrictions with terrifying power. After a few cultivators died, the cultivators could only accept the fact that there was only half a treasure map. They became very depressed. During this time, they found a few people who knew about formations and restrictions. However, they were killed on the spot before they could go too far. The cultivators had no choice. They became even more depressed. Some of them could not help but curse. They believed that this was a prank to deceive them. What should we do? Zhu Chong and Wang Jun gathered together again. The two of them discussed in low voices. Now, we can be sure that the map will end here. The possibility of there being more is very small. I think we should leave early, Wang Jun said after thinking for a while. Zhu Chong agreed. The two of them called for their own people and prepared to leave. All of a sudden, Cries of surprise rang out from this area. The two of them followed the cries of surprise and discovered that everyone was looking at the sky. They saw more than 10 pieces of yellowish paper falling from the sky. As the papers drifted down, they could see some patterns printed on them. What is this? The cultivators were puzzled. However, some of them seemed to have guessed what the yellow papers were. They immediately soared into the sky and grabbed the papers. During this time, there were no disputes. Even if there was only one, it would be necessary to share it, let alone 10 pieces. It's the next part of the map. It's the next part. The person who received the paper saw the map and shouted loudly. The others became spirited and took turns to look at the map. Finally, everyone came to the conclusion that this was the follow-up map. The disappointment and irritation were swept away, and the group continued forward. After passing through the passageway, the first one to lose his composure was Dongqing, who had been silent the entire time. In front of the black-robed man was a real little beast. It was very cute, but it was the famous scale shield Flamefoal. It had a great reputation. As a beast tamer, there was one thing that they could not refuse, and that was the true combination of a sword and a shield. The saber was naturally the blade. The shield was naturally the scale shield. With the support of Hunter's Castle, Dongqing had only obtained a shield beast that was far inferior to the scale shield Flamefoal. From this, it could be seen how rare it was. But now, the combination of sword and shield had appeared right in front of her. How could she remain calm? Everyone is finally here. Are you all coming up one by one to throw away your lives, or are you all coming at once? The black-robed man spoke, appearing calm and confident. Zichen glanced at the black-robed man, then looked back at Shangguan Hong and said, "You two leave first." "You can't leave. If I hadn't been controlling the passageway, they wouldn't have been able to come in. Now, you only have one path forward. Of course, there is also a path of death," the black-robed man said again. They turned back and saw that the original passageway had disappeared. Their faces turned pale. They had no way out and decided to fight. The aura around them immediately began to surge. Regardless of whether they had a chance of winning, at least they did not despair. The black-robed man's expression finally changed, becoming disdainful. With the combination of sword and shield, killing people was a simple matter. However, he obviously did not want to kill them so easily, so he said, "You are really too weak. Only death awaits you. But since no one has been here for a long time, I will give you a way out." "What way out?" Wu Xie asked. Zichen's face became ugly because he thought of a possibility, such as killing each other. He did not know how many years the black-robed man had been guarding this passageway, so his mentality should have been twisted long ago. The way out might be worse than a dead end. "Each of you will let me slash you 3 times. If you are not dead after 3 slashes, then I will let you pass," the black-robed man said. Zichen was very surprised by the way out, so he said without thinking, "Okay, I agree." Then, he pointed at Wu Xie and said, "Each of you will take 3 slashes, and he will take all of them. A total of 18 slashes. Wu Xie's face changed immediately, but at such a tense moment, everyone's expression became rare. No, I haven't finished yet. You guys will take 3 slashes, but this immortal body will take 30 slashes. If you are willing to let him take it alone, then I will take 45 slashes." Following the black-robed man's explanation, Wu Xie's face became more and more ugly. It was obvious that the black-robed man was implying that he could break his immortal body with 30 slashes. After being slashed, Wu Xie had already noticed the abnormality in his body. Before the black-robed man finished speaking, he continued, "If he is slashed to death midway, then you will have to take the next one." "No, I don't agree. Zichen, you are trying to kill me," Wu Xie roared at Zichen, his eyes turning cold. Zichen ignored Wu Xie and looked at the black-robed man, asking, "You can slash him however you want. As for the others, can I take their place?" The black-robed man stood there and spoke casually, but the confidence he displayed was much stronger than the mountain spirit back then. Coupled with the combination of the sword and shield and the strength of a peak corporeal realm expert, Zichen had no confidence in dealing with the black-robed man. He had once thought that the black-robed man was very strong, almost invincible under the domain realm. However, his appearance this time had shaken Zichen's confidence again and again. Whether it was the mountain spirit or the second powerful existence, they were all stronger than Zichen. Of course, this didn't mean that Zichen was weak. On the contrary, he was very strong, but he lacked the realm. If they were at the same level, Zichen naturally wouldn't fear the black-robed man. I don't need you to take my place. It's just 3 slashes, right? I'll take it. Mansha stepped forward and said, I'll go first. You have backbone but no brain. The black-robed man chuckled. Zichen grabbed Mansha and said, I don't need you for now. You can go when I can't hold on any longer. Mansha pondered for a moment and nodded. However, he quickly pointed at Wu Xie and said, why don't we let him go first? If he doesn't die after 30 slashes, he can still take the slashes for us. Wu Xie was furious. He wanted to point at Mansha's nose and scold him, but Zichen waved his hand and said, no need. I'll go first. As they spoke, Zichen walked forward with his blade in hand. He watched as the black-robed man walked forward step by step and stopped 10 meters away from him. Then, he asked, it shouldn't be limited to just blocking, right? The black-robed man looked at Zichen meaningfully and said indifferently, of course, you can also try to fight back. You surprised me. I didn't think that the first to walk out would be you, who has the lowest cultivation level. Zichen took a deep breath and said, realm doesn't represent combat power. As he spoke, the 3-meter reality realm appeared behind him. Oh, the 3-meter reality realm. The black-robed man's eyes lit up. However, in the next moment, he gripped his blade and slashed at Zichen. First slash, the black-robed man shouted. First slash. The moment the black-robed man made his move, Zichen also moved. He gripped his blade and slashed forward with a shout. A soul shadow appeared on Zichen's black blade. In the next moment, the soul shadow turned into a blade and disappeared into the black blade. On the surface of the black blade, the original runes began to glow. A powerful aura appeared. 2 sharp and terrifying blade lights collided. A powerful force surged in the area. The two wielded their blades and coldly looked at each other. The powerful force on the blades was still colliding. The black-robed man's expression immediately changed. At the same time, the expressions of the others also changed. This was because they saw that Zichen and the black-robed man's attacks were almost identical. The soul shadow that appeared on Zichen's blade was also the soul of a blade golden-eyed beast. Kid, you're quite interesting. However, this is only the first slash. As he spoke, an even more powerful force swept out from the black-robed man's blade. The blade in his hand turned and slashed horizontally at Zichen. Second slash. Zichen also roared at this moment. He held his blade and spun it. A terrifying and violent aura slashed at the black-robed man. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a fight to the death. Obviously, Zichen's slash would hit the black-robed man, but at the same time, the black-robed man's slash would also hit Zichen. However, the former had the scale shield flamefall, while the latter only had his armor. In this clash, the crowd did not have high hopes for Zichen. They all felt that Zichen had miscalculated. However, Zichen was now one of them. They did not want anything to happen to Zichen. Hence, they were all hoping for a miracle. Clang. Zichen's blade was faster. However, it did not hit the black-robed man. Instead, it was blocked by a flame shield. It was the scale shield flamefall, which was famous for its defense, that blocked the attack. Haha, this is only the second slash. The black-robed man laughed loudly. His laughter was very proud. His saber landed directly on Zichen's body. Clang. However, the expected breaking of the defense did not happen. A shield also appeared on Zichen's armor. The shield completely protected Zichen. There was also a special layer of protection on his chest. The black-robed man's slash landed on the shield. However, it could not penetrate further. The pride on his face immediately froze. He looked very surprised. Boom. A surge of energy began to sweep out. Under this surge of energy, Zichen was finally unable to withstand it, and his body flew backwards. The powerful force passed through the shield and shook Zichen's organs. It made his blood boil. His face alternated between red and white. However, he was not injured. He simply blocked the two attacks. The black-robed man did not retreat. However, his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 1287. After blocking the black-robed man's two attacks, Zichen revealed two of his trump cards. After blocking the attacks, Zichen was not injured. Everyone was excited and couldn't help but praise Zichen. Although they were surprised that Zichen had a shield, they were even more surprised. This is the blade golden-eyed beast and the scale shield flamefoal. But compared to the others, Dongqing's expression changed greatly. She was surprised, shocked, but also regretful. Why did you refine these two things into weapons? She lamented as if no one was around. Obviously, it wasn't that she didn't have feelings for beasts, but for normal beasts. Zichen obviously couldn't answer Dongqing's question, and he didn't feel that his weapon was weaker than a real blade beast. The black-robed man didn't attack immediately, but nodded and said, "Indeed, it's a waste to refine such things into weapons." "You're also a beast tamer?" Dongqing asked in surprise. "Of course, otherwise how could I control them? Think about how much I paid to get them back then." The black-robed man's face was full of regret. He pointed at Zichen and said, "Look at him, he actually refined such a perfect combination into a weapon." Zichen stood in the distance and didn't step forward. He wanted the two beast tamers to communicate, maybe they could open a path for their trip. "Well, since we're all beast tamers, we're all on the same side. Let's forget about this matter and let us pass." Just as Zichen was thinking about when to interrupt, Mancha spoke. After he finished speaking, he even scratched his head and pretended to be simple and honest. "So, you're indeed on the same side." The black-robed man smiled, looking very gentle and kind, like an elder. Mancha smiled honestly, and the others were delighted, feeling that there was a chance. Only Zichen felt uneasy. Because he never believed in the words "on the same side," and he had never seen anyone become one of them as soon as they met. Sure enough, the black-robed man changed the topic and said, "However, I never trust my own people. If I wasn't one of them, why would I stay here?" Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded. "Don't worry. My original promise still stands. Come." The black-robed man's smile turned cold as he pointed his blade at Zichen. Zichen gripped his saber and walked towards the black-robed man. Once again standing 10 meters away from the black-robed man, Zichen stopped. The black-robed man mocked, "What? You want me to make the first move?" Zichen slowly shook his head and said, "No. Then you're just waiting for death." The black-robed man sneered. Zichen shook his head again and said, "No, I was just thinking about a problem. You can still be absent-minded when you're about to die. You can be considered an anomaly. Well, tell me what you're thinking about." The black-robed man looked at Zichen with interest. Zichen thought for a moment and said, "I was thinking that in the vast sea of people, it's really not easy to meet someone with the same talent as you. Although you hate the phrase 'on the same side,' I have to admit that meeting is also a kind of fate." The black-robed man smiled faintly, but the others were puzzled about Zichen's meaning. "From what you're saying, it sounds like you've been here for many years. I don't know why you can't leave, but since you can't leave, why don't you sit down and talk with us since we've met someone of the same kind? Why don't you pass on some techniques to us?" The black-robed man was stunned, and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this. At first, they thought that Zichen was a weirdo, but now it seemed that he was really a weirdo. They were about to fight to the death, but he was asking for something from his opponent, and it was the most secretive inherited technique. At this moment, they really didn't know how to describe Zichen. Only Dongqing looked at Zichen with a complicated gaze, because he was asking for her inherited technique. After the shock, the black-robed man laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, and tears flowed from his eyes. Beside him, the two battle beasts also made sounds, as if they were also laughing. At this moment, the black-robed man's vigilance was undoubtedly gone. Everyone thought that this was the best time for Zichen to make a move, but Zichen didn't move. He just looked at the black-robed man quietly, as if he was naively waiting for his answer. Is this really Zi Chen? He's really an anomaly. What a weirdo. Zi Chen was sometimes ruthless and decisive, and he didn't hesitate to make certain sacrifices to achieve his goals. But in this situation, even they could see that this was the best time to make a move, but Zi Chen didn't move. Everyone was puzzled. The black-robed man's smile slowly faded, and his back straightened once again. He began to size up Zi Chen again, and this time, he looked very seriously and carefully. You've confused and surprised me. I kind of admire you, the black-robed man said. Zi Chen said lightly, thank you. I admit that I underestimated you, but my previous words still stand. As long as you can block my blade, I can let them pass, the black-robed man said again. What about the inherited technique? Zi Chen asked. The black-robed man was stunned again, but he quickly nodded and said, I'll give it to you. Good. Zi Chen nodded, held his blade, and rushed forward. Swoosh. The thunder wings flapped, and he stepped on the void. His figure moved left and right, as if he was teleporting, which was unpredictable. Taking action as soon as he said so, that was Zi Chen. Interesting. First the blade and shield, then the world's fastest speed. The black-robed man smiled coldly. He didn't seem to have deliberately sensed it, but the long blade in his hand simply slashed forward, blocking Zi Chen's path forward. A shield appeared under the blade, followed by a peng sound. Zi Chen, who had just appeared, was sent flying by the attack. The third strike. Wu Xie counted silently by the side. Just as he retreated, Zi Chen held his blade and slashed. Boom. The blades collided, causing an energy shock. This attack directly sent Zi Chen flying, and while flying, Zi Chen began to cough up blood. The energy shock was still spreading, like a physical attack, causing Man Shi and the others to retreat. Zi Chen had already blocked 4 blades. You've passed the 4th blade. You can leave alive, the black-robed man said. Zi Chen didn't say anything. He gritted his teeth and held his blade. The energy shock collided with the blade of the 5th blade. Zi Chen was sent flying again, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zi Chen didn't say anything and attacked again. At this moment, Zi Chen displayed his perseverance and tenacity. He didn't say anything. This was a blind collision of perseverance. The blade and shield cooperated with each other, blocking fatal attacks for him. Zi Chen didn't have any external injuries, but the energy shock caused him internal injuries. However, these injuries were quickly recovering. The 12th blade. Just 3 more and you'll be able to pass. Everyone looked at Zi Chen with anticipation. Only Wu Xie's face was filled with worry. Swoosh. The 13th blade slashed down, and a terrifying aura swept out, forming a terrifying storm. Everyone in the distance retreated again and again. Such a powerful attack could only be blocked by the scale shield Flamefall, which was known for its defense. Ha! Zi Chen's pupils shrank as he roared. He put away his blade and defended with all his might. A dazzling flame shield appeared on the surface of his body. There were many patterns on the surface of the shield, and these patterns were all connected to the resplendent light at the center of the shield. When the saber light landed on the light shield, it caused an intense vibration. The resplendent light shield on Zi Chen's body dimmed at a visible rate. At the same time, Zi Chen's body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew backward and smashed into the ground. Smoke and dust rose, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Everyone rushed toward the crater, their faces full of worry. A hand reached out from the edge of the crater. Zi Chen climbed up again. Blood flowed out from the gaps in his armor. Zi Chen was covered in dust, and his hair was disheveled. He looked miserable. How are you? Shong Guanhong asked worriedly. The others also looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. I can still block a few more blades. Man Shi said, if you can't, then forget it. I'll take the next 2 blades. Zi Chen shook his head. No need. Now is not the time for you to act. You need to maintain your strength. Zi Chen charged forward again with his saber in hand. The dim armor on his body glowed once more. Around Zi Chen, The power of the 3 meters of reality continuously flowed into his body. His heavily injured body was also recovering. By the time he reached the black-robed man, Zichen's condition was much better. Peng! The 14th blade fell. The void shook, and Zichen was sent flying again. As he flew backward, a golden line of blood appeared in the sky. This time, Zichen took a long time to stand up. His condition was even worse. The others couldn't bear to see him like this, but Zichen insisted on not letting them attack. Come. Zichen slowly walked in front of the black-robed man. This time, he didn't continue to hold his blade. Instead, he stood there and allowed the black-robed man to attack. The black-robed man sneered and slashed again. The power of this blade was even stronger than the previous one. Fortunately, Zichen defended with all his strength. The light shield on his body was as dazzling as the sun. Boom! The light shield that had turned into a sun shattered under this blade. The scale shield Flamefoal's soldier spirit whined and then hid in Zichen's armor. The armor that originally appeared on the surface of his body disappeared in the next moment. Zichen blocked this blade, but the armor on his body couldn't be used for a while. The crowd began to cheer because all 15 blades had been blocked. Only Wu Xie's expression was very ugly. He wasn't sure if he could block the next 30 blades. However, just as the crowd was cheering, Zichen's eyes suddenly burst with a bright light. His body instantly released a powerful aura. Then, he charged at the black-robed man with his blade. Zichen's expression was ferocious and crazy. It was as if he had lost control of his mind or a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The patterns on the blade in his hand all lit up. A powerful and terrifying aura descended. He slashed at the black-robed man with his blade. Swoosh! 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 Zichen slashed 5 times in a row. Of these 5 slashes, the black-robed man used his blade to destroy 2 of them. The remaining 3 were blocked by the shield. Chapter 1288. Hearing Zichen's words, the black-robed man was clearly startled. As for Wu Xie, he was so excited that he almost cried. Clearly, Zichen's last 5 slashes were for him. In the air, Zichen's strength dissipated. His body fell from the sky and collapsed to the ground as if he had collapsed. Shangguan Hong and the others immediately rushed forward. The first to reach Zichen was unexpectedly Dong Qing. Dong Qing helped Zichen up and let Zichen lean against him. The armor on his body disappeared, but the black-robed Zichen could clearly feel the warmth and softness on his back. At this moment, he and Dong Qing were still connected through soul remembrance. Zichen was a bit embarrassed, and Dong Qing's face instantly turned red. "How are you?" Shangguan Hong went up and asked with concern. She didn't notice anything wrong with the two. Zichen slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a bit exhausted." Back when Zichen had killed dozens of late-stage corporeal realm experts, he hadn't collapsed. However, he had collapsed after blocking a dozen slashes. It was obvious how strong his opponent was. Dong Qing and Shangguan Hong helped Zichen up. Zichen motioned for Wu Xie to come over and said, "Be careful. If you can't hold on, don't force yourself. If necessary, you can have Man Sha block 1 or 2 slashes for you." Wu Xie nodded meekly in a rare moment. His eyes were clearly filled with gratitude. At this moment, he undoubtedly approved of Zichen's actions. However, his expression quickly froze and the corners of his mouth twitched. The original gratitude on his face had completely disappeared. He glanced at Zichen with a bit of bitterness, then turned around and walked towards the black-robed man. His expression was as cold as the wind. No one understood why Wu Xie was acting like this, but they couldn't care less about the change in Wu Xie's expression. The two of them motioned for Zichen to heal himself first. "What do we do next?" Man Sha asked. He realized that ever since he got together with Zichen, he had never been good at thinking. Now, he could no longer think. "Let's fight first." After that, Zichen closed his eyes. The 3-meter virtual realm behind him disappeared and was replaced by a 3-meter virtual realm. Inside the original 3-meter virtual realm, there were many colorful ribbons. These ribbons were the laws that Zi Chen had comprehended. But at this moment, the light of these ribbons dimmed, and the entire stable world became extremely unstable. On one hand, it was because Zi Chen had expended too much energy, and the last 5 slashes had shaken the foundation of the entire space. On the other hand, it was because Zi Chen's injuries were too severe. While Zi Chen was recovering from his injuries, he mobilized many principal fragments and spread them throughout the world. Boom! Boom! The fragments of the laws shone dazzlingly, exploding like dazzling fireworks the moment they arrived in this world. The energy fragments exploded, and the void space began to absorb the energy. Although the world had grown and didn't need tens of billions of resources, choosing to use such a direct method to recover at this time would undoubtedly consume an extremely large number of resources. Putting aside Zi Chen, who was recovering from his injuries, Wu Xie walked toward the black-robed man with a bitter expression. At this moment, he was still thinking about Zi Chen's voice transmission after he finished speaking. Since you're going to be cut down sooner or later, you might as well choose to take the initiative to attack and exhaust him. Don't be afraid of death, you won't die anyway. Wu Xie was very dissatisfied. What did he mean by don't be afraid of death and won't die? One had to know that the black-robed man had clearly said that he could kill him with 30 slashes. Ah! Wu Xie shouted, emboldening himself. The black-robed man mistakenly thought that the other party was signaling the start of the battle, so he slashed down. But as expected, the unprepared Wu Xie was cut into 2 halves by the saber. While his cries were still echoing in the surroundings, he was already dead. Man Shu couldn't help but close his eyes. He couldn't bear to watch this scene. With a flash of light, Wu Xie's body reassembled. This was the basis of his undying body. After the black-robed man slashed down, he quietly watched Wu Xie, as if he was studying his opponent's undying body. This time, Wu Xie finally grasped the opportunity to attack, but he also learned his lesson. He no longer shouted and directly attacked with the vertical eye between his brows. As a mid-corporeal realm cultivator, Wu Xie was a special existence. His combat strength was naturally not to be underestimated, especially the vertical eye between his brows. It was even more terrifying. The black-robed man's expression changed the moment the vertical eye displayed its might. He naturally raised his shield. But the moment he raised his shield, he slashed down with his blade. The shield blocked the vertical eye's attack, but Wu Xie couldn't block the blade's attack. His body was cut in half again. Immediately after, Wu Xie's body reassembled for the 3rd time. He stepped forward to attack, but was cut down again. Following this, the scene repeated itself. Compared to Zi Chen's desperate battle, Wu Xie's battle was simply too boring. Almost everyone covered their eyes. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. Wu Xie's screams still echoed, but his body had already been cut into several pieces. I can't hold on any longer, I can't hold on any longer. Wu Xie loudly shouted after his body reassembled for the 10th time. Zi Chen was still recovering from his injuries with his eyes closed. During this time, he had swallowed many high-grade pills to speed up his recovery. In order to speed up his recovery, it was inevitable that some pills would be wasted, but Zi Chen couldn't care less. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Wu Xie was very unwilling to accept this. He shouted at Man Shu, "Man Shu, quickly block this blade for me." Man Shu, who had been covering his eyes, covered his ears this time and pretended not to hear. Wu Xie was furious, but before he could reprimand Man Shu, the blade fell again and he was killed. After the 11th reassembly, Wu Xie screamed and chose to run away. Although his speed was not as fast as Zi Chen's, he was definitely not slow. He left behind after images as he ran. Encountering such an anomaly made the black-robed man's expression change. He had no choice but to chase after him with his blade. Boom! Wu Xie, who was running away, suddenly turned around and attacked with his vertical pupils. Unsurprisingly, he was killed for the 12th time. Man Shu, I can't hold on any longer. Block this blade for me first and let me catch my breath. Otherwise, I will die. Wu Xie began to shout, sounding very anxious. Man Shu naturally ignored him, but as Wu Xie's voice became more and more miserable, and his words were accompanied by despair, his expression changed. As an undying body, Wu Xie definitely knew what he was capable of. Perhaps after being slashed so many times, his foundation had been damaged. Just as Man Shi was about to step forward, Zichen suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Ignore him. Let him block these 25 slashes alone." Zichen had already proven his identity as a commander. At this moment, his words were undoubtedly an order, and Man Shi obeyed without hesitation. The black-robed man sneered, and Wu Xie's face was filled with resentment. He shouted at Zichen, "Zichen, you despicable person. You want to kill me." Zichen ignored him and closed his eyes. "You're despicable, you're shameless, you're a despicable person. You've had a grudge against me for a long time. Now, you're using this opportunity to harm me. You want to kill me." Wu Xie no longer paid any attention to the black-cloaked man, and instead, madly shouted at Zichen. Zichen's eyes were still closed. He was recovering from his injuries and had no time to pay attention to him. "Along the way, I have seen through you. You are jealous of my talent, so you let me do everything. You want to see me make a fool of myself and kill me." Wu Xie continued, "Also, not only do you want to kill me, you also want to steal my woman." The black-robed man, who was about to attack, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He did not intend to attack, but revealed a gossipy expression. The others were stunned by Wu Xie's words. "Steal a woman? When did this happen? I have known Shang Guanhong for more than 100 years. The two of us are childhood sweethearts, a perfect pair. But you are secretly stealing my woman." Wu Xie pointed at Shang Guanhong and said, "Wu Xie, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is your childhood sweetheart? Who is your perfect pair?" Shang Guanhong's face immediately turned cold. She just felt that Wu Xie would not say anything nice. Sure enough, nothing good came out of a dog's mouth. "What, am I wrong?" Wu Xie glared at Shang Guanhong, appearing very unwilling. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around again and said to the black-robed man, "Sorry, I was too agitated. Let's do it again." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and destructive beam of light shot out from his vertical pupil. Boom! The black-robed man sneered and blocked with his shield. Wu Xie let out a strange cry as his body was cut open again. After his body was reassembled, Wu Xie began to run again, and then began to accuse Zichen of stealing women. Shang Guanhong's face turned ashen, but Man Shi listened attentively. He looked at Shang Guanhong from time to time, and then at Zichen, the third party. Dong Qing, on the other hand, did not look perverted. Quan Long did not attack, but his expression was somewhat dissatisfied. Obviously, this was a battle, but it had turned into a battle with a third party. Boom! Wu Xie attacked every time he reached the climax. Although he could not hurt the black-robed man, he finally angered him. "Undying brat, I think you're the one spouting nonsense. How could a little girl like you die?" The black-robed man joined in, but he supported Shang Guanhong and attacked Wu Xie with his blade. Slash after slash, Wu Xie screamed again and again, but in the end, he did not have the strength or energy to curse. As Wu Xie's recovery time increased and his aura weakened, everyone could see that he was gradually losing. Shock appeared on their faces one after another, because the undying body might really be killed today. "Zichen, help!" Wu Xie shouted. Zichen closed his eyes, not looking, not speaking, and not speaking. "Man Shi, help!" Wu Xie shouted again. Man Shi looked at Wu Xie with a pained expression. He wanted to step forward, but when he looked at Zichen, he hesitated and hesitated. "Damn it, you are you, and you are Man Shi. Why do you keep looking at that idiot Zichen?" Wu Xie was very dissatisfied. "I'll listen to him," Man Shi said directly. Wu Xie was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 1289. The moment Zichen opened his eyes, Man Shi's face lit up. He thought that Zichen had decided to let him fight. However, he did not expect Zichen to say that it was time. Just now, everyone had forgotten about it due to nervousness or anger. They did not expect Zichen to remember it. The dead Wu Xie did not appear again, which made Man Shi very worried. Although he did not like Wu Xie that much, he was still one of them. He hoped that nothing would happen to him. Chen looked at the black-robed man, waiting for his reply. I'll keep my word. I'll send you all away. The black-robed man smiled faintly. He pointed forward with one hand, and a passage appeared behind them. It was a passage to the outside world. Everyone was very surprised, and Chen's brows furrowed. Didn't you promise to let us go deeper? A voice came from the void. It was Wu Xie's voice. I did say that, the black-robed man retorted. Of course you did. We heard it with our own ears. You even said that this was your promise and that you would keep it, Mancha said seriously. I really did say that. Sorry, I forgot. If I did, it only means that I've been here for too long and my memory has deteriorated. I should be sending you all away, the black-robed man said mockingly. You. Everyone was furious. They could not just let it go because he remembered wrongly. Huan Long, who was extremely uneasy, relaxed after the black-robed man made his choice. Everyone had no choice but to look at Chen again. They found that Chen's expression was very calm, or rather, he did not look very angry. Chen glanced at the black-robed man and smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Mancha and said, Mancha, go and experience the beast tamer skills. Then, Chen transmitted his voice, remember, use your strongest attack. Don't hold back. Hit as many times as you can. Then, Chen transmitted his voice to Shongguan Hong and Dongqing in the same way. Chen's expression remained unchanged, and the faint smile remained on his face. The aura of Mancha and the other two suddenly surged. Mancha transformed into a giant and charged towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man's cultivation level was very high, but his true combat strength might not be that strong. All he relied on was the combination of a saber and a shield. When Mancha struck out, a wooden sword appeared in front of Shangguan Hong. The wooden sword released a powerful aura and shot towards the black-robed man. A gigantic beast appeared in front of Dongqing, and it struck out a blow. Wu Xie, who had just activated his immortal body, also contributed his own attack. It's useless. Doing this will only make me want to kill you. The black-robed man coldly snorted. His right hand held the blade, and his left hand held the shield to block. Rumble. Most of the power was blocked by the shield, but the powerful impact also caused the black-robed man to retreat. This was the first time he had retreated. Don't stop, continue. Chen clenched the long saber in his hand and shouted in a low voice. Mancha roared and swung his fist again. Wherever his fist passed, the space shook. After the wooden sword shook slightly, an even more powerful aura burst out and then attacked the black-robed man. Dongqing's battle beast and Wu Xie's attacks also arrived quickly. The four people's attacks arrived one after another. They seemed to be very coordinated. In the midst of the energy shock, the black-robed man could only retreat again. But his retreat was only temporary. He believed that as long as everyone's attacks stopped, he would be able to kill again. The second round of attacks ended, but Mancha and the others had no intention of stopping. The third round of attacks came. Under the control of their power, they could make each attack stronger than the previous one. So after the third attack fell, the black-robed man lost control of his body and flew backwards. While flying backwards, he suddenly felt some kind of danger. The long saber in his hand suddenly slashed forward. Swish. Under the slash of the saber, an illusion shattered. Then, Chen's figure appeared in front of the black-robed man. Then, he held the saber and slashed at the opponent. The power of this slash was naturally very strong, and at the same time, it was also very fast. It was Chen's most common slash. But the black-robed man's reaction was faster. With just a thought, the scale shield flamefoal appeared in front of him and blocked Chen's saber. The saber slashed on the shield, causing a loud sound. The two forces began to collide. Mancha and the others had successfully retreated. Chen's attack was also full of strength. Next, it was time for the black-robed man to counterattack. Behind the shield, he sneered. Chen, who was holding the long saber, was also sneering. His attack was not over yet. Boom! Like a tide of destruction, the destruction law surged madly towards the shield. Soon, the entire shield was filled with the destruction law. At the same time, the destruction law, which had been attacking before, was forced into the shield. The destruction law, which was in a hidden state, was instantly activated. The internal and external destruction law exploded at the same time. Suddenly, a wail was heard from the shield. Then, the shield turned into the scale shield flamefoal and fell to the ground. How is this possible? The black-robed man, who had been calm all this time, had a drastic change in expression. He looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. Similarly, Man Shi and the others, who were retreating rapidly in the distance, also looked in front of them in shock. Zi Chen had actually broken through the scale shield flamefoal's defense. This was extremely unbelievable. How is this possible? How did you do it? The black-robed man asked in shock. Zi Chen sneered, "Nothing is impossible." With that, Zi Chen held the black saber and slashed at the black-robed man in front of him. The shocked black-robed man quickly came to his senses. He no longer paid attention to the scale shield flamefoal because he clearly sensed that his opponent was not dead. He was just suppressed by a force. The real battle had just begun. The black-robed man also held his saber and slashed at Zi Chen. A sharp saber light shot out. Zi Chen turned the saber in his hand and stabbed it at the black-robed man's heart like a sword. As for the saber light, he did not block it at all. The battle had reached a point where one's life was on the line. However, this time, Zi Chen had an additional armor to rely on. Naturally, the black-robed man would not risk his life with Zi Chen. He dodged to the side. The blade brushed past his body, leaving a long wound on his body. Red blood flowed out from the wound. This was the black-robed man's first injury. He's injured. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely excited. Quan Long's face was even filled with joy. Zi Chen had left a wound on his opponent's body, but his opponent's saber had also sent him flying. At the same time, the light emitted by his armor became unstable. Zi Chen's injuries had completely recovered, but his armor had not. Swoosh! Zi Chen flapped his thunder wings and charged at the black-robed man. The saber in his hand slashed down rapidly. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He also slashed with his saber. Saber against saber. At the critical moment, his opponent dodged again, but there was another wound on his body. Peng! However, after 2 attacks, Zi Chen's armor also lost its power and disappeared from the surface of his body. At this moment, both of them had lost their defenses. Zi Chen was unscathed. The black-robed man had 2 wounds on his body, and the rule of destruction was slowly eroding his wounds. "Without your defense, only death awaits you," the black-robed man said coldly. Zi Chen took a deep breath and said, "Without your defense, I still have my extreme speed. The only one who will die will be you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen took a step forward and disappeared. "Your extreme speed is useless against me," the black-robed man roared. He also took a step forward and slashed forward with his saber. Zi Chen's figure was successfully sensed by his opponent. This saber actually went straight for Zi Chen's head. Zi Chen's expression did not change. His body only moved slightly, and he charged at the black-robed man without dodging. The black-robed man's expression was cold, while Zi Chen's expression was crazy. If this attack landed, it was obvious that Zi Chen would be cut in half. However, the black-robed man's heart would also be pierced by Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen began to use his best fighting method, which was to use his own life to fight for the life of others. The two began to compete fiercely and whose vitality was stronger. Lunatic. The black-robed man's expression changed. He wanted to dodge Zi Chen's attack. But at such a close distance, he naturally could not dodge in time. There was another wound on his body. A long gash appeared on Zi Chen's shoulder. His entire arm had almost been cut off. Zi Chen did not say a word. He attacked again. The two went back and forth like this. Every time their attacks landed, both of them would be wounded. It seemed as if the two of them were slashing at each other. However, this was not the case. While the two of them were slashing at each other, they were constantly using their extreme speed to dodge one fatal attack after another. The wounds on their bodies were all from dodging fatal attacks. In the distance, Manshaw and the others all held their breaths. Then, their eyes widened. This was the first time they had seen a battle of this level. Zichen's decisiveness and ruthlessness allowed them to once again witness Zichen's strength and terror. And this kind of fighting method of risking one's life for another deeply impacted their souls. How terrifying. Is this really Zichen? In their eyes, the current Zichen was extremely terrifying. He was much more terrifying than when he had slaughtered the late corporeal realm experts. There was not much energy leaking from the two of them. It seemed as if they were slashing at each other. However, before each attack, their solid figures would flicker like illusions. The sound of energy clashing could no longer be heard in the sky. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of fut. The two of them were slashing at each other. There was no technique to speak of, but it deeply shocked their souls. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies. The blood flowing from their wounds gradually gathered together and flowed down their feet to the ground like two rivers of blood. One was red, and the other was golden. Everyone was deeply shocked by Zichen's fighting method. Huanlong grew more and more wary of Zichen. Lunatic, you're a lunatic. The black-robed man's roar had completely broken his throat. Zichen did not say a word. He only focused on slashing. Of course, while slashing, Zichen would rapidly change his figure and dodge the fatal attacks. But, after a series of slashes, the black-robed man was finally unable to endure. His vitality began to weaken and his speed greatly decreased. Zichen seized the opportunity and beheaded him. Chapter 1290. The black-robed man's head was chopped off by Zichen, and blood flowed all over the ground. The blade golden-eyed beast in his hand was also heavily injured and almost fell into a deep sleep. Zichen acted at lightning speed and added layers of seals around the blade golden-eyed beast. Swoosh. Ever since they left Hupping City, Huanlong had not made a move. However, after the black-robed man died, he suddenly moved. His target was none other than Zichen. Swoosh. Swoosh. But at the same time, two more lights flashed. It was Shongguanhong and Dongqing who had arrived in front of Zichen first. Shongguanhong had already received Zichen's warning and had been paying attention to Huanlong's movements. She did not know Huanlong's goal, but her first priority was to protect Zichen. As for Dongqing, although she did not receive any orders, she had left a trace of her soul remembrance in Zichen's body. She could more or less sense Zichen's thoughts. The moment the black-robed man died, Zichen actually felt danger and alertness. Moreover, the soul fluctuation in his sea of consciousness was so great that it directly affected her soul remembrance. She did not know where the danger came from, but like Shongguanhong, she wanted to protect Zichen first. Huanlong only charged forward for a short distance before stopping. He then asked with concern, "Zichen, how are you?" Zichen landed on the ground and expressionlessly glanced at the two women. Then, he looked at Huanlong and shook his head. However, as soon as he shook his head, he coughed up blood again. "How are you?" Shongguanhong and Dongqing looked at him worriedly. Wu Xie and Man She also walked over. However, the two of them noticed that something was wrong. Shongguanhong and Dongqing were protecting Zichen, but they also seemed to be deliberately separating Huanlong and guarding against him. Huanlong's actions just now also made the two of them feel that something was wrong. Zichen was coughing violently. Every time he coughed, he would vomit blood. He seemed to be in a very bad state. Shongguanhong and Dongqing were very worried. The two of them took out a lot of high-quality pills and indicated to Zichen to swallow them first. "I'm fine." After Zichen said this, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the place where he disappeared, there was a 3-meter-long virtual realm. This was his virtual realm. At this moment, the illusory space had clearly become unstable. Almost all of the colorful lights inside had disappeared. Zichen said that he was fine, but everyone could tell that something was wrong with him, and it was a big deal. "Zichen, are you alright?" Man She was also very worried about Zichen. "He probably won't die," Wu Xie said with a complicated expression. This time, Zichen could be considered to have turned the tide and saved everyone. "I still have some good pills here. I'll send them to Zichen." Huanlong also took out some high-quality pills. He was about to enter Zichen's virtual realm. Shang Guanhong stepped forward and stopped Huanlong. She said, "No need. Give me the pills. I'll go give them to him." "You?" Huanlong was startled. He said, "Isn't this the same?" This time, it was all thanks to Zichen. "I still want to thank him properly. Moreover, I want to give him some compensation in person." Shang Guanhong shook her head and said, "There's no need to rush the compensation. I'll go in. Compared to you, I'm more worried about his safety." Her voice was very gentle. There was worry in it, but also deep affection. Huanlong was startled again, but he didn't say anything. He just inadvertently glanced at Wu Xie. The latter's expression was very ugly. Shang Guanhong took the pills and was about to enter Zichen's virtual realm. However, as soon as she entered the virtual realm, she paused and then sent out two spiritual thoughts. "Be careful. There might be danger around." The first sentence was sent to Man Shi and Dong Qing at the same time. Then, she sent another message to Man Shi alone. "Guard here. Don't let anyone near this virtual realm." Dong Qing's expression couldn't be seen under the mask. However, the armored beast from before ran over, and so did the powerful battle beast. Man Shi was very confused. However, since Shang Guanhong sent a message, it was obvious that she was afraid of something or was being careful. He didn't ask any more questions and directly stepped forward to stand outside Zichen's virtual realm. Shang Guanhong walked into Zichen's virtual realm. It was still very empty. The originally stable world had become extremely unstable. Many forces were showing signs of violence and going out of control. Zichen was lying on the ground. There was a large patch of blood under him. The saber and shield appeared next to Zichen. "Zichen." Shang Guanhong stepped forward. Regardless of the blood on his body, she directly helped him up. Seeing Zichen like this, she was obviously flustered. Then, Shang Guanhong began to feed Zichen pills. These pills were of very high quality. Under normal circumstances, they could only be obtained from auctions. Zichen's eyes were listless. His wounds were bleeding and he kept coughing up blood. The pills couldn't be fed at all. His spirit was also very weak. He couldn't mobilize the rule power at all. Shang Guanhong, who was already flustered, was even more at a loss after seeing the pills being spat out. She was so flustered that she couldn't put a second pill into Zichen's mouth. Zichen's situation was very bad. If she delayed any longer, she was afraid that his life would be in danger. The flustered Shang Guanhong suddenly gritted her teeth, then picked up the pills and put them into her mouth. These pills melted as soon as they entered her mouth, turning into the purest medicinal effect. Shang Guanhong then held the medicinal juice, leaned over, and pressed her red lips on Zichen's lips. A trace of power shot through the tip of her tongue and gently pried open Zichen's mouth. The medicinal juice in Shang Guanhong's mouth was accompanied by a trace of gentle wood power. She sent the medicinal juice into Zichen's mouth and then into Zichen's stomach. After the medicinal juice entered his stomach, it began to take effect. Waves of vitality entered Zichen's meridians and then healed Zichen's injuries. In this way, Shang Guanhong sent one pill after another into Zichen's stomach. The seriously injured Zichen's condition slowly stabilized. However, his eyes were still listless as if he had already fainted. At this critical moment, Zichen could only enter his own world. However, he did not have the time to retrieve the saber and shield. As for the saber and shield, they had followed Zichen in. Just as Shang Guanhong was healing Zichen, a beam of light rushed out from the saber and shield. This light was like a spirit snake that slithered along Zichen's body and then entered Zichen's mind. Shang Guanhong was doing her best to save Zichen. Moreover, she was treating him under such circumstances, so she naturally did not notice the changes in the saber and shield. When the two beams of light entered Zichen's sea of consciousness, light also appeared in front of Zichen's eyes. In this bright light, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, he was completely healed. After that, he walked out of his illusory world. Outside the illusory world, everyone was anxiously waiting. When they saw Zichen appear, They were very happy. Huan Long was also standing to the side. He looked at Zichen and nodded. Seeing that Zichen was safe, Huan Long said, "All right, let's continue going deeper." "All right." Zichen nodded. Huan Long was still walking in front. Everyone was ready to leave this space. This might be the last powerful existence. We should be reaching our destination soon. I'm really looking forward to the place the treasure map leads us to. I wonder if there are other good things besides the thunder droplet of life. While they were talking, Huan Long was the first to walk out of this space. There were no restrictions outside this space. "Let's go too," Wu Xie said, and then followed him. Everyone walked out of this space one after another and arrived at another place. This was a world dominated by green. As far as the eye could see, everything was green. These green things came from the sky, where large trees grew. However, unlike ordinary trees, the roots of these trees were not on the ground. Instead, they were in the void and absorbed the power of the void. This is the void tree. When everyone saw these trees, their expressions changed immediately. Everyone was surprised, excited, shocked, and in disbelief. During this time, Zichen's expression was the same. As far as the eye could see, there were many void trees. There are actually so many void trees. Heavens, we're rich. There are so many void trees. How much can they be sold for? Idiot, who would sell void trees? It's better to keep these things for your own cultivation. Who said no one would sell them? Huan Long sold them before. Zichen and the two women were so shocked that they could not say a word. The conversation was between Wu Xie and Man Shi. Suddenly, Man Shi noticed something strange and asked, "Where's Huan Long? Why is he missing?" There were only 5 of them around. Huan Long was nowhere to be seen. "Yeah, where's Huan Long?" Wu Xie also noticed that Huan Long was missing. Zichen had always been wary of Huan Long. Now that he realized that Huan Long was not around, his expression changed. However, after releasing his spiritual thoughts and not sensing any abnormalities or danger, he shook his head and said, "Let's ignore him for now. Collecting the void trees is more important." Because there were too many void trees and they were divided into several sections, there was no possibility of the 5 of them killing each other. The 5 of them walked in 5 different directions. There were 5 void trees in each direction, and the number of void trees was about the same. When Zichen was about to reach the void trees, he seemed to have sensed something and paused deliberately. Then, he turned around and looked in the direction of Wu Xie. Wu Xie quickly rushed toward the void trees and prepared to collect them. However, the void trees suddenly moved and revealed a black hole. Just as Wu Xie was surprised, a suction force sucked Wu Xie in. Seeing Wu Xie disappear, Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he saw a cold light in the black hole. Wu Xie's body was shattered by the cold light and disappeared. Zichen's expression changed. He turned to look at Man Shi and saw that his body was instantly torn to pieces. "Man Shi," Zichen shouted, but he quickly shouted, "Shongguan Hong, Dongqing, be careful." Zichen's voice echoed in this world. The 2 of them seemed to have reacted and turned around. However, the moment the 2 of them turned around, 2 sharp blades shot out from the black hole that had just appeared and struck the 2 of them. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 men's bodies directly exploded. Their souls were also instantly destroyed. How can this be? Zichen's face was filled with anger. He released a powerful aura and shouted, "Huan Long, it's you. It's you, isn't it? Zichen, it's your turn now." Chapter 1291. In the blink of an eye, everyone around him had died. Zichen could not accept this reality. He coldly looked at the culprit, Huan Long. Then, he gripped his long saber and charged at Huan Long. Ha. Huan Long laughed complacently. He looked at Zichen with eyes full of ridicule. As the saber slashed, Huan Long's body shook slightly and turned from real to illusory. The saber passed through his body and shot into the distance. Ha ha! Huan Long's laughter echoed. His body became real again. Zichen's expression was cold. He took a step forward and slashed with his saber again. The destruction law surged on the saber, but this time, it did not hit Huan Long's body. The saber slashed through his body again. Huan Long's laughter did not stop. The ridicule on his face were still there. Zichen's angry expression suddenly calmed down. He quietly looked at Huan Long and stopped attacking. Do it. Huan Long stopped laughing and coldly shouted at Zichen. Zichen did not say anything. He just looked at Huan Long. Why aren't you doing it? Are you waiting for me to kill you? Huan Long said again. Zichen's expression became even calmer. He even put away his long saber and said indifferently, okay, come. You. Huan Long's expression changed. Zichen looked at Huan Long and said seriously, I don't know if this is your doing, but I want to say that this is meaningless. What do you mean? Huan Long was stunned. What I mean is that I will hate you even more. Perhaps I will kill you as soon as I return to the real world. As he spoke, Zichen glanced at this world. He had to admit that the void tree in this world was a fatal temptation to Zichen. Once he had these void trees, Zichen's world would be able to absorb energy and transform. However, all of this was fake. Perhaps this was the world of his dreams. Retracting his gaze, he shouted, break. Like an explosion of spring thunder, the entire world was triggered by an energy storm. The world shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. Huan Long disappeared. The void tree disappeared. The entire world ceased to exist. Zichen's consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness and he woke up. The first thing he felt was the strong vitality in his stomach, followed by a touch of warmth on his lips. This is. Zichen might not have much experience in this area, but he could guess what this warm feeling was. Who is it? Zichen thought to himself. Then, he felt a sharp pain. Only then did he remember that he was seriously injured. As for what had just happened, it was just an illusion, or rather, a dream. Zichen, wake up. A soft call sounded in Zichen's ears. Zichen's thoughts were disrupted by this call. It's Shangguan Hong. Zichen's eyelids twitched. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and saw a beautiful face with traces of tears. At this moment, this beautiful face was getting closer and closer to Zichen, until their lips touched once again. Zichen's eyes widened. Naturally, Shangguan Hong's eyes also widened to their limits. Just like that, the two of them pressed their lips together, pausing for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, both of them had a strange feeling in their hearts. Ah! A scream broke the silence of this world. Like a frightened rabbit, Shangguan Hong pushed Zichen away and jumped backward. With this push, Zichen's body leaned forward and fell backward. His head directly hit the void barrier, causing a tremor. Zichen, who was seriously injured, could not withstand such a collision. He immediately let out a strange cry and felt his eyes start to see stars. Sorry. Shangguan Hong reacted quickly and quickly came to Zichen's side. After helping him up, she apologized profusely. However, her face was as red as a ripe apple. I didn't do it on purpose. Shangguan Hong kept apologizing. Zichen coughed softly to hide his embarrassment. He slowly shook his head and then said in a weak voice, where is this? This is your void realm. You ended up here. Shangguan Hong's emotions were also slowly calming down. Zichen sat up and recalled everything that had happened. After he remembered everything, he asked again, where are the others? They're all outside, Shangguan Hong said. Zichen nodded. At this moment, his mind was filled with the strange dream just now. He rarely dreamed, so he could not understand why he would have such a dream at this time. Shangguan Hong saw Zichen's contemplation as worry. She gestured to Zichen to relax and said, before I came in, I told Dongqing and Man Shi to be careful. Nothing should happen. That's good. My injuries are very serious. I need a long time to recover, Zichen said after checking his body. What do you need me to do? Zichen shook his head and said, I don't need anything. As he spoke, Zichen started to sit cross-legged. While maximizing the effects of the medicinal juice in his body, he controlled the nomological fragments to replenish the consumption of this world. This was Zichen's world. There would not be any danger. However, Shangguan Hong was still worried. She stood in the distance to protect Zichen. Besides Zichen, The saber and shield combination was still there. As Zi Chen focused on recovering from his injuries, the saber and shield once again silently released 2 rays of light. These 2 rays of light rushed straight to Zi Chen's spiritual sea. The scene before Zi Chen's eyes changed again. This time, they were standing in the void. This void was emitting multicolored light, but it was not pure darkness. At this moment, the 5 of them looked up at the sky. There was a long river emitting colorful lights. Ah, that's the thunder drop of life. The thunder drop of life. It must be the thunder drop of life. Wu Xie and Man Shi shouted crazily again. What formed the void river were drops of crystal clear water that emitted colorful lightning. They looked like teardrops, but there was lightning on them. They gathered together to form a river, but they also seemed to be independent. They were not affected by gravity and floated in the air. The thunder drop of life, also known as the void thunder drop. Yes, this is our goal, Zi Chen said. He could conclude that this was their goal. There are so many thunder drops of life. We're rich. Idiot, this thing should be kept for our own use. How can we sell it? Why can't we sell it? Yes, this thing can save lives. We can't sell it. It was the same conversation between Wu Xie and Man Shi. In Zi Chen's sea of consciousness, a light seemed to flash. He suddenly turned and said, Huan Long, is Huan Long not here? The 4 people looked at Zi Chen strangely. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. Wu Xie said, Zi Chen, are you stupid? You saw Huan Long leave with your own eyes. Man Shi nodded and said, yes, he left first. He went to scout a path. We followed him. No, if Huan Long went to scout a path, where did he go when we're already here? Maybe he went deeper. Wu Xie pointed at the void in front of them. Would you give up so many thunder drops of life and go deeper? Zi Chen frowned and asked. What do you mean? Wu Xie's voice was somewhat cold. What he means is that you're an idiot. A cold voice suddenly rang out in the void. Huan Long Zi Chen's expression changed. He looked in the direction of the voice but saw nothing. Then, Zi Chen turned back and saw a sharp blade stabbed into Wu Xie's chest. The blade was very strange. There were barbs on it. It had pierced through Huan Long's back and was madly absorbing Wu Xie's vitality. Wu Xie struggled, but it was useless. He looked at Zi Chen with pleading eyes. Zi Chen shouted and slashed forward with his blade. Huan Long sneered and suddenly turned the blade in his hand. Wu Xie's body exploded. Then, Huan Long's figure disappeared and appeared in front of Man Shi. Scram! Man Shi shouted. His body instantly enlarged, and his combat strength and defense greatly increased. PFFF, however, the barbed blade was like a divine weapon. It directly pierced his heart. Then, Huan Long laughed sinisterly. Don't think that I don't know that your lifeline is here. Man Shi fell down in disbelief with a loud bang. Chimph, it's your turn now. While speaking, Huan Long once again charged towards Shangguan Hong. Zi Chen flapped his thunder wings and rushed forward to help. However, Huan Long merely pointed a finger, and Zi Chen's speed was greatly reduced. He could only watch as the sharp blade pierced into Shangguan Hong's body. He could only watch as the weeping beauty fell from the sky. No! Zi Chen roared. His expression turned sinister, but his speed was still very slow. It was as if the fastest speed in the world had become the slowest speed in the world. Roar! The roar of battle beasts echoed in the area. Dong Qing had already summoned her battle beasts. This time, her life was in danger, so she summoned many battle beasts. However, these battle beasts couldn't stop Huan Long at all. His speed was strange and unstoppable. His attack power was even stronger. One battle beast after another was killed by Huan Long. In the end, the barbed blade pierced through Dong Qing's heart. The mask on Dong Qing's face fell off, revealing a beautiful and despairing face. It's your turn. Dong Qing was also dead. Huan Long rushed toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen had completely fallen into madness. His eyes turned red as he slashed down with his blade. This slash contained all of Zi Chen's strength. It was Zi Chen's strongest slash. Huan Long and the barbed blade were cut apart by Zi Chen. At the same time, the world was also cut apart. Zi Chen, who was healing himself, suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. His breathing had become heavy, and his emotions were very unstable. "What's wrong?" Shang Guanhong's voice sounded. Was it an illusion or a dream? Zi Chen couldn't tell. Moreover, this was the second time he had seen this scene, so he felt that something was wrong. His injuries had recovered a little, but they weren't completely healed. He stood up and said, "Come, follow me." Shang Guanhong didn't know what was going on. She could only follow Zi Chen. After walking 3 meters out of the emptiness boundary, Zi Chen saw Wu Xie, Man Shu, and Dong Qing. However, he didn't see Huan Long. Chapter 1292. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to see Zi Chen. They all stepped forward and asked with concern, "Where's Huan Long?" Zi Chen asked again. "He said he couldn't wait for you, so he went in to investigate first," Man Shu said. "He couldn't wait. It's only been a short while." Zi Chen frowned. The three of them looked at Zi Chen strangely. Then, Shang Guanhong walked out and explained, "He's been recuperating. He doesn't know how much time has passed." In fact, Zi Chen had been unconscious the whole time. After waking up, he seemed to be a little restless and did not sense the time. The three of them nodded. This time, Wu Xie said, 2 days have passed. 2 days. Zi Chen was stunned when he heard this. He had only had 2 dreams, and 2 days had already passed. Huan Long waited for you for a day, but you still didn't come out. He decided to go in and investigate first. By the way, this is the reward he specially gave you. TSK, 1 million reality fragments. He's really generous. Wu Xie took out a spirit ring with an envious expression. 1 million reality fragments were equivalent to 10 billion. This was the same amount of resources as Zi Chen had used to break through. Back then, this was an astronomical figure in Zi Chen's eyes. However, in just a few months, Zi Chen had sold more than 10 billion items. Not to mention other things, just the sword and shield combination alone was a sky-high price. Apart from some major forces, Huan Long was probably the only person in the entire Hupping City who could give out 10 billion worth of wealth so casually. Zi Chen took the spirit ring and released his spiritual senses to investigate. These reality fragments were not tampered with, so Zi Chen could use them without worry. "Are we going now?" Wu Xie asked after seeing Zi Chen put away the resources. "Did Huan Long leave any news or clues?" Zi Chen asked. The three of them shook their heads. "Since he didn't leave anything, we'll wait a little longer. My injuries haven't fully recovered yet, so I can use this time to heal." Over the past few days, they had become accustomed to following Zi Chen's arrangements. Even if they felt that it was inappropriate at this moment, no one raised any objections. Moreover, Zi Chen's battle prowess and fearlessness were exactly what they needed. More importantly, Zi Chen's ability to command was crucial. Zi Chen began to treat his wounds while everyone waited patiently. Following this, Zi Chen's injuries healed very quickly. Many resources entered the illusory space and started to stabilize it. During this time, Zi Chen did not dream anymore. Where did Huan Long go? Why isn't he back yet? During this time, Wu Xie and Man Shu would also whisper to each other. It had to be said that everyone had changed a lot after coming out to train this time. Especially when they were with Zi Chen, they knew what a real battle was. Just like the battle with the black-robed man, no one thought that they could kill the black-robed man, but Zi Chen did. Zi Chen's injuries were completely healed, and during this time, the dreamscape did not disturb him again. After opening his eyes, Zi Chen asked, "Is Huan Long back?" Wu Xie and Man Shu shook their heads. "We're not waiting anymore. Let's move on," Zi Chen said after getting up. "Let's go. I can't wait any longer." Wu Xie seemed very excited. "Wait." Zi Chen stopped everyone. When everyone's attention was on him, he said, "For the sake of your safety, I hope that you can listen to my commands." Man Shu scratched his head and said in confusion, "We've been listening to you all this time." Zi Chen shook his head slowly and said, "What I mean is that no matter what happens next, you have to listen to my commands. Without my instructions, I hope that you won't run off." Zi Chen spoke very seriously, and everyone nodded seriously. I might not have made it clear. Now, let me give you an example. For example, if we arrive at a secret place and suddenly see a stretch of void trees or infinite thunder droplets of life not far ahead, even if that happens, you must not go alone without my instructions. Zichen's example was very strange, but they thought that it would not happen, so they nodded again. We can go now. Zichen took out his long saber and walked in front. There was no guidance for the rest of the journey. Huanlong did not even leave behind a mark. However, the danger was no longer there, and everyone could move on smoothly. After leaving this area, they saw a passage. At first, they were very careful, but later they found that there was no danger here. This was a man-made spatial passage. Outside the spatial passage, they could occasionally see light beams flying past. These were destructive light beams that contained powerful destructive power. Which array Grandmaster is it? How could he be so generous as to break through the natural restriction? Similar exclamations came from everyone's mouths one after another. As they walked in the transparent passage, colorful lights floated above their heads from time to time. These colorful lights were very powerful and could easily kill ordinary domain realm experts. This feeling was very exciting. During this time, Mansha suddenly asked, "Is our mission considered complete?" "What do you mean?" Zichen, who was walking in front, asked without looking back. "Our main mission was to escort Huanlong. Now, we've passed by 3 powerful existences. Based on what Huanlong said, it seems that there are no more dangers ahead," Mansha added. "Just tell us what you mean," Zichen said. Mansha scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I mean, if we gain anything later, can we keep it?" The others could not help but laugh when they saw Mansha's expression. Zichen also turned around and looked at Mansha with a strange gaze. From Mansha's expression, he thought of an acquaintance who was greedy for money. However, he did not know if they would have a chance to meet again in this world. The strange look in Zichen's eyes quickly disappeared, and he joked, "Are you going to hand over the reward that Huanlong gave you earlier?" The others laughed. "That's not what I mean. I mean, what if we gain something big?" Mansha waved his hand repeatedly. Everyone started laughing, and their laughter echoed in the passage. Zichen smiled and said, "We might gain something big, but before that, I think we'll be in trouble." "What trouble?" Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen continued to lead the way. "I don't know the details, but I have a bad feeling. Maybe, we'll die." "What? We'll die? Is there still danger?" Wu Xie seemed very excited. He had been overreacting to the word death recently. "What's going on? Didn't you say that there's no danger?" Dong Qing rarely spoke. She had been silent for a long time along the way. Zichen, who was walking forward, stopped again and looked at the 4 of them seriously. Along the way, although everyone had their own opinions about each other, everyone had done their best during the mission. Even Wu Xie had done his best. It was just that he was a little talkative, which inevitably annoyed people. However, he had contributed greatly to this journey. "Do you remember what I said before? Once we reach the place, you have to listen to everything I say," Zichen said. Everyone stopped and nodded along with Zichen. "The reason why I'm saying this is not to defend my position as the commander, or to say that I want to get a bigger share of the rewards, but I know this place." Zichen thought about it seriously and decided to tell the truth. "What's so strange about that? We also know this place. It's the Hengduan mountain range," Wu Xie said. "What I mean is, I already knew about this place before I knew about the Hengduan mountain range. To be more specific, I saw the treasure map in Huanlong's hand." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Shangguan Hong seemed to have thought of something and blurted out, "Could it be Wang Jun and Zhu Chong?" The others did not know about the 2 of them, nor did they know them. "Yes, it's the 2 of them. I saw a map from them that was more than 80% similar to the one in Huanlong's hand. Both maps pointed to the same place. There's nothing strange about that. Maybe the route is different," Wu Xie said doubtfully. "Of course there's nothing strange about that. However, they said that the void tree would be in the place the map pointed to, but Huanlong said that the map pointed to a place with the thunderdrop of life. Huanlong didn't say there was, But he said there might be. You're just too sensitive, Wu Xie said again. Zichen smiled and said, I don't dare to say anything else, but something like the thunder drop of life definitely wouldn't appear here. It's obvious that Huanlong was lying. Also, after entering this place, don't you think it's strange that he didn't make a move? Besides the black-robed beast tamer, the other two powerful existences ignored him. What does that mean? Or rather, what are you trying to say? Wu Xie asked. Everyone could tell that there was a deeper meaning in Zichen's words. He wants to say that there's something wrong with Huanlong. He wants us to be careful and not act rashly. He wants us to listen to his orders. This time, it was Shangguan Hong who said, along the way, I've been observing Huanlong and found that he was indeed a little strange. I also have a feeling that Huanlong is very strange. Zichen wasn't sure what he would see next. He didn't expect everyone to believe him when he said that there was something wrong with Huanlong, but it was fine as long as there was a grudge in their hearts. The rest of the journey was indeed not dangerous. They walked straight to the end of the passage and arrived at their destination. As the crowd stepped out one after another, they arrived at another space. This is. As soon as they entered, everyone subconsciously closed their eyes because of the gorgeous light of this world. As they closed their eyes, the long saber in Zichen's hand began to emit light. The weapon's soul automatically appeared on it, indicating that Zichen had entered battle mode. However, there was no danger. After a few breaths, everyone opened their eyes and saw a strange space. It was a huge space, but it was made up of 6 smaller spaces. There was a large space in the middle that emitted a golden light. Around the large space were 5 smaller spaces. The 6 spaces emitted 6 different colors, rendering this huge space colorful. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 1293. This was a gorgeous world, but it was also a world that made people feel oppressed. This was because this was a world made up of 6 different types of power. Huanlong, who had spoken, was standing in front of everyone. When he saw Zichen and the others appear, he was very happy and walked over. However, he didn't expect that the moment he stepped forward, everyone would subconsciously take a step back. What are you doing? Huanlong asked in surprise. Evildor, don't cause trouble. Show yourself. Mansha shouted. Mansha, are you crazy? Huanlong glared at Mansha, then looked at Zichen, who was ready to fight, and asked, Zichen, what is the meaning of this? Nothing. I just want to cut you down, Zichen said indifferently. Cut me down? Are you kidding me? Have you forgotten the purpose of Hunter's Castle? Also, why do you want to cut me down? It's for the Void Tree. There are many here. You can take as many as you want, Huanlong said with a smile. Are there many Void Trees? Zichen sneered. Huanlong said sternly, Zichen, please don't judge others with your standards. Just because you haven't seen them before doesn't mean they don't exist. To tell you the truth, this is a secret place. Many mansion masters died in battle here. You should know what kind of expert a mansion master is, right? They are second only to the heaven realm. Zichen was unmoved, but the others were somewhat tempted. Huanlong looked at Zichen, shook his head, and said, Zichen, you are really disappointing. Along the way, I saw your commanding ability and thought you were pretty good. I didn't expect you to be wary of me. The reason why I asked for 5 people before coming here is because there are 6 sets of things here. Including me, we each get 1. Huanlong pointed at the 6 colored spaces behind him and said, of course, the biggest one is mine. You can divide the remaining 5 among yourselves. Then, Huanlong's expression changed and he said, Zichen, you are targeting me now. Don't tell me you want to kill me and take these things for yourself. Zichen sneered at Huanlong. Everyone knows that you're very strong. Are you really going to take it all for yourself? Huanlong asked again, his expression turning ugly. A strange expression appeared on Wu Xie's face. Mansha looked at Zichen, then at Huanlong. He scratched his head, clearly having a headache. Only 2 people's expressions did not change. They were Shangguan Hong and Dong Qing. Perhaps it was their women's intuition, but they decided to believe in Zichen. Zichen's blade was still pointed at Huanlong. Nothing had changed. Huan Long looked at Zi Chen with a pained expression. Zi Chen, I never thought that you were such a person. There are so many things here, so many that you won't be able to use them all in your lifetime. Why do you have to be like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Huan Long pointed his finger forward. A ray of light flew out from his fingertip and turned into 5 rays of light. The 5 rays of light then flew into 5 different spaces. Like clouds dispersing in the wind, as the rays of light landed, the originally blurry world became very clear. In these 5 spaces, one could clearly see the shadow of the void tree. There were many of them. In addition to the void tree, one could also occasionally see some colorful lights floating in the void. They looked like gathered thunder droplets of life. That's the void tree and the thunder droplets of life. Seeing this scene from afar, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Everyone was moved, except for the calm Zi Chen. Are these things not enough for you to share? Do you still want to kill people? Huan Long said bitterly. Zi Chen said that there's something wrong with you. He said that it's impossible for there to be thunder droplets of life here, Mansha said. Thunder droplets of life, also known as void tear droplets, are products of the void. There's no void here, so naturally, they won't be produced. However, I'm afraid you don't know this, but in the later realms, void thunder droplets are life-saving items. Almost every expert above the domain realm will search for some to save their lives. There's also the void tree. Although it's very rare and expensive, it's not a problem for existences above the domain realm to obtain some. Huan Long looked at Zi Chen and said, so that's what you're worried about. You don't have to worry about it anymore. There's no need, Zi Chen said indifferently. Then that's great. We'll take one each. Wu Xie and Man Sha were very excited. They wanted to step forward, but when they met Zi Chen's cold gaze, they smiled awkwardly and retreated. You still don't believe me, Huan Long said. Zi Chen put away his saber and said seriously, of course I believe you. However, we're hunters. Our duty is to escort you here. As for the harvest here, it should all belong to you. They all looked at Zi Chen in surprise. Although they didn't know Zi Chen very well, they wouldn't believe that Zi Chen would be so righteous. At this moment, Zi Chen's words were impassioned and moved them. Surprise appeared on Huan Long's face again, but he still shook his head and said, Zi Chen, you have your principles, but so do I. These things are for you. I won't accept them. The two's reaction was far beyond everyone's expectations. If they still couldn't see the problem, then they would be true fools. For a moment, everyone looked at Huan Long in a different light. You don't have to believe me, but I have to do it. These things are for you. I won't touch them. I'll only take what belongs to me. After saying that, Huan Long turned and walked towards the 6th space. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and said, I haven't been looking for you all this time because I need to remove some restrictions here. Sure enough, there were still traces of restrictions being removed. Just like that, Huan Long left without looking back and entered the 6th space. They could vaguely see that there were more resources and more good things there. What should we do? Are we really going to leave so many good things here? Wu Xie asked. Zi Chen smiled faintly and then sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and seemed to have entered a state of cultivation. Wu Xie was a little anxious, but he didn't do anything. This was because Zi Chen had repeatedly emphasized that they had to listen to him. Wu Xie, who had nothing to do, looked at the void in front of him. The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened and a mysterious power spread out. After a while, Wu Xie exclaimed, It's real. Those things are all real. They're all real. None of this is an illusion. Wu Xie was very excited, but unfortunately, no one responded to him. Everyone was expressionless, either sitting or standing. Except for Zi Chen, who had his eyes closed, everyone else was looking at the 6th space. Huan Long was collecting one item after another. Hey, you guys should say something. Are we just going to sit here and watch Huan Long take everything? Wu Xie said unwillingly. Zi Chen said with his eyes closed, What's wrong with that? We'll just wait for him to come and cut him down. He'll come back. Maybe he'll find another exit and run away after he gets what he wants, Wu Xie said unhappily. He should be back. Maybe, after he finishes collecting the resources in that space. After saying that, Zichen no longer paid attention to the outside world. Instead, he mobilized his perfect spiritual senses and began to deduce something. At this moment, a new world appeared in Zichen's mind. This was a projection of the outside world, a miniature version. His spiritual senses were probing this shrunken version of the world, as if he was looking for a loophole. The void tree was absorbing energy. Due to the vibration of energy, small hurricanes were formed, and the hurricanes swept up some dust. The void tear floated in the sky, constantly changing its position due to the vibration of energy. When Huanlong took away a void tree, the energy there stopped flowing. Everything was so real, and there was nothing unusual. However, Zichen didn't believe that all of this was real. This was because he had doubts in his heart, a lot of doubts. He had never dreamed. Or rather, he rarely dreamed. At least, he hadn't dreamed for 1,000 years. But why did he have 2 dreams here? Was it because of his serious injuries? Even when Zichen was about to die, he didn't have any strange dreams. Moreover, why did the dreams have to be related to this place? And yet, he really did see the void tree and the void tear here. Was it a precognitive ability or some kind of warning? Zichen couldn't figure it out, but he was certain that there was something wrong here. However, with his perfect spiritual senses, he had checked every inch of this place, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that there really wasn't anything out of the ordinary? Could it be that he was just imagining things? Or could it be that what happened before was just a simple dream? Just when Zichen was feeling puzzled, an aged voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. What? You still don't understand? Everything here is so logical. There is nothing out of the ordinary, said Zichen. Isn't being logical an abnormality? Cauldron Spirit smiled. How can being logical be an abnormality? Zichen was puzzled. But soon, his eyes lit up. That's right. Being logical is also an abnormality. Cauldron Spirit's words seemed to have opened a window for Zichen. He began to look at the scenery from a different angle. Sure enough, the wind speed is the same every time. The energy absorbed by the void tree is also the same every time. Even the dust raised is almost the same. This in itself is an abnormality. When he looked at this world again, what was originally logical had now become illogical. Furthermore, it was illogical and full of loopholes. It's all wrong. Everything is wrong. And the biggest mistake is, Zichen's eyes lit up. He had finally discovered the essence of the problem. He wanted to thank Senior Cauldron Spirit for his guidance. But then, he suddenly recalled their previous encounter. Back then, he was bewitched by the illusion. It seemed that Cauldron Spirit was also a master of illusionary formations. Zichen opened his eyes. Wu Xie was still blabbering on and on. It was at this moment that Huanlong walked over after collecting everything in that space. Zichen, I'll leave the rest for you. I'm leaving now, said Huanlong. Zichen sneered and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Chapter 1294. Zichen slashed down with his saber, and saber light flashed. What are you doing? Huanlong stared at Zichen with wide eyes. He had no time to dodge, so he could only shout. Seeing this scene, the other's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. Few people could dodge Zichen's decapitation. At the very least, Huanlong could not. With one slash, Huanlong's head was separated from his body, and blood spurted out. Everyone was very surprised. Wu Xie jumped up and shouted, Zichen, are you trying to silence him? Zichen glanced at him with disdain. Huanlong was dead, but the scene in front of them was still the same. The illusion did not disappear at all. Zichen's expression was still calm. He did not turn around, and his entire back was exposed to everyone. If someone were to ambush Zichen now, the success rate would be very high. However, no one moved. After a while, there was a sudden exclamation behind Zichen. The huge space they were in shattered like a mirror. The 5 spaces had disappeared, and many void trees had also shattered. The thunder droplets of life had all disappeared, and in the end, even the largest world had disappeared. Everything was gone except for Huanlong's corpse, which was still spurting blood. How could this be? Wu Xie was a little dumbfounded. Then, he said hatefully, "It must be Huanlong. I've always felt that there was something wrong with him." Sure enough, I guessed it. Their gazes towards Wu Xie were clearly filled with disdain. Even Man Sha had begun to despise him. The 6 spaces had disappeared and were replaced by a huge space. This space was full of death aura and lacked vitality. It was a dilapidated scene. What are those? Void trees. The few of them looked forward with disbelief on their faces. There were withered trees in front of them. These trees were rooted in the void, but they could not absorb power from the void. What a strong sealing power. It can actually prevent the void trees from absorbing power. Even Zi Chen sighed. However, he still did not move out of caution. These withered trees are worth hundreds of billions. Oh my God, if they were shown to the outside world, it would probably cause a sensation. Man Sha sighed in admiration, because in front of them, there were several hundred void trees, but they were all about to wither and die. That damned Huanlong, he actually wants to use an illusion array to harm us. Wu Xie was still brooding over what had just happened. What should we do now? Seeing that Zi Chen didn't move and was very cautious, Shong Guanhong asked. Wait, Zi Chen said calmly. What are you waiting for? Everyone was surprised. Wait for someone to come. People? There are still people here. Everyone was puzzled. Someone will definitely come, Zi Chen said with certainty. What followed was a long wait and silence. Zi Chen closed his eyes again and began to quietly search for a way to break through. Zi Chen did not say anything. He just told them to wait. Wu Xie and Man Sha were clearly anxious. They coveted the void tree in front of them, but they did not dare to rashly approach it. At this moment, Zi Chen's sea of consciousness was looking for any abnormalities in this world. However, compared to the last time, it was very difficult to find any abnormalities in this world. Everything was so reasonable that one could not find any abnormalities in it. Time flew by quickly as they waited. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. After waiting for 10 days, no one had come. Wu Xie was a little impatient and asked, Zi Chen, how long do we have to wait? Zi Chen opened his eyes and said calmly, let's wait a little longer. It had to be said that the world in front of him still gave Zi Chen an illusory feeling. However, he could not find a way to break out of the illusion. Unbeknownst to him, while Zi Chen was waiting, at the place where the second powerful existence had died, the people who had come to search for treasures had been waiting there for 10 whole days. However, the subsequent map had not appeared for a long time. This made them very irritable. Finally, after another 10 days, Zi Chen opened his eyes again. He looked straight at the headless corpse on the ground and said indifferently, Why are you still not getting up? Are you waiting for me to stab you again? It was the first time he had spoken in 10 days, and he was actually talking to a corpse. Wu Xie felt that Zi Chen might have a mental problem. The corpse did not respond at all, so it naturally did not respond. Zi Chen said calmly, This is good. We still have a lot of time. We can wait for you slowly. After saying that, Zi Chen closed his eyes again. Swoosh. The corpse on the ground suddenly jumped up. Its target was Zi Chen. A sharp cold light pierced toward Zi Chen's forehead. Clang. A saber light flashed in front of Zi Chen. The long saber blocked the cold light, and Zi Chen, who was sitting on the ground, retreated several meters. The sudden change shocked everyone. When they looked ahead again, the headless corpse disappeared and Huanlong appeared again. His face was full of anger. Huanlong, you're not dead yet. Wu Xie exclaimed. How can I die when you're not dead? Huanlong sneered. Zi Chen jumped up from the ground and charged at Huanlong with his saber in hand. His expression was extremely ugly, especially when he saw the barb in Huanlong's hand that was the same as the one that killed everyone in the dream. Your saber is not invincible. Huanlong sneered. Instead of retreating, he advanced and stabbed at Zi Chen with his barb. Clang. The barb and the long saber collided again, creating sparks and energy fluctuations. The two retreated. You're not an array master at all. I set up a double illusion. How did you see the problem? Huanlong stepped forward again and asked at the same time. Chen held the long saber in his hand and flapped the lightning wings on his back. His figure disappeared. Would you believe me if I said I relied on my intuition? Chen's voice sounded behind Huanlong Fut. The barb turned around and stabbed into Chen's body. However, it was only an illusion. The real Chen had already appeared beside Huanlong Fut. Chen's long saber slashed down. It was still Huanlong's head. As soon as his head was cut off, Huanlong's body dissipated. It was also an illusion. Chen's pupils shrank, and his expression turned solemn. In this short exchange, he could see that Huanlong was on par with him in all aspects. Intuition? Do you think you can break my illusion with intuition? Huanlong's body appeared dozens of meters away as he said coldly. My intuition is extraordinary. When I saw you in Hunter's Castle, I felt that there was something wrong with you. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. From the moment I stepped onto the Jianwu continent, my senses were very sharp. Chen indifferently said, so, I've been observing you all this time. I always felt that there was something wrong with you. As for this illusion, it was also my intuition. Huanlong found it hard to believe. That's impossible. I set up an illusion. How could you know there was something wrong with it with your intuition? Suddenly, Huanlong's expression changed. You have lightning speed and the lightning clan's supreme treasure. Could it be that you're from the Tianwu continent? You also have perfect spiritual sense. Huanlong knew a lot. He had revealed many of Chen's secrets, but he didn't care. He was just a little surprised. I didn't expect you to reveal all my secrets. However, I don't know your secrets. Isn't that a loss? That's impossible. Perfect spiritual sense is extraordinary. How could you have it? Huanlong still couldn't believe it. Is it strange? In the Tianwu continent, there are many people with perfect spiritual sense. I'm just one of the most ordinary ones. When Huanlong looked at Chen again, there was a complicated look in his eyes. There was shock, jealousy, greed, and of course, hatred. He let out a long sigh. You don't understand. Perfect spiritual sense is extraordinary. It's something that no one else has. However, the strongest thing isn't innate, but acquired. Behind Chen, there was a 3-meter barrier. Huanlong's attention was focused on it again. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed again. He then asked, I want to know what else you have besides your perfect spiritual sense. Chen's heart shook. He had a feeling that Huanlong knew something. However, the 3 pages of the heavenly book were his trump cards. Although everyone in the Tianwu continent knew about it, it was a secret in this world. Seeing that Huanlong didn't directly reveal the secret of the heavenly book, Huanlong had already guessed that the heavenly book was extraordinary. Therefore, he pretended to be at a loss and asked, could it be that a person has more than one perfect thing? Of course not, said Huanlong. Then he stared at Chen. That's impossible. Everyone only has one, and it's innate. Apart from me, I know another perfect body. He also only has one. Chen was very agitated. There were very few people who could see through Chen. Chen didn't believe that Huanlong could see through him. Moreover, he had indeed seen a perfect body before. Therefore, he guessed that there might be someone who was born with perfect spiritual sense. Huanlong clearly couldn't tell if Chen was born with a perfect body or a heavenly book. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he said, forget it. I'll know everything after I kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack Chen. When the others heard the conversation between the two, they were confused. They had never heard of the words perfect spiritual sense and perfect body. The reputation of the perfect series couldn't even compare to the Lightning Clan's extreme speed in the Jianwu continent. The battle began again. Chen cast aside all distracting thoughts and decided to kill Huanlong first. Even though he knew that his ability to fuse with the heavenly book seemed to be an extraordinary method, he didn't have time to think about it. Die! Surging power began to surge. At this moment, the entire world trembled because of the 2 people who had erupted with powerful strength. Bang! Boom! The energy kept surging like giant beasts charging into the distance, causing the void trees to tremble. Zichen was very strong. Everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes along the way. However, they didn't expect Huanlong, who had never fought before, to be so powerful. After dozens of consecutive attacks, the two separated. Huanlong sneered and said, "I admit that you're very strong. However, your realm is too low. You can't defeat me." Zichen replied indifferently, "Realm never represents combat power." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Huanlong. Huanlong sneered and stabbed the barb in his hand at Zichen's heart. At this moment, the two of them didn't dodge and allowed each other's attacks to come. It was as if they were fighting with their lives on the line. Chapter 1295. The two attacked with all their might without any defense. But in the end, Huanlong's barb was a little faster. His barb stabbed Zichen's body, but it was blocked by the armor that appeared on his body. There was also a shield on the surface of the armor, which was transformed from the scale shield Flamefoal. This was Zichen's trump card. Even the black-robed man couldn't break through it, let alone a mere Huanlong. Although the barb was extraordinary, he didn't think it could break through the defense. But reality proved that the barb didn't break through the defense. Similarly, the barb didn't need to break through the defense. When the barb hit the shield, a mysterious force emerged from it. When the force landed on the shield, it instantly created a large hole in the shield. To be more precise, this large hole was more like a spatial passageway, and the place it led directly to was Zichen's heart. Opening a passage ignored defense. This was the unique ability of the barb. This scene made Zichen's expression change, and so did everyone else's. However, it was impossible for them to react at this moment. Even if they had the fastest speed in the world, they wouldn't be able to dodge. In fact, Zichen didn't think of dodging. The long saber in his hand pressed forward bravely. Pu. Pu. Just as the barb pierced Zichen's heart, the long saber in Zichen's hand reached Huanlong's neck. The barb pierced into Huanlong's heart, and the long saber began to cut into Huanlong's neck. After that, Huanlong's head left his body, and Zichen's heart was pierced through. At the same time, destructive power surged out from the two weapons. One destroyed Zichen's body, while the other destroyed Huanlong's head. Boom! Boom! Huanlong's head exploded, and a surge of energy exploded in Zichen's body, instantly crushing Zichen's internal organs. This power stopped there, because Zichen's body formed layers of energy defensive walls, which began to resist and dissolve this power. Bang! Zichen sent the headless Huanlong flying with a kick. Huanlong's clenched barb was pulled out of Zichen's body, along with a large amount of blood and fragments of his organs. A bloody hole appeared in Zichen's chest. His face instantly turned pale, and at the same time, he looked very unsightly. This was because Huanlong, who had been decapitated, was not bleeding at all. It did not look like a real body at all. Shongguan Hong and the others rushed over. At the same time, they took out pills and signaled Zichen to quickly recover. "It's useless. He's dead for sure after being hit by my attack." A cold voice came from the front of the crowd. It was Huanlong's headless body. Another head had grown out of it. He looked at Zichen and said sarcastically, "I've seen all of your methods along the way. I know you very well and know how to kill you. Now that you've been hit by my attack, it contains the destructive energy that I used my life to stimulate. This energy will directly destroy you, and all pills will be ineffective." As if to verify Huanlong's words, Zichen began coughing up blood. The golden blood turned black, and there were fragments of his organs in it. "You were prepared," Zichen said coldly as he wiped away the blood. "Of course." Huanlong sneered. "Damn you, I'll kill you." Man Sha roared and charged at Huanlong. "Be careful of his weapon," Zichen reminded, and then coughed up blood again. Roar. Man Sha actually let out a bestial roar. His entire body transformed again, and he seemed to be in a state of extreme anger. His eyes were red, and a tyrannical aura surged around him. A battle armor automatically formed on the surface of his body. When he swung his fist to attack, it directly caused the void to tremble. Clang! Huanlong used his barb to block, and a sonorous sound erupted. At the same time, the powerful force forced Huanlong to retreat. Puff! Just as he retreated, Huan Long felt a life-threatening crisis. He quickly dodged, and a destructive light beam brushed past his body and pierced through his lower abdomen. However, there was still no blood, and the injury quickly healed. At this moment, Huan Long seemed to have an immortal body. The vertical eye between Wu Xie's eyebrows opened, and he was about to attack again. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing also attacked at this time. As powerful existences of Hunter's Castle, they were naturally very strong. Be careful, don't let him get close. No one can block that stab. Zi Chen stood in the distance and commanded. He was not dead yet. Puff, puff, puff. Huan Long was surrounded and attacked repeatedly, but he did not die at all. Moreover, he seemed to be even more powerful than Wu Xie's immortal body. There was indeed a destructive power in Zi Chen's body. It was an extremely high-level power. Zi Chen did not want to admit it, but he had to. It was the power of a domain. If it were anyone else, they would definitely die. Even if they had the immortal body, they would most likely lose 90% of their lives. However, when it came to Zi Chen, this power could only cause him trouble, but it could not kill him. In the current era, other than using brute force to kill, it was almost impossible for anyone to use brute force to slowly erode Zi Chen and kill him. This was because Zi Chen had the law of destruction, which surpassed the law of this world. He could destroy all the laws of this world. After this power was suppressed, Zi Chen tried to expel it. Although it was very slow, it was still effective. The four of them surrounded Huan Long and fought very conservatively. Only the immortal body Wu Xie fought very aggressively. During this time, his body shattered twice and reformed again. As for Huan Long's body, it was shattered again and again, but it reformed again and again. He seemed to be competing with Wu Xie's immortal body. What should we do? He also has an immortal body. We can't kill him at all. Wu Xie shouted. Behind them, Zi Chen said indifferently, there is no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Everyone will die. Hearing these cold words, Wu Xie couldn't help but shudder. Zi Chen continued, moreover, I've seen two powerful existences with immortal bodies die with my own eyes. Wu Xie's heart began to turn cold. Kill. If you can't kill him once, then kill him 10 times, then 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. If you still can't kill him, then kill him until he's dead. However, I believe that he definitely doesn't have an immortal body, Zi Chen said. If it's not an immortal body, then what is it? Shang Guanhong asked while the battle was still going on. I'm guessing it's an energy body. Once the energy is exhausted, he will die, Zi Chen said indifferently. Huan Long's expression became very ugly. It was unknown whether it was because Zi Chen had guessed his origin or Zi Chen's increasingly powerful tone. You're not dead yet. Finally, Huan Long spoke. His attention returned to Zi Chen as he dodged several attacks. Not yet. I think it will be soon, Zi Chen said with a mocking smile. Damn it. Huan Long cursed. Things had gone beyond his expectations. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he did, it would be over. Roar. A dragon roar suddenly came from his mouth. Then, Huan Long shook his body and transformed into a several hundred meters long silver dragon. The dragon scales on the surface of his body looked like an illusion of space. His entire body seemed to be indestructible. The huge dragon head was ferocious and mighty, and its eyes were filled with deep hatred. After seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. Zi Chen sneered, should I call you Huan Long or Huan Long? You can call me whatever you want, but today, you must die. A loud voice came from Huan Long's mouth. Huan Long, you're actually a dragon. Everyone was stunned. Roar. The dragon roar came again. 2 cold bolts of lightning shot out from Huan Long's eyes. These 2 bolts of lightning seemed to contain thousands of lightning bolts and exploded in an instant. Endless lightning bolts appeared before everyone's eyes. The entire world turned into a sea of lightning. Then, this sea of lightning formed a world, a real illusory world. This is. Wu Xie looked at the world in front of him with an incredulous expression. How is this possible? Dong Qing's eyes flashed with a strange light. Heavens, This kind of thing really exists. Shang Guanhong was also very excited. Where is this place? It feels very familiar. Man Shi scratched his head and walked forward. The four of them saw four different things. Then, they walked forward at the same time. At this moment, they forgot about the battle and Huan Long. It was as if their entire thoughts had changed because of this world. Zi Chen. An unexpected voice sounded. Zi Chen saw a beautiful figure. It was Su Mengyao. Zi Chen, you're finally back. A green light flashed and turned into a beautiful and playful girl. It was Lin Shui. We've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally back. A gentle voice sounded. It was Shangguan Yue who walked over from afar. Zi Chen, welcome back. Wang Xian carried a long sword on her back. She wore tight clothes and her hair was tied up at the back. She looked valiant. Hihi, I heard that you're doing well in Zhonwu continent. Did you bring anything good back? You can get half of it when we meet. A monk in a monk's robe with a big belly also arrived. Zi Chen. Devil Ape also appeared. Zi Chen. Then, Longhu, Spirit-Devouring Rat, Flying Divine Tiger, Savage Dragon, and others appeared one after another. After that, Zi Chen saw many familiar faces. These people were all his friends and brothers. They came over and surrounded Zi Chen. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. Zi Chen was a little confused. He didn't understand why this was happening. He felt that there was a fog in his head. It was as if the fog was blocking something. Zi Chen was in a daze. Everyone pulled him back to Wuji sect. Along the way, they met many cultivators. These people bowed respectfully to Zi Chen. There was an inexplicable fanaticism in their eyes. Slowly, Zi Chen seemed to recall something. Then, he really integrated into this place. Outside, Huan Long sneered after seeing this. At the same time, he said indifferently, "Die." Lin Shui took out a shirt. She said that she had just knitted it and gestured for Zi Chen to put it on. But when Lin Shui approached Zi Chen's skin, Zi Chen suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Then, Zi Chen felt a lot of dangerous auras. But where did the danger come from? Chapter 1296. Both parties had already come into contact with each other, but Zi Chen did not sense any danger at all. But at this moment, Zi Chen felt a sense of danger. Lin Shui was holding a piece of clothing in her hand, and she wanted Zi Chen to try and see if it fit. Su Mengyao walked towards Zi Chen with a fruit in her hand, Shangguan Yue had an extra ribbon on her wrist, and the longsword on Wang Xian's back was glowing. Demon Ape was holding a new weapon for Zi Chen to appraise. Zi Chen, look at this stone sword of mine. Isn't it different from the original one? Zhong Haotian said. Monk walked over stealthily, then took out an item from his chest and said, "Hehe, come and take a look at my repaired demon-subduing pestle." In short, there were many people around, and almost all of them had things in their hands. Moreover, they were all walking towards Zi Chen, as if they were going to surround and attack him. But Zi Chen did not believe that they would attack him. The warning signs of danger became more frequent, and Zi Chen's expression became uneasy. There was hesitation and struggle on his face. Zi Chen, what's wrong? Everyone was obviously very concerned about Zi Chen, and they all saw the slight changes in his expression. Zi Chen shook his head. He chose to believe in his own people and ignore these warnings. However, at this moment, a loud bell-like sound rang out in his mind. This bell-like sound was melodious, and it carried a certain meaning. It was as if he was enlightened, and it dispelled the fog in Zi Chen's mind. At this moment, the trace of confusion in Zi Chen's eyes disappeared, and it was replaced by clarity. "Zi Chen, what's wrong?" Everyone asked again, and they were very concerned. The clear Zi Chen's sharp senses returned, and he saw many abnormalities. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, my progress is too slow, and I can't go back to find you guys." With that, Zi Chen closed his eyes. The instant Zi Chen closed his eyes, the gazes of those familiar people around him turned sinister and vicious. Their gazes were exactly the same as Huolong's. The things in their hands turned into sharp weapons in an instant. The clothes in Xuelin's hand changed, the fruit in Su Mengyao's hand changed, the ribbon in Shangguan Yue's hand turned into a scimitar, and the long sword on Wang Xiana's back was unsheathed. As for the weapons in the hands of the others, they released a dazzling light in the next moment and attacked Zichen. Facing the attacks from all directions, Zichen still had his eyes closed. However, his mouth opened and he softly shouted, "Ha!" This was the first syllable of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra of the Buddhist sect. After Zichen softly uttered it, it became incomparably loud, like a thunderclap that shook the entire world. All around, the people surrounding Zichen slowed down their movements. In the next moment, it was as if they had fallen into a quagmire, their movements becoming extremely sluggish. "Is that so?" Immediately after, a second sound rang out. This sound shook the entire space, causing it to tremble. Following the vibration brought about by this syllable, the faces of the surrounding people immediately revealed painful expressions, as if there were tens of thousands of ants gnawing at their bones. Some of them couldn't help but fall down and start wailing. The wailing sounds in the surroundings started to undulate, like the cries of vengeful ghosts. The sounds were mournful and painful. The corners of Zichen's eyes were trembling because these were all sounds that he was familiar with. However, he still didn't open his eyes. Instead, he softly uttered the third syllable as fast as he could. "Ha!" As soon as the third syllable was uttered, the sound of thunder began to vibrate, and the surrounding space trembled even more violently. Immediately after, a mighty force that belonged to the Sanskrit spread out in all directions with Zichen as the center. Wherever this mighty force passed, the figures of the people that Zichen was familiar with began to dissipate. It was as if the clouds had dispersed, and the sound of thunder had disappeared. Zichen's surroundings became extremely empty, and only the echoes of the miserable screams were still reverberating. Zichen could tell where all the voices belonged from the echoes. It wasn't until these voices dissipated that Zichen opened his eyes again. There was no longer the usual decisiveness in his eyes, and his emotions had also become very complicated. Although he knew that everything was fake and Zichen had broken through this illusion, it still evoked his longing. This might be Zichen's weakness. Compared to the indecisiveness that Zichen was showing at this moment, the tall figure behind Zichen was much colder. The Sanskrit of Buddhism revered Buddha, so a Buddha shadow would appear behind him. It would appear benevolent and amiable, and there would always be a smile on its face that would make people feel at ease. Compared to the tall golden Buddha shadow, the figure that belonged to Zichen behind him was pure black. It looked more like a pure demon, very cold and cruel. Zichen didn't revere Buddha. He only revered himself. This is the damned Buddhist mantra of the bald donkey. In the outside world, Mirage Dragon naturally saw what was happening on Zichen's side. His expression immediately changed, and he angrily cursed, "This is that damn Baldy's thing. Why does Zichen have this kind of thing? Moreover, how did he see through my illusion?" Mirage Dragon couldn't understand. He thought that he understood Zichen very well, but today, Zichen had exceeded his expectations twice. In the illusory space, Zichen sat cross-legged, and the power of the mantra appeared again. Ah, ah, ah. Back then, he had only learned the first 3 notes. When he wanted to learn the power of the mantra, he was forcefully kicked out by the old monk. Therefore, his mantra was not complete. If he wanted to break this illusion, he could only recite it over and over again, allowing the strange power of the mantra to spread to every corner of this world. Zichen regretted not asking He-Shan for the other 3 notes before he left. If the 6 tones were complete, then he would be able to break through this illusion with just one play. Ah, ah, ah. With Zichen as the center, the 6-syllable mantra spread in all directions. Soon, it filled up his world and spread to the surrounding worlds. How could this be? Dongqing's body was covered in blood, and she looked at the sword and shield combination in front of her in disbelief. This was just the sword and shield combination of a cub, but it was extremely powerful. With a single glance, she could tell that it was the best among its peers. However, it was even more difficult to capture and communicate with. At this moment, she only wanted to subdue the sword and shield. However, it was very difficult. In the process of subduing it, her life was already in danger. Suddenly, a sound came from the outside world. At first, this sound was like a mosquito buzzing beside her ear, making her feel annoyed. However, she wanted to continue listening. Soon, the sound became louder, causing the energy in the void to shake. In the midst of the shaking, the fog that was blocking Dongqing's spiritual sense began to loosen. After that, the sound became louder and clearer. This is the sound of Buddhist chanting. Dongqing was very surprised. Then, the fog completely dissipated. After her spiritual sense returned, she naturally saw the abnormality here. Is this my home? Why do you keep hitting me? Mansha was talking to a group of stones. These stones were very strange. They could change their size. At this moment, these stones were revolving around Mansha. Some of them suddenly changed directions and directly pierced through Mansha's body. The barbarian stone was very weak, but he was very stubborn. He wanted to know if this was his home, and if he was one of these stones. However, the stones didn't answer him at all. They just kept attacking him. Suddenly, the sound of stones breaking through the air was heard. This sound did not attract Mansha's attention at first, but it soon became louder and clearer. After hearing it clearly, Mansha scratched his head and said, "Someone is singing, but it's so strange. Why does it only know one line, but it sounds very good?" The power of the mantra filled the world where Mansha was. Then, these stones seemed to have a life of their own. They became anxious, and some even began to tremble. "Are you very afraid?" Mansha asked, but naturally, he did not get an answer. "Stop singing, they are very afraid." Mansha shouted towards the sky. At the same time, he punched towards that direction, one punch after another. The strange power did not disperse at all. Then, this power began to vibrate in this place. The surrounding stones dissipated, and the surrounding scene also disappeared. "Ah, damn it, Mirage Dragon, it must be the Mirage Dragon." Mansha withdrew his fist and looked at the empty surroundings. When the strange power spread towards Shongguan Hong, she was also injured. It was the thing she valued the most, the Heart of Wood Spirit. However, the Heart of Wood Spirit had a very strong attacking power. She could not catch it, nor could she refine it. Only when the power of the mantra spread and dispersed the fog that blocked her spiritual sense did she wake up. Then, she felt a wave of lingering fear. Who is the one singing? Who saved me? Shongguan Hong looked towards the sky. In the last world, Wu Xie had a book in front of him. The book recorded the secret of the undying body. This secret clearly stated his worries about the undying body in his heart, as well as the method to resolve it. Is this really going to work? Wu Xie was a little uncertain, but he wanted to try. Along the way, he had encountered too many dangers. Even the undying body could die, so he wanted to not die. Therefore, he took out a sharp blade and directly pierced towards the vertical eye between his eyebrows. Ah! Then, Wu Xie's miserable cry resounded in this world. The vertical eye between his eyebrows began to bleed. It's too light, but it's too painful. How can I do it? Who can help me? Wu Xie looked towards the sky and shouted. Then, he called out the power of the mantra. After that, the power dispersed Wu Xie's fog. Wu Xie quickly realized that this was an illusion. He screamed again because he almost crippled himself just now. Ma, ma, ma. The illusions of these people were all broken, but this world did not disappear. The power of the mantra was still reverberating. The four people who woke up seemed to have guessed the use of the power of the mantra. They began to transfer power to this world. Soon, the whole world was filled with power. It was like a bomb, waiting for the fuse to ignite and then explode. Zichen, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes and stopped his chanting. The tall demonic figure behind him had its own intelligence. A black blade appeared in his hand. This was a black blade completely formed by the power of the mantra. Chapter 1297. When the blade came down, the entire space trembled. The boundless mighty energy resonated with the energy that the party had unleashed, causing the world to crumble. No. A roar came from outside the world. Then, the entire world rumbled and crumbled. Thousands of lightning bolts exploded once again. Zichen and the other four appeared. At this moment, Mirage Dragon's eyes were shedding tears of blood. How is this possible? How did you break my illusion? Mirage Dragon stared at Zichen in disbelief. His voice was filled with astonishment. Zichen appeared in perfect condition. Mirage Dragon's illusion was very frightening. Zichen had nearly fallen for it. But at the crucial moment, Cauldron Spirit woke him up. If it wasn't for Cauldron Spirit, he would surely have fallen for it. Zichen turned around to look at the others. He discovered that they were not in good condition. Dongqing's mask had long disappeared. Her body was covered in bloody scars. Her black robe was torn in several places, revealing her fair skin. She was indeed very beautiful, but at this moment, she was very weak. Shang Guanhong and Man She were also injured. However, the one with the heaviest injuries was Wu Xie. The vertical pupil between his brows could no longer move. He had temporarily lost his most powerful means. Behind Zichen, the lofty demonic figure was still standing. He gave off an oppressive aura. After seeing the demonic figure, the four understood that it was Zichen who had saved them. Immediately, their faces were filled with gratitude. Heal your injuries first. I will deal with him. Zichen had fully recovered from his injuries in the illusion. He once again had the strength to fight. He tightly clenched his long sword and charged at Mirage Dragon without saying a word. Behind him, the lofty demonic figure followed with his sword in hand. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded. Mirage Dragon's eyes that were filled with tears of blood once again shot out 2 lightning bolts. It was these lightning bolts that had trapped the party and nearly killed them. Zichen swung his long sword at the lightning bolts. His long sword flashed but it hit nothing. Behind him, the lofty demonic figure's long sword followed. The illusory long sword was condensed with the mighty energy of an incantation. This incantation specialized in breaking the Tao of demons and illusions. Boom! The pitch-black long blade struck the electric light, causing an energy vibration. The electric light was extinguished by the black blade. Huan Long let out another miserable shriek as more tears of blood welled up in his eyes. At the same time, he swung his tail and charged toward Zichen. The saber in Zichen's hand began to glow. Many of the laws began to change before finally transforming into a destructive law. Zichen swung his saber down. In the process of slashing down, the bladed golden-eyed beast appeared and provided a great deal of power to the black saber. With great difficulty, the black blade broke through the phantom dragon's defense. Immediately after, the long blade slashed downwards, intending to cut off the phantom dragon's entire tail. Damn it! The phantom dragon roared and turned its head. Taking advantage of the fact that the black blade was stuck in its body, it bit at Zichen. Zichen clenched his fist and punched back. The golden light of his fist shone between heaven and earth. Clang! The punch landed on the dragon tooth, producing a resounding clang. Under the powerful vibration, Zichen was sent flying backwards, pulling out his long blade. However, the strange thing was that after breaking through the phantom dragon's defense, no dragon blood flowed out. The wounds on the phantom dragon's body quickly healed. Then, it charged towards Zichen. On the ferocious dragon head, the dragon's mouth was wide open. The dragon's roar turned into a materialized sound wave that headed towards Zichen. The demonic shadow on Zichen's back had already dissipated. A light shield appeared on his armor, blocking all the sound waves. After that, it was a great battle between man and dragon. Zichen deliberately pulled the battlefield apart to give the others enough time to recover. At the same time, they would not be affected by the battle. The phantom dragon seemed to have an immortal body. No matter how Zichen tried to kill it, it could not be killed. Zichen guessed that if he cut off the phantom dragon's head, it would die. However, he did not have the opportunity to do so. In addition to creating an environment, the phantom dragon was also very fast. It was even faster than Zichen's extreme speed. Moreover, it was constantly changing between illusion and reality. It was impossible for Zichen to deal a fatal blow. This was a battle between two people of the same level. Just like ordinary battles in the Zhonwu continent, it would take a long time for the victor to be decided. The battle would only end when one side was completely drained of energy or became extremely weak. The sound of energy explosions continued. The battle had reached a stalemate. Neither side could do anything to the other. During this time, the dragon's roar and Zi-Chen's roar could be heard. The phantom dragon wanted to exhaust Zi-Chen to death, but it was not realistic. After all, he knew how abnormal Zi-Chen was. Moreover, the passage of time was very unfavorable for him. Once Man Shi and the others recovered, he would be besieged. The phantom dragon was very anxious. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes again. Facing the cold lightning, Zi-Chen did not dodge. The demonic shadow appeared behind him once again and slashed at the cold lightning. The phantom dragon's most powerful attack was restrained by Zi-Chen's incantation force. The phantom dragon roared unwillingly. However, it was not realistic for him to kill Zi-Chen. Therefore, he became very anxious. Because he was too anxious, he made mistakes again and again. This allowed Zi-Chen to seize the opportunity to stab him a few more times. He even almost lost his head. Just when the two were in a deadlock, a roar came from behind Zi-Chen. This roar came from Man Shi. He had recovered from his injuries and joined the battle. Whoosh! A nimble wooden sword arrived on the battlefield first and directly hit a wound on the phantom dragon's body that could not be healed in time. Afterward, the wooden sword began to melt and turned into a green stream of water that flowed into the wound. In the next moment, a small green sapling appeared from the wound. The phantom dragon let out a miserable scream. The sapling was absorbing his vitality. His body began to emit light and forcibly separated a piece of his body. At this moment, Man Shi arrived. His millstone-like fist hit the phantom dragon's body and sent him flying dozens of meters away. With a helper, the pressure on Zi-Chen was greatly reduced. However, he did not let down his guard. He was worried that there would be another unforeseen event. Therefore, the frequency of his attacks increased. Wu Xie's injuries were the most serious. He had not recovered yet. On the contrary, it was Dongqing who had recovered. As soon as she recovered, a strange look appeared in her eyes. Then, she lightly shouted, "Sword and shield, come." Following her words, two small beasts rushed out from the 3 meters behind Zi-Chen. They were the sword and shield duo that had followed Zi-Chen in. After the two small beasts rushed out, they rushed towards Dongqing and turned into a sword and shield. She held the sword in her right hand and the shield in her left. After testing the weight, she rushed forward like a warrior. Whoosh! Her whole body soared into the sky and attacked the phantom dragon. The phantom dragon clawed at Dongqing. A powerful force surged on the dragon claw, bringing with it a destructive aura. Dongqing raised the shield in his left hand. The shield began to emit light and then directly became bigger until it completely blocked the attack. Boom! The powerful force caused a tremor after hitting the shield. The scale shield flame foal began to dissolve the force. At this moment, Dongqing appeared. He then held the blade golden-eyed beast that had turned into a sword of light and fiercely slashed at the dragon claw. Poof! The sword light flashed. The dragon claw was cut off and fell to the ground. Dongqing held the sword and shield and retreated dozens of meters. On the other side, with the sword and shield, Dongqing's battle power had greatly increased. He did not even need to summon other beasts. On the other side, Shong Guanhong and Man Shi cooperated and attacked the phantom dragon until it screamed, "Die!" Zi-Chen seized the opportunity and flashed to the phantom dragon's body. Holding the sword with both hands, he ruthlessly stabbed towards the phantom dragon's neck. The long sword penetrated the phantom dragon's body with difficulty. Then, Zi-Chen changed the direction of his sword and pulled it downwards, wanting to cut open the phantom dragon's head. The phantom dragon once again screamed in pain. With an assistant, the phantom dragon was completely beaten up. It screamed again and again and had almost no strength to fight back. Moreover, because it had consumed too much energy, its speed and reaction had gradually slowed down. Man Shi sprinted a few steps, causing the ground to tremble. When he soared into the sky, he just happened to meet the phantom dragon's head. He clenched his fists together like a huge hammer and ruthlessly smashed towards the phantom dragon's head. Boom! Under this smash, the phantom dragon's entire body trembled. At the same time, It was unable to maintain its balance and fell to the ground. During the process of falling, another small sapling that absorbed life force grew out from its body. Moreover, it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen, who had just been forced back, took the opportunity to charge forward. He arrived at the place where the mirage dragon had been injured and began to cut it again. The phantom dragon fell to the ground and smashed a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, because of the pain, it kept rolling on the ground. Soon, the world was filled with smoke and dust, and nothing else could be seen. The battle continued in the smoke and dust, and no one had the slightest intention of stopping. During this period, the frequency of the phantom dragon's screams increased, but the sound was getting lower and lower. When the ground stopped shaking, it meant that the battle was over. The smoke and dust in the sky dispersed, and a huge dragon corpse appeared on the ground. The dragon's head had been cut off and fell to the side. The dragon's eyes were wide open, and the tears of blood inside had yet to dry. As for the dragon corpse, it was also full of wounds, and there were some sparkling green saplings. The whole world fell into silence again, and even the sound of breathing seemed to have stopped. The four people in the sky looked down at the dragon corpse and remained silent for a long time. The battle is finally over. Man-Sha heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the ground. Then, he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the dragon corpse. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing also landed. At this moment, Dong Qing was still holding a sword and shield in his hands. "The battle is over," Chen suddenly said with a cold smile. "What do you mean?" The three immediately looked up at Chen. Chen lowered his head and looked at the sword and shield in Dong Qing's hands. After pondering for a moment, he said indifferently, "The battle might have just begun." As Chen's words fell, the huge dragon corpse disappeared in front of them. At the same time, the world with hundreds of withered void trees also slowly dissipated. Everything was like an illusion. Now that the battle was over, all the illusions disappeared, and the real world appeared in front of them. Chapter 1298. The few who were sober were filled with anticipation for the real world. Chen was the only one who became worried and vigilant. Along the way, he had the feeling that he was being targeted and schemed against. Just a moment ago, after Dong Qing recovered from his injuries, Chen sensed a familiar energy from his space. The blade and shield naturally left his body and came under the control of Dong Qing. The seal on the blade and shield that came from Chen was broken. Dong Qing began to command the blade and shield. This point was very unusual. Chen did not ask Dong Qing why he did this because all the mysteries would be revealed soon enough. Whether it was the aureole behind or the real scheme, the conclusion would soon be drawn. The space they were in just a moment ago had disappeared. It was an illusory space, Mirage Dragon's natal illusory space. Naturally, the withered void tree there was also fake. The party returned to the real world. It was a world full of colors. Just like an eggshell, the colorful world surrounded the outside while Chen and the others were in the middle of the eggshell. The colorful lights around them were not caused by some kind of peculiar energy or secret treasure. Instead, they were layers of seals. These colorful seals were like giant chains, locking down this part of the world. Not only did they lock down this part of the world, but they also locked down this space, locking down all the places that could be connected to the outside world. To be precise, this place was a land of death. If one did not have something like a fragment of the edict on them, they would not be able to absorb the slightest bit of energy from this space. What is this place? Where are our gains? The party looked around, but there was nothing. Chen, on the other hand, was filled with vigilance. This was because this space itself was not ordinary. This was the most powerful formation he had ever seen. "This is the heaven and earth sealing formation," a voice sounded in Chen's sea of consciousness. It was none other than Cauldron Spirit. Heaven and earth sealing formation. That's right. Although the real heaven and earth sealing formation is not perfect, it is just too easy for it to seal this space. What's the point of this formation? This is a formation of entrapment. It can trap someone to death. Chen's expression changed when he heard this. "Senior, you mean that there's a person trapped here?" Cauldron Spirit replied, "To be precise, A life form is trapped inside. As soon as Cauldron Spirit's voice faded, another voice sounded in this space. I didn't expect that you would make it this far. This voice came from the front of the crowd, but they clearly did not see anything just now. The 5 of them turned their heads and saw one person. This was a human wearing silver armor. There were ribbons on his body. These ribbons surrounded his body and extended out of this world. The moment they saw the silver-armored man, everyone's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock. Wu Xie even cried out in alarm, "Huanlong, you're not dead yet." The silver-armored man had eyes that were even more profound than the mirage dragons. Moreover, the auras of the two were different, but their appearances were the same. He looked at the 5 of them and calmly said, "It seems that you all killed my clone." A clone. Everyone's expression turned ugly. They had expended a great deal of effort to kill the clone and had almost died in the illusion. Now that the real body had appeared, wouldn't it mean that his combat power was much stronger? The silver-armored man did not attack immediately. He merely looked at the 5 of them. His calm face was suddenly filled with complicated emotions. In the end, he started laughing maniacally. His laughter grew louder and louder, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then, more and more ribbons of light flew toward them, surrounding him and suppressing him. The faces of Zi Chen and the others changed greatly. Shock was written all over their faces. This was because the laughter of the other party had caused their blood and qi to surge. Clearly, this was a powerful domain that was dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the Mirage Dragon. Such an existence was simply invincible in front of them, a symbol that they could not defeat. The silver-armored man laughed for a long time before he gradually stopped. He then looked at the 5 of them and asked, "Do you know how long I have been trapped here?" Naturally, they did not know. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. 70,000 years, the silver-armored man replied faintly. Everyone's expression changed again. After being trapped for 70,000 years and being isolated from the outside world, he still had such a method. It was indeed terrifying. 70,000 years without being able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Even the void tree could not penetrate the void. Gradually, it withered and fell into a deep slumber. I could not see anyone or hear anyone else's breathing. I could not even cultivate normally. My realm was constantly falling. "Do you know what kind of feeling this is?" the silver-armored man asked. Everyone looked at each other. They did not know if they should answer. The silver-armored man smiled and said, "You don't need to know. You don't need to know because I will not trap you. I will only kill you." The few of them became very nervous. "Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. I have been lonely for a long time and need to find someone to chat with. Whoever is good at chatting, step forward. Of course, there is no need for women because we will have a long time to chat in detail later." The silver-armored man's smile became lustful. At this moment, Zi Chen naturally stepped forward. He took 2 steps forward, looked at the silver-armored man, and asked, "This is all your scheme?" "Of course. It's very clever, isn't it?" The silver-armored man smiled. His smile returned to normal. At the same time, it proved that although he had been trapped for 70,000 years, there was no problem with his sexual orientation. Zi Chen nodded and said, "It is indeed very clever. However, I am very puzzled. Since you were trapped here, how did you send your clone out? Also, how did he pass the 3 stages?" The silver-armored man did not intend to hide anything. He said directly, "This is the result of my hard work for tens of thousands of years. When a part of the formation was not operating smoothly, I forcefully separated my soul and erased all my memories. I gave him a new mission and sent him out of this space to seek help." Zi Chen thought for a moment and said, "It is impossible for the formation to not operate smoothly. You must have done it intentionally. It should be because of that unique sword of yours." The silver-armored man's deep eyes were filled with admiration. He nodded and said, "Not bad. You are very smart. I successfully sent my clone out with the help of that dragon spike." Soon, an exasperated expression appeared on his face. He angrily said, "But do you know how many times I had to escape in the past 70,000 years?" At this moment, the 2 of them were chatting like friends. Zi Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. 70 times. Including the clone this time, there are 70 times in total. The silver-armored man angrily said, I don't know what kind of people you Hupping City are. In the past 70,000 years, I took out a treasure map 6 to 9 times and used various methods to send it out. However, I have not seen a single outsider in all these years. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, Did you give out a jade slip with a moving map inside? That's right. I sent it out more than 500 years ago. However, after 500 years, no one came. I was disappointed, so I paid a huge price to send my clone out. What? Have you seen that jade slip before? Zi Chen sighed and said, I have indeed seen it. If Huanlong had not asked me to come here, I would have followed the instructions on the jade slip and come here from another route. Then why didn't you come earlier? Do you know how much I paid to send my clone away? The silver-armored man roared at Zi Chen, appearing to be very angry. I only saw it a few months ago. As for the past 500 years, the jade slip has been split into 2 and has not reunited at all. Then, Zi Chen explained what had happened. The silver-armored man was dumbfounded when he heard this. He muttered, So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Greedy humans. In order to prevent others from obtaining things, they would rather not obtain them. The others naturally understood what Zi Chen and the silver-armored man meant. Evidently, there were many people in Hupping City who had such a treasure map. However, they were definitely split into 2 or even more pieces. However, after so many years, not a single one of the treasure maps had been reunited. Shong Guanhong had a deep understanding of this. Her family had a few maps that could not be reunited, and they had been stored away as part of their inheritance. When they looked at the silver-armored man again, their expressions became somewhat complicated. They wondered just how bad his luck was. He had given out 6 to 9 maps, but not a single one of them had come. However, it seemed that his luck had changed this time. Because his clone had brought Zi Chen and the others, their luck had taken a turn for the worse. Now that he had spoken, the silver-armored man's emotions slowly calmed down. He was no longer as angry, but he once again understood the greed of humans. Why did you ask Huanlong to bring us here? So that we can save you, Zi Chen asked. The silver-armored man shook his head. Of course not. I don't need you to save me. Furthermore, you can't save me. I need to replenish my energy. A lot of energy, but it must be life force. Therefore, I need life force to maintain my life and increase my strength so that I can break out of here. The silver-armored man appeared very confident. Clearly, he was very strong. In the next moment, a powerful aura was released from his body. Under this violent aura, Zi Chen and the others could not help but retreat. There were even more colorful lights between heaven and earth, trapping the silver-armored man like chains. However, they could not suppress his unique aura. Even though he was sealed, he was still very, very powerful. The domain realm. He was truly at the domain realm. He only needed a finger to kill Zi Chen and the others. Zi Chen resisted the pressure and asked, But there are only 5 of us. Even if you devour us, we will only have a little bit of life force. Let alone increasing our realm, we won't even be able to maintain our original realm. Hearing Zi Chen's words, the silver-armored man's aura retracted slightly. He looked at Zi Chen and the others and smiled again, saying, I need to thank all of you for this matter. If I'm not wrong, you've already dealt with the trouble along the way. It won't be long before many more people arrive here. The number of people will exceed your imagination. Although they are all in the corporeal realm, with so many people, their combined vitality will be enough for me to recover and break through before escaping. Zi Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He asked, There are still people behind us. Of course, someone will provide them with the complete treasure map. They will arrive here safely. From the silver-armored man's words, this was a situation of certain death. However, Zi Chen did not believe it. Chapter 1299. The aura released by the silver-armored man made everyone tremble. At this moment, they didn't doubt that the silver-armored man could kill them with a single finger. Even the undying Wu Xie became extremely low-key and didn't say a word. It's over. We're going to die. This was what they thought because the silver-armored man was an invincible existence. He was stronger than everyone and couldn't be killed. But when they looked at Zichen, they saw that Zichen was frowning and thinking. He didn't show any despair. Along the way, they were used to following Zichen's orders and trusted Zichen. Seeing that Zichen didn't despair, they seemed to have hope, even if they didn't know where it came from. The silver-armored man was like the most powerful lifeform in the world, looking down at the ants he could kill with a single breath. The smile on his face gradually became sinister. "What are you worried about?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from Zichen's mouth. It was directed at the silver-armored man. "Are you talking to me?" the silver-armored man asked. His aura was so strong that there were even more colorful lights around him. At this moment, he was like a war god wearing colorful battle armor. "Of course," Zichen said, resisting the pressure. "The ones who should be worried are you guys," the silver-armored man said indifferently. "It should be you. But if you want to listen to my explanation, then restrain your aura first," Zichen said. The silver-armored man sneered and began to restrain his aura. Zichen let out a sigh of relief. Now, he was certain that he wouldn't be able to survive a single move from the silver-armored man. If the silver-armored man attacked, he would definitely die. Man Shi and the others looked at Zichen with anticipation. They were hoping for a miracle. "I don't know what you're worried about, but I can see that you're worried," Zichen said with certainty as he looked into the silver-armored man's eyes. "Let's hear it," the silver-armored man said with a mocking smile. "If you're not worried, why did you let your clone think of a way to kill us?" Zichen asked. "His doppelganger attacked you? Haha, then he probably wants to prove his strength." The silver-armored man was slightly startled, and then he chuckled. Zichen shook his head seriously and said, "No, that's definitely not the case. That's what I thought just now, but when I think about it carefully, there are many suspicious points. If the clone really wanted to prove something, then when he felt that he couldn't win, he should have chosen to retreat instead of attacking with all his might. He definitely knew how strong you were, but he still chose to die. In my opinion, it wasn't because of his pride. Perhaps he was just a clone, so it didn't matter whether he died or not. The real reason should be that he knew that if we met you, you would definitely be in trouble. Or rather, it wouldn't be that easy to kill us." Hearing Zichen's explanation, the silver-armored man suddenly laughed. "Very interesting reasoning, but what kind of trouble do you think you can cause me?" Although the others felt that Zichen's words made sense, they really did not understand why they would bring trouble to others. If they were outside this world, this was also very possible. However, they were now together, and the silver-armored man's movements were clearly not restricted. The so-called trouble might not even exist. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Just now, I didn't know what kind of trouble we could cause you, but I seem to have suddenly thought of a possibility." The silver-armored man looked at Zichen without any change in his expression. The clone didn't attack along the way, so he definitely wasn't hiding his strength. He should be avoiding something. "I'm guessing that it's the 3 powerful existences we killed before. But they're all dead, so he still needs to avoid something." The silver-armored man asked indifferently, "What are you trying to say?" "I want to say that it's definitely easy for you to kill us, but it might not be easy. There should be a lot of resistance. I'm guessing that this resistance should come from the person who sealed you." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the others reacted. Wu Xie even slapped his forehead and said, "That's right. You're not dead, so the existence who sealed you shouldn't be dead either. Although you're very strong, you're afraid of that powerful existence. He must be alive and nearby, right?" The silver-armored man laughed coldly and said disdainfully, "He, or rather, they. If it weren't for their scheme, how could I be trapped here? But 70,000 years have passed. Even if they're still alive, they're very weak. Judging from the fact that you guys were able to reach this place, their strength has long been depleted, and they were all killed by you guys along the way." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Man Shi asked, "The powerful existences we killed along the way were the experts who sealed you." "Experts," the silver-armored man said disdainfully. "Maybe they were in the past, but now they're just dead people. So, you're betting, right?" Zichen pointed at the silver-armored man and said, You're betting that their strength has greatly decreased and they're no longer a threat to you. You're betting that your doppelganger can bring you a powerful team and then destroy them. That's right, I'm betting, but it seems that I'm about to succeed. The silver-armored man laughed. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, this isn't just your gamble. You're betting, and so are others. But unfortunately, you think that this is just your gamble, and even if you lose, it's no big deal. Little do you know that there's another gambler standing opposite you, and they're betting with you." "What do you mean?" The silver-armored man suddenly felt that something was wrong. But the others were confused and didn't know what was going on. "You're betting in the open, but or rather, they're betting with you in the dark. The doppelganger and us are your cards, a set of cards that doesn't matter if you win or lose. But what you don't know is that there's someone else who has taken a fancy to your set of cards and is betting heavily, preparing to decide victory or defeat in one round, life or death in one round," Zichen said with great certainty. The fog that had been bothering him was dispelled, and he saw through the whole thing. "Your gamble is just for your own amusement. It seems that you've been preparing for a long time, but you're not prepared at all. But there's someone who seems to be unprepared, but is calculating the gains and losses very carefully. So, if you calculate it this way, we might not necessarily die." The silver-armored man sneered and said, "Who's betting with me? The people who bet with me are already dead, killed by you." Zichen also sneered and said, "What if they're faking their deaths?" "Faking their deaths?" The silver-armored man's expression finally changed. He was in disbelief and disbelief. Then he looked carefully at Zichen and Zichen's group and said, "How is this possible? Could it be that with just the few of you, they're able to fake their deaths and not hesitate to gamble with their lives?" Zichen smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out soon enough whether or not I am." Then he looked out of the colorful space and said, "After talking so much, my mouth is a little dry. I say, you guys should be coming out by now." Shong Guanhong and the others' emotions became very complicated. They hoped that someone would really come, and that this was not just Zichen's guess. "Ha ha!" A burst of hearty laughter rang out, followed by another burst of hearty laughter. They were all too familiar with this laughter. It was the three powerful existences that they had killed before. "You guys really didn't die." The appearance of the three powerful existences shocked everyone. The black-robed man smiled and said, "Although our strength is greatly reduced, we still have a lot of people." "How could we be killed by you? Then why did you have to die?" Mansha asked. "Of course we faked our deaths." "Then why did you have to fight so hard?" Mansha asked again. The black-robed man obviously felt that Mansha's intelligence was not enough, so he looked at Zichen and said, "You're Zichen, right? You can explain to him." "Because of the test," Zichen said. "What test?" Mansha asked again. "To see if we have the capital to make a big bet. If we have the qualifications, then they will make a bet. What if it's not enough? Then we die." Mansha suddenly shouted, "This is not fair, why should we die? From the moment we decided to come with the Phantom Dragon clone, we already had no choice," Zichen said. The others looked at Zichen with admiration. They did not expect Zichen to be so attentive to these problems. "Very smart little guy. Our bet on you guys was not in vain. I hope you have a chance of winning." Another indifferent voice sounded, and then a tall figure appeared outside the colorful space. Although separated by the seal, Zichen still felt a powerful and trembling aura from the figure, so he asked, "You're the expert with the Tianfu hunting order?" "Yes, it's me, Chen Wei," the tall figure said. "This one is Zichen. Greetings, senior." Zichen bowed to Chen Wei. The other four also bowed. Chen Wei waved his hand and said, "I saw your performance, and to be honest, I am very satisfied with you. I saw your potential and could vaguely guess your background. Halfway through, Brother Yin Hong and I wanted to stop you guys. After all, your strength is a bit weak, but our strength has dropped too much, and we are running out of time. Naturally, there is no chance. If we don't use this opportunity to eliminate him, I'm afraid we won't have another chance to kill him. So, we selfishly decided for you and let you participate in the next battle." Zichen heard this and smiled bitterly. "I don't think we're going to kill him like this." "Of course not. We have our own ways. Brother Yin Hong, are you still not going to show up? Chen Wei said. Sigh, this time we have to sacrifice one of my descendants. Our bloodline is already rare. Another figure appeared. This was a middle-aged man, and he looked at Shangguan Hong as soon as he appeared. The moment Shangguan Hong saw the middle-aged man, her expression immediately changed. She looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You are the ancestor, why are you here? Chapter 1300. Shangguan Yinhong looked at Shangguan Hong with a kind smile on his face. It was just that the two of them were separated by a colorful seal, so they couldn't get close to each other. Otherwise, the scene would have been very warm and touching. The others didn't know about Shangguan Yinhong's deeds, and they had never heard of Chen Wei, but they could guess that they must have been all-powerful 70,000 years ago. Zi Chen looked at the 5 people and quickly discovered the problem. He cried out in alarm, 2 seniors, you have fallen. He saw that 3 of the 5 people had physical bodies, but Chen Wei and Shangguan Yinhong were illusory bodies. The silver-armored man, who had been silent all this while, relaxed his solemn expression upon hearing Zi Chen's words. Then, he laughed loudly and said, Of course, I killed the 2 of them. Only a remnant soul escaped. Shangguan Hong burst into tears when he heard this, and the others also sighed. Shangguan Yinhong looked at Zi Chen and the others below and said, Although we are only remnant souls, we still have some use before we die. Zi Chen, I also think highly of you and hope that you can become a member of the Shangguan family. However, the prerequisite is that you have to live. Now, I want to tell you that Huolong must be killed. You must kill him at all costs. Why? Does he have a grudge against you? Zi Chen asked, puzzled. Shangguan Yinhong shook his head and said, No, but he has a grudge against humans and all living beings in the Zhanwu continent. Everyone was puzzled. This involves a secret that you can't come into contact with right now. You only need to know that killing him will save millions of lives. That's enough. He's a homicidal maniac. Does he want to kill many people? Wu Xie asked. Chen Wei clearly didn't know how to explain. In the end, Shangguan Yinhong waved his hand and said, Forget it. Let's just tell them. This battle is no small matter. Tumpiech, you don't need to tell them. I'll tell them. An indifferent voice rang out. The silver-armored man sneered and said, Because in the eyes of you humans, I'm a foreign race. Foreign race. Zi Chen was a little sensitive to this word, because he had once been called a foreign race, and he knew that the foreign race was the demon race, so he asked, You are from the demon race. Demons? How can those little bugs be called aliens? The silver-armored man laughed as if he had just heard a joke. I am an alien from the universe. Alien races in the starry skies. Could there be other races in the starry skies? Whether it was the Martial Heaven continent or the Zhanwu continent, Zi Chen could see the endless Xingchen in the sky. They were so far away, so beautiful. However, he had never thought that there were other races in the starry sky. Of course. We are a powerful race in the starry skies, and you are nothing more than ants in our eyes. You are not fit to live under the same starry skies as us, so you must die, the silver-armored man said coldly. It was clear that not only did the other party want to kill, but they also wanted to kill everyone. However, did the non-human kind really want to kill them because they didn't like them? Zi Chen didn't believe him at all. There was always a reason for everything. Just like how the Martial Heaven continent's demons had invaded for the sake of survival, the non-human kind definitely had other reasons for wanting to kill them. However, neither the silver-armored man nor Shangguan Yinhong had any intention of explaining to Zi Chen in detail. Shangguan Yinhong said, Those who enter the Earth realm have an endless lifespan. However, in these endless years, many experts have fallen. Most of these people died because of the non-human kind. A battle once broke out in the Zhanwu continent, and over 90% of the world overlords died in that battle. They all died for the Zhanwu continent, for their descendants, for everyone. That time, over 90% of the invading non-human kind died as well. However, the remaining 10% either escaped or snuck into the Zhanwu continent. Zi Chen glanced at the silver-armored man and asked, Could he be one of the 10% that escaped? That's right. Back then, I was heavily injured and had been recuperating. I didn't expect that I would still be discovered after so many years, the silver-armored man said indifferently. These few words couldn't explain how cruel the non-human kind was. Furthermore, they were killing other people. It had nothing to do with the people present. The others didn't feel anything. They even felt that it wasn't worth sacrificing their own lives to kill the silver-armored man. However, Zichen didn't think so. He had come here from the Tianwu continent and knew what kind of disaster the invasion of the non-human kind would bring. In the past, he had allowed the devil race to do as they pleased because he wasn't strong enough to expel all of them. However, the region he was in had always been at war with the devil race. If it was any other time, Zichen wouldn't care about this matter at all. This was because he didn't have the ability to do so. Right now, even his survival was a problem. How could he worry about the matters of the world overlords? However, now that he was facing the silver-armored man, there was only one path he could take. That was to kill. If he didn't die, then the one who would die would definitely be Zichen. In terms of righteousness, he was fighting for the people of the Zhongwu continent. However, from the looks of it, Zichen was also fighting for himself. The silver-armored man didn't attack immediately because he knew it would be useless. He could only wait. Wait for these ants to make their move. The others clearly didn't want to fight for the human race either. However, they all wanted to live. Thus, their battle intent soared. "What should I do?" asked Zichen after taking a deep breath. "They will use their deaths as the price to temporarily seal my realm. I will temporarily be at the peak of the corporeal realm. This is the time you have to kill me. If I'm still alive after this time, then you will all die." This time, the silver-armored man spoke for him. "You'll all die." Zichen looked at the 5 of them in confusion. "The 2 of us were already dead long ago." Chen Wei laughed self-deprecatingly. The black-robed beast tamer laughed. "As for the rest of us, we're already living a life worse than death. If we can kill a non-human kind before we die, then it will be worth it." At this moment, the 5 of them were deeply moved. They felt a sense of selfless righteousness from the 5 experts. This sense of sacrifice and dedication infected Zichen. He solemnly said, "Don't worry. I will definitely fight to the death." The atmosphere was very melancholic, but only the silver-armored man was laughing. He was gambling, and so were the others. However, he could use the battle to determine the odds of victory. Unfortunately, these people would die in the next moment. He could only bet on others. The black-robed man's laughter broke the melancholy atmosphere. He said, "Didn't you take a fancy to my inheritance? If you win this battle, then the inheritance is yours. If you lose, then pretend I didn't say anything." The first expert was Shan Ling. He also said to Man Shu, "Hey, little guy, I also have some inheritance that I can leave to you." "Thank you." Man Shu's eyes actually turned red. "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank Zichen. If he can't lead you to victory, then not only will you not obtain anything, you will also die a horrible death," said Shan Ling. The second expert said, "I don't have anything good to leave you, but there are some good things in my world. I hope you can survive and take them away." The 3 of them were very open-minded. They had completely seen through life and death. Then, the 3 of them looked at the other 2 experts. They looked at Zichen and the others with complicated expressions. Finally, their eyes fell on Zichen. They didn't say anything, but they gave Zichen a lot of pressure. Because this was trust that they would sacrifice themselves for. The 5 of them completely let go of their minds. Outside the colorful space, the void began to tremble. Then, 5 colorful spaces appeared. These were their domain spaces. At this moment, they needed to use their domain spaces to suppress the silver-armored man. "I'll go first," Chen Wei shouted. His body exploded with a bang. The remnants of his soul remembrance merged with his own world and pressed against the colorful light barrier. Shangguan Yinhong glanced at Shangguan Hong. His soul remembrance also exploded and merged with his own world. He approached the colorful light barrier from a second direction. "Ha ha!" Shan Ling laughed loudly. His laughter was very hearty. Then, his body exploded, and his soul merged with his own world. The powerful Shan Ling, an amazing expert, died just like that. Zi Chen, we're counting on you. The second expert died. Finally, the black-robed man was left. He laughed lightly and said, I didn't expect to be the last to die. After saying that, his body also exploded. The 5 domains stuck close to the colorful light barrier from 5 directions. It was just like the first illusion they saw when they first entered. In their domain spaces, a few withered void trees could be seen. At this moment, their domain spaces suddenly erupted with a powerful force. This force passed through the light barrier and landed on the silver-armored man. Chumph, do you think you can trap me just because you're dead? The silver-armored man sneered. Then, he released a powerful aura. This powerful aura formed a silver light shield on the surface of his body. On the surface of the light shield were extremely profound array patterns. These array patterns seemed to be a kind of array formation that directly protected the silver-armored man and blocked the sealing power released by the 5 domain realm experts after their deaths. Ha ha! The silver-armored man laughed proudly. Zi Chen and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect that the 5 of them wouldn't be able to suppress the silver-armored man even after their deaths. If they really couldn't seal the silver-armored man, the result of this battle was obvious. What should we do? The others panicked. If they waited until the 5 forces disappeared, only death would await them. However, even if they attacked now, the 5 forces couldn't break the light barrier. Naturally, they couldn't break it. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 explosions sounded beside them. The saber and shield combination had exploded. The scale shield flame foal in the shield charged towards the silver-armored man. The blade golden-eyed beast also turned into a sharp saber and stabbed forward. The shield hit the light barrier, causing it to tremble. Then, the saber stabbed the light barrier and instantly broke it. Pu. The saber stabbed into the silver-armored man's body. The scale shield flamefoal also charged in. Then, the 5 remaining forces from the domains entered the silver-armored man's body. Chapter 1301. Zi Chen and the others had worried for nothing. The aura around the silver-armored man began to plummet. But now, everyone was dead. Even saber and shield were dead. You planned this all along, the silver-armored man roared. This time, he was sealed, so the odds were 50-50. Who was lucky and who was unlucky depended on who was alive. The silver-armored man's aura was still powerful, but it was within an acceptable range. Time was limited. Zi Chen's aura surged as he roared, "Go!" With that, he wielded his long sword and mobilized the golden-eyed beast's soul consciousness to attack the silver-armored man. Even if you are at the peak of the corporeal realm, I can still kill you. The silver-armored man sneered. Light flashed in his hand, and the so-called dragon spike appeared. He clashed with Zi Chen with the dragon spike in his hand. Boom! Waves of energy began to surge, and the two were both forced back by the powerful force. Die! Man Sha followed closely. Like a giant, he punched at the silver-armored man. This punch went straight for the man's head. Bang! The silver-armored man dodged at the critical moment, but the punch still sent him flying. Swoosh! A beam of light carrying the aura of death shot towards the silver-armored man. The beam of light landed on the silver armor and instantly corroded a small hole. The silver-armored man screamed in pain. A green light entered the silver-armored man's body through the small hole. Then, a small sapling appeared in the small hole and began to grow. Roar! The beasts roared. More than a dozen beasts charged at the silver-armored man, then surrounded him and beat him up. Screams and cries of pain rang out. The silver-armored man was badly beaten. The 5 of them were all extremely powerful. Each of them could fight above their level. With the 5 of them working together, the silver-armored man was immediately suppressed. Let me! Man Sha shouted as he walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the ground would tremble as if there was an earthquake. Seeing this, the beasts immediately moved aside. Man Sha kicked the silver-armored man in the chest. The latter was sent flying with a single kick. However, he quickly sensed danger coming from behind him. Before he could use the dragon spike to defend himself, A blade had already descended upon him. The blade sliced through the armor on his back, slicing through his skin. Then, Zichen felt that the blade golden-eyed beast in the silver-armored man's body seemed to be awakening, giving him a heavy blow. The silver-armored man fell to the ground, and everyone's attacks came again. Their attacks were very powerful, causing the silver-armored man to cry out in pain. The screams continued. Everyone suddenly felt that this guy was not that big of a deal. Disdain appeared on their faces. But the screams slowly turned into sneers, and then into laughter. Everyone felt that something was amiss and looked at the silver-armored man again. The next moment, the dragon spike emitted a resplendent light, and then drew a circle around the silver-armored man. All the beasts were within the circle's range, and their bodies were directly cut in half, dying just like that. The silver-armored man reappeared with a sinister smile on his face. There was not a single wound on his body. He looked at the 5 people and said disdainfully, "I just wanted to tease you and see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Now it seems that you're just SOSO." The 5 people's expressions became extremely solemn. "Now, die." The silver-armored man sneered, and 2 cold bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. Zichen was too familiar with cold lightning, so he roared and took a step forward. The power of the incantation began to spread. A tall demonic shadow appeared behind him. The demonic shadow held the blade of incantation and slashed at the cold lightning. "This is the incantation of the bald donkey." The silver-armored man was very surprised. Then, he saw the power of the incantation break his 2 bolts of lightning. With this slash, the whole world began to shake as if it was about to collapse. Then, everyone felt that their bodies were out of control, as if they were about to fly. Zichen's eyes were completely white. It was as if he had fallen into a void somewhere. He could not see anyone. Where is this place? Zichen was clearly very puzzled by this. Clang. Just as Zichen's heart was filled with confusion, a loud voice reverberated from his sea of consciousness. Zichen instantly woke up. Ah, ah, ah. He knew that he had been tricked again. It was Cauldron's spirit who had awakened him. Without saying a word, he began to recite the mantra. The power of the mantra could break through illusions. This power rippled in all directions, and all illusions disappeared when the power of the mantra passed through. Zichen's eyes regained their clarity, and the others followed suit. At this moment, the silver-armored man was rushing towards them with the dragon spike in his hand. When he saw that their eyes were clear, he was very surprised. Swoosh! Zichen flapped his lightning wings and leaped into the air, slashing down with his blade. The silver-armored man used the dragon spike to quickly stab in. Zichen's defense was completely useless in front of him. This stab directly opened up a spatial passage and then stabbed towards Zichen's heart. Just like before, Zichen did not dodge this stab. His target was his opponent's head. PFFF. The dragon spike pierced Zichen's heart and broke through his defense. At the same time, Zichen's blade slashed across the silver-armored man's neck, leaving behind a trail of blood. At this critical moment, the silver-armored man retreated. He did not choose to risk his life. Unlike his doppelganger, he could not regrow his head after it was severed. Damn it! Another illusory formation. Wu Xie and the others finally came to their senses. They once again launched their attacks, forcing the silver-armored man to retreat again and again. To be able to break through my illusory formation so quickly, it seems that you are indeed quite extraordinary. The silver-armored man looked at Zichen and sneered, but this is as far as you go. Zichen suddenly felt that something was amiss. Immediately after, he felt as though all the energy in his body had been sucked out. Zichen, what happened to you? The others were shocked to see Zichen collapse. He's going to die. He was hit by my special attack. My power is corroding him. The silver-armored man was as confident as his doppelganger. Unfortunately, his doppelganger did not pass on the information to him before he died. Zichen staggered to his feet and shook his head. I'm fine. You guys be careful. Don't let him get close to you. Everyone nodded. The battle began again. The silver-armored man shook his head in disdain and said, Forget it. There's no point in wasting time with you guys. Let's end it here. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes became extremely cold. The dragon spike in his hand let out a dragon's roar. Mansha was the first to arrive. However, before his attack could land on the silver-armored man, the silver-armored man's figure flashed and appeared beside Mansha. The dragon spike in his hand slashed down like a blade. The silver-armored man's sudden speed was many times faster than Zichen's. Mansha could not dodge at all. At the critical moment, he could only raise his arm to block. PFFF. The dragon spike slashed down. Mansha's arm was directly chopped off. At the same time, Mansha retreated and dodged the fatal attack. Wu Xie's death beam arrived. The silver-armored man turned around and threw the dragon spike in his hand. The dragon spike followed the beam and pierced Wu Xie's forehead. Then, a destructive power exploded. Wu Xie's body exploded. The dragon spike flew back again. Then, the silver-armored man rushed toward Shangguan Hong. A green light shield appeared around Shangguan Hong. A wooden sword appeared in her hand. She slashed at the silver-armored man. Bang! The wooden sword exploded when it collided with the dragon spike. Then, the dragon spike's body shook. A wave of power spread out and extinguished the green energy from the shattered wooden sword. The dragon spike stabbed forward. It broke through Shangguan Hong's defense and pierced her heart. Bang! However, before this wave of power could destroy Shangguan Hong's body, Zichen used his body as a means of attack. His whole body crashed toward the silver-armored man. This collision directly sent him flying, but Shangguan Hong also fell because of it. In a short while, Zichen's side had lost 3 people. Although the 3 of them did not die, they were severely injured. This was the pure suppression of the plane. After the silver-armored man flew backward, he turned in the air and rushed toward Dongqing again. The shield armor beast stood in front of Dongqing and turned into a shield. PFFF. The dragon spike pierced through the shield and then into Dongqing's body. The shield armor beast died. Dongqing also fell. In a short while, all 5 of them were severely injured. The silver-armored man stopped attacking. He stood in the distance and looked at the 5 of them mockingly. He said, if they were still alive, they would definitely die of anger after seeing this. I don't know what you did to make them choose to gamble with their lives. But now, it seems that you are really too weak. The power in Zichen's body was gradually dispersed. He held his sword again and looked coldly at the silver-armored man. Oh, you are quite extraordinary. I think they mainly bet on you. But you are too weak. Your real plane is only the emptiness realm. Too weak, too weak. The silver-armored man shook his head. It doesn't matter if I am weak or not. As long as I am alive, the battle is not over, Zichen said indifferently. Interesting. Then you are here to die. As he spoke, the silver-armored man rushed toward Zichen. Zichen's pupils constricted. His opponent's speed was much faster than his. He could only hold his sword and slash forward. However, in front of absolute speed, the silver-armored man successfully dodged the slash. Then, the dragon spike in his hand stabbed toward Su Ping's body. PFFF. Zichen's heart was pierced by the dragon spike. At this moment, the silver-armored man's sword was still in midair. Zichen saw the silver-armored man's cold smile. Then, a terrifying power exploded from his body. This power tried to shatter Zichen's body, but it didn't succeed. When Zichen slashed with his sword, the silver-armored man pulled out the dragon spike. The moment the long sword fell, the silver-armored man calmly dodged it. This was the terrifying power of speed. Zichen used to be able to crush anyone with his speed. But today, Zichen was suppressed by someone with speed. You have brought me a lot of surprises. I am worried about you, so I will kill you first. The silver-armored man smiled coldly at Zichen. Then, he approached Zichen again. This time, the dragon spike in his hand pierced toward Zichen's forehead. This was the weakness of all humans. In front of absolute speed, Zichen couldn't dodge this attack at all. Chapter 1302. Zichen was so close to death. He felt that he was only one step away from death. But he didn't despair. He tried to fight back and dodge. But the opponent was faster than him. Chen couldn't dodge. So, Chen slashed out. He didn't want to let the silver-armored man have an easy time even when he was about to die. Obviously, Chen didn't think he would survive. No. There was already a mournful cry. Roar. Suddenly, a high-pitched eagle cry sounded. The storm eagle suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Chen. Puff. The dragon spike pierced the storm eagle's body. The destructive power was injected into its body. Chen was stunned. The silver-armored man was also stunned. The storm eagle turned around and looked at Chen. There seemed to be a smile in its sharp eagle eyes. This expression of turning around only froze for a moment. The next moment, it exploded. The storm eagle didn't have an immortal body. Once it exploded, it would die. Fresh blood splattered all over Chen's body. The blood was boiling hot, but when it landed on Chen's body, he felt cold. The storm eagle was dead. At the critical moment, it blocked an attack for him and saved his life. The others were also stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect this scene. Interesting. It protected its master. The silver-armored man sneered. The storm eagle exploded in front of him. Chen was covered in blood. At this moment, he felt a little dizzy. He couldn't imagine that it was the storm eagle that saved him. Thinking back, the two of them had a life-and-death battle. But in the end, they became friends. Chen didn't expect the storm eagle to save him at this moment. He thought back to the time when he was with the storm eagle. When they were being hunted, the storm eagle saved him time and time again. He always thought that he was very good to the storm eagle. But thinking back, it seemed that the storm eagle was always saving him. At this moment, seeing the storm eagle die. The impact of this moment was no less than the death of his confidant. It was no less than the death of the devil ape, the monk, and other brothers. It was a great impact on Chen. The impact caused Chen's mind to go blank, causing him to lose all reason. There was no blood in his eyes, but at this moment, his eyes had turned red. This was the madness of losing his mind. Chen turned around and looked at the four of them. At this moment, the four of them were severely injured and had absolutely no strength to continue fighting. Of course, his injuries were not light either. Chen, what's wrong with you? Shang Guanhong asked, her voice filled with fear. This was because the current Chen was indeed frightening. He was much scarier than the silver-armored man without any bloodstains on his body. Chen didn't say anything. He still had a little bit of rationality left in him. He looked back at the silver-armored man and said coldly, "Let's fight to the death." With that, the real space behind Chen turned into a virtual space, and he walked in. The silver-armored man was slightly startled, but he quickly sneered and followed in. The silver-armored man entered Chen's illusory space. Following that, the space closed completely. Chen. The four of them all shouted. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing even cried bitterly. It was obvious that Chen had gone to face the silver-armored man alone. He had brought him into his own world. He had no intention of living. In Chen's illusory space, the silver-armored man discovered many kinds of laws. He was very surprised, but also very disdainful. "What, you want to use this illusory space to kill me? Although I admit that this place is extraordinary, you should know that many realms couldn't kill me." Chen didn't answer because the last bit of rationality he had left had been lost due to the closing of this world. He completely let go of his mind, and then he connected with the entire space. The energy of the entire space became chaotic, and the ribbons of laws in the void also trembled. "You want to shatter this world, but it's useless. You can't kill me." The silver-armored man was still sneering. Chen didn't answer. The space around him started to tremble violently, and then a surge of power started to surge. Amidst the tremors, the world collapsed. As expected, the world collapsed. The silver-armored man, who was sneering, suddenly couldn't laugh anymore because Chen, who had collapsed the world, didn't die. Instead, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Originally, his true realm was only the peak of the middle stage of the virtual realm, but the moment the world collapsed, he broke through. He successfully entered the late stage of the virtual realm and advanced. Chen, who had advanced, had an endless amount of power in his body. Then, with red eyes, he charged towards the silver-armored man. Boom! Zichen, who had advanced, became faster. With the help of his own world, he actually caught up with the silver-armored man's speed. The two of them collided, causing energy to tremble and accelerating the collapse of this world. Rumble. This world was collapsing. When it had first expanded, this world had absorbed a total of 10 billion resources. Now that it was collapsing, the energy formed by these resources also started to collapse. These energies first rushed towards Zichen, wanting to burst Zichen's body. However, Zichen was fighting at this moment and needed a huge amount of energy. Therefore, this energy was just right for him to use in battle. Therefore, Zichen, who had endless energy, used all his strength in every attack. He didn't care about the energy consumption. Boom! The tremors continued, and the two of them collided again. The silver-armored man, who had just retreated, rushed forward again. Then, he charged towards Zichen. The dragon spike in his hand once again ignored the defense and pierced Zichen's heart. However, this time, before these energies could explode, a destructive force rushed out from Zichen's body. This force directly destroyed the power on the dragon spike, causing this force to be unable to wreak havoc in Zichen's body. Zichen took this opportunity to slash out with his saber. Puff! The full force slashed on the silver-armored man's body. It directly cut through his defensive armor and hit his body. The silver-armored man screamed and retreated. Then, Zichen rushed forward with his saber. At this moment, Zichen's eyes were red. He had completely lost his mind and didn't know what had happened. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the person in front of him, regardless of the cost. Therefore, he slashed out again and again, using one powerful attack after another. The silver-armored man, who could still fight back at first, had fewer and fewer ways to fight back under Zichen's attacks. Moreover, the wounds on his body gradually increased. The main reason for this was that Zichen's every slash was stronger than the previous one. This was because Zichen's realm was increasing as this world collapsed. At this moment, the silver-armored man faintly guessed something. His expression became extremely ugly, and he secretly cursed himself for being careless. Zichen's world was very special. It was almost impossible to completely transform it into a corporeal realm. However, after the world collapsed, it became more realistic. This was because after the world collapsed, there was still a pure energy left. This energy would gather together and form a new space. Once this space was formed, it would be Zichen's corporeal realm. In fact, Zichen had long foreseen that his corporeal realm would grow from 1 meter to 3 meters. However, Zichen had always been caught in a misunderstanding of common sense and neglected this point. It wasn't until he chatted with Shangguan Hong that he vaguely grasped the method to advance. Today's battle had directly caused Zichen to lose his mind. The crazy Zichen had also used his own life to start another gamble. It had to be said that Zichen had made the right bet. He had successfully broken through, and his realm was constantly increasing. Every extra bit of energy in his body would increase Zichen's strength. This kind of increase was without limit, without restraint, and without end. It seemed that it would continue until the moment of success. Pu. 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 Zichen's strength increased, and with the addition of the lightning wings, his combat strength was also constantly increasing. Gradually, the silver-armored man felt that he couldn't take it anymore, and more wounds appeared on his body. If this continued, only death would await him. Thus, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it." A loud dragon's roar resounded in Zichen's world. Then, the silver-armored man shook his body and transformed into a silver dragon. This was a big guy that was 10 times larger than the previous illusory dragon. It looked ferocious and mighty. The moment he transformed into a silver dragon, he sent Zichen flying. This attack broke many of Zichen's ribs, but there was no lack of vitality in the surging energy in his body. Zichen's injuries were almost instantly healed. Then, he jumped towards the silver dragon and viciously slashed down with his long blade. As if motivated, even the blade golden-eyed beast's attacks became extremely sharp. However, the silver-armored man, who had transformed into his true form, was also many times stronger. Just as Zi Chen rushed over, he sent Zi Chen flying with a claw. Actually, his original intention was to crush Zi Chen with one claw. However, there was an endless stream of energy rushing out of Zi Chen's body. The more energy he used, the stronger the rebound force would be. Moreover, this force made his dragon claw hurt. He had no choice but to send Zi Chen flying. Zi Chen was coughing up blood. He looked very miserable, but he was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. After coughing up blood, he became full of energy and rushed forward again. However, the difference in cultivation level made it impossible for him to cause any damage to the silver dragon. Moreover, he was sent flying again and again. It seemed that the silver dragon had the upper hand, but the silver dragon wasn't happy at all. This was because Zi Chen's strength was still increasing, and there was no sign of him stopping. Now, he was almost at the peak of the emptiness realm. At this moment, he had undoubtedly become Zi Chen's sparring partner, accompanying him in his consumption. However, this kind of consumption was beneficial to Zi Chen, but not to him. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't rush out of this place. The sturdiness of Zi Chen's world was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, the entire world's energy was rioting, and he couldn't rush out at all. As for his own world, it was suppressed by the others before they died, and he couldn't enter. Just like this, in the collision, Zi Chen was sent flying again and again, but his vitality became more and more abundant. Finally, the thing that the silver dragon was most worried about happened. After Zi Chen's world completely collapsed, an extremely pure place was left behind. His strength had also increased to the peak of the emptiness realm. However, Zi Chen didn't maintain this realm for long. His aura became stronger. Chapter 1303. Zi Chen had once again risked his life to block danger for the four of them. Along the way, Zi Chen had not only taken on the role of commander, but also the role of the ultimate killer. He had saved everyone from danger many times. At the last moment, the scene of the Storm Eagle protecting Zi Chen still replayed in Dongqing's mind. She naturally knew that Zi Chen was not a beast tamer, and she also knew how he had met the Storm Eagle. She recalled Zi Chen's words and vaguely understood what it meant to be on the same side. Beasts were not like humans. Their minds were not as complicated. As long as you treated them sincerely, you would be able to obtain their sincerity. And Zi Chen's resolute decision to leave with the silver-armored man at the last moment was a huge blow to their hearts. Along the way, they had fought side by side and could barely be considered friends. But if they were in his shoes, they asked themselves if they would have done the same. At this moment, their understanding of life was turned upside down. They suddenly felt that the things they had always followed were not right. In this world, there were other things besides benefits. For example, Zi Chen had shown them some strange things. It was these things that had deeply shocked them. There was also the death of 5 experts. What kind of spirit was this to make them give up their lives and place their hopes on others? The colorful space still existed. The 5 realms outside were still in a suppressed state. An old voice suddenly rang out in this world. This battle does not matter. You have completed your mission. You may leave now. As he spoke, a gap opened in the colorful light barrier, indicating that the 5 of them could leave. Where's Zi Chen? Shongguan Hong asked the void. He should still be fighting. We don't know if he's dead or alive. The old voice rang out again. The 4 of them retreated, but they did not leave. They did not go to the 4 realms, but instead chose to wait for Zi Chen's return. Suddenly, waves of energy rippled from all around them. Then, one light after another began to flash. The people outside had finally arrived. This is a realm. There are realms here. 5 realms, my friends. Let's go. There must be treasures inside. Hurry up and charge. After the doppelganger was killed, the other doppelganger died as well. The instant it died, it threw out the rest of the map. Following the map, they finally arrived at this place. When they saw the 5 realms, their eyes lit up and they charged toward them. After a short rest, Wu Xie and the other 3's injuries were suppressed. When they saw the cultivators charging at them at high speed and saw the greed on their faces, they felt very sad. Who knew that just now, 5 domain realm experts had chosen to die in order to kill a person who was a threat to the war-martial continent. Who knew that Zi Chen was currently fighting against the alien race? No one knew whether he was dead or alive. They came here only to see benefits. Their hearts were only filled with greed. Could it be that they didn't think about why they didn't encounter any danger on their way here? They are sad, they are angry, and they decide to kill. Unexpectedly, the 4 of them had the same thought. They all wanted to kill, so they turned around and jumped into the 4 realms. The first cultivator charged in and charged into Wu Xie's realm. Wu Xie's vertical pupil opened and a beam of death shot out. Boom! The first late-stage corporeal realm expert exploded with complacent laughter. He died with a single blow. Die! Man Stone transformed into a giant and punched out, blowing up a late-stage corporeal realm expert. As specially recruited existences of Hunter's Castle, they had extraordinary skills. However, they'd only encountered special existences along the way, so they'd been suppressed and unable to display their full strength. At that moment, when they faced ordinary cultivators, they were naturally able to slaughter them as they pleased. Shangguan Hong stood in the middle of the realm. Behind her, a dozen or so green ancient trees of life appeared. They exploded in an instant, and a vast amount of life force poured into her body. The next moment, she pointed with one hand and a dozen or so beams of green light shot forward. Every beam hit a corporeal realm expert. More than a dozen of them were hit. Then, their expressions froze, and their bodies transformed into tree trunks. One after another, ancient trees grew into the sky. As for Dongqing's side, she still had a lot of beasts, so her method of dealing with the enemy was to continuously release her beasts. In the blink of an eye, the deathly still realm was filled with the aura of life. War beasts danced wildly, wreaking havoc as they slaughtered. The 4 of them guarded the 4 realms, not allowing anyone to set foot in. Mournful screams echoed through the realm. It's them. Some of the people who rushed over recognized the 4 realms. They were the core members of Hunter's Castle. What do we do? A late-stage hunter looked at Wade. Because of his relationship with Zi Chen, Wade's status in Hunter's Castle had risen along with Zi Chen's. This time, he was the leader of the group. What do you mean, what do we do? We can't enter the realms, so of course we have to help our own people. Just as they were speaking, Wade led his men and charged in. Of course, to avoid accidental deaths, Wade took out his hunter's token when he entered. This was an internal token. It was different from an ordinary token, and the internal hunters could tell. After entering, the hunters shouted and attacked the others. Although the 4 of them were strong, they were all injured. It was difficult for them to face so many cultivators. However, with the help of the internal hunters of Hunter's Castle, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. What should we do? Blackie followed Wang Jun here. I only know her. She was with Zi Chen. Let's go help her, Wang Jun said after thinking for a moment. The chaotic battle continued, and the killing was fierce. In the end, the external forces chose to retreat. Hunter's Castle was too strong, and there was nothing good in this realm. Of course, they gave up. Are they crazy? There's nothing good here, but they're still attacking with all their might. The others were astonished. The battle stopped, and everyone retreated. Wu Xie and the others began to heal their injuries. However, in their own spaces, there were a few void trees that were about to wither. They didn't collect them on purpose. They were given to them by the remnant souls that merged with this world. As for the 5th world, the battle had already ended. Because there was nothing valuable there, the others couldn't understand the actions of the 4. However, as they healed, a piece of news spread. This wasn't a treasure land, but a sealed land. A powerful demon was sealed here. Their friends, as well as some other experts, had died here in order to kill the demons. This was a conspiracy in itself. Everyone thought carefully. There was no danger along the way. Was there such a treasure land in the world? The answer was no. As a result, some people began to curse angrily. Some people felt that it was not worth it for the dead cultivators. Zi Chen is dead. After hearing the news, Wang Jun naturally guessed who their so-called friends were. After seeing the 4 of them, Wang Jun also understood why he couldn't see Zi Chen in Hunter's castle. However, he couldn't accept this result. Similarly, Zhu Chong also couldn't accept this result. He couldn't believe that the map he worked so hard to obtain was actually a conspiracy. In disbelief, he focused his attention on the 4 people again. He felt that the 4 of them must have obtained something. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were protected by a group of cultivators. It was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the heavens to make any movements here. The 4 of them could kill a late-stage cultivator in an instant when they were injured. Wouldn't they be even stronger once their injuries healed? Damn it. Why do we always meet these freaks? Zhu Chong cursed in his heart, but he was powerless. While the 4 of them were healing, they chose to wait. At the same time, under Wu Xie's signal, several people left to find a place where they could send messages to Hunter's castle. As for whether Zi Chen was alive or dead, the life plate in Hunter's castle would record it. Zi Chen's infinite void world completely collapsed. The super strong power that was released was completely consumed by the silver dragon. The entire world was left with the purest power. This power became a physical space. It was also at this moment that the space stopped being violent and returned to normal. Zi Chen's body released a powerful aura. This was the aura of the corporeal realm. At this moment, he truly became a corporeal realm cultivator. The silver dragon looked at Zi Chen in front of him in disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a person could break through 2 realms in such a short time. Moreover, one of them was a corporeal realm cultivator. At this moment, he was still in the space where Zi Chen was, but he was in the void. It was obvious that to expand the corporeal realm space, he still needed an endless amount of energy. The continuous impact of the power washed away Zi Chen's anger and madness. His rationality returned, and the bloodthirsty red light in his eyes dissipated. He still held the long saber in his hand, but the saber was already full of holes and there were many cracks on it. The blade golden-eyed beast's soul had also fallen into a deep sleep. Zi Chen recalled everything that had just happened. His face was expressionless, but he secretly rejoiced. He had found the right path and made the right bet, but the Black Eagle was dead. Let's fight. He put away the long saber and took out a spear. The body of the spear was silver and there was a dragon engraved on it, releasing the might of a dragon. This was the Dragon Soul Spear that hadn't appeared in a long time. At this moment, Zi Chen decided to slay a dragon, so he had to use the Dragon Soul Spear. A resounding dragon roar came from the Dragon Soul Spear. Immediately after, a lightning dragon rushed out, excitedly rushing towards the silver dragon. Zi Chen's strength had increased, and at this moment, his combat strength had increased by hundreds of times. The following battle was destined to be a complete defeat for the silver dragon. Chapter 1304. Although the heavenly thunder wings didn't send Zi Chen to the domain realm, it greatly increased his combat strength and speed. Zi Chen's every attack could break through the silver dragon's defense. Coupled with the boost from his own world, the silver dragon was no match for him. Screams rang out continuously in this world. Zi Chen was like a dragon slayer, slaying dragons with his dragon spear. Phut! The silver dragon's body was pierced through. It screamed in pain and swung its tail at Zi Chen. Zi Chen snorted coldly and swung his dragon spear down. With a boom, the dragon's tail was almost shattered by Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen barely touched the late corporeal realm with the help of the heavenly thunder wings. The two of them were now at the same level. Zi Chen had never feared anyone at the same level. At this moment, he had completely defeated someone at the same level. More and more wounds appeared on the silver dragon's body. Roar. He let out a roar as he attempted to retaliate. However, his originally extremely powerful attack had lost its effect in front of the completely transformed Zi Chen. Whether it was combat strength or speed, it was inferior to Zi Chen. Finally, Zi Chen's dragon spear stabbed the silver dragon's head. The silver dragon began to struggle and scream. The thunder dragon soul in the dragon spear rushed into the silver dragon's body. The two dragon souls began to fight fiercely, each wanting to devour the other. Zi Chen stood in the distance, quietly watching the silver dragon in front of him. Today could be said to be extremely dangerous. In the void, there seemed to be a faint sound of relief. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the silver dragon's body. This was the aura of the domain realm. Zi-Chen's expression changed. It's over. The seal that the powerhouses had set up with their lives was broken. He didn't care about the battle between the two dragons. He quickly rushed up and slashed at the silver dragon's head. Boom! A terrifying energy suddenly swept out and a new world appeared in front of Zi-Chen. This was a realm that belonged to the silver dragon. The seal was broken, and his strength returned. He forcefully opened up a world that belonged to him. Zi-Chen's entire body was swallowed up by the domain, and as soon as he entered the world, the surging energy fluctuations caused Zi-Chen to lose consciousness. A second before he fainted, Zi-Chen seemed to hear a dragon's roar of death, but he didn't know if it came from the thunder dragon or the silver dragon. In the outside world, the multicolored light barrier exploded with a loud bang. The four people who were healing opened their eyes at the same time. In that instant, Dongqing's eyes were moist. Mansha also stood there in a daze, not saying a word. It was because something had suddenly appeared in their minds. It was some sort of inheritance. Obtaining the inheritance proved that the silver dragon was already dead. But what about Zi-Chen? The silver dragon was dead, so shouldn't Zi-Chen appear? Why wasn't Zi-Chen here yet? Vaguely, everyone guessed something. Wu Xie and Mansha both sighed. Dongqing and Shangguan Hong cried. Everything was over. It was time for them to leave. Zi-Chen might not be able to come back. Bang! Bang! The 5 worlds they were in also began to collapse. The aura of destruction shook the world. Everyone's expression changed, and they all fled. When a realm collapsed, a large number of realm fragments would appear. These were high-quality energy crystals that were much stronger than ordinary law fragments. Any one of these crystals would be worth 100 million gold coins. Everyone was fleeing, but the 4 of them were completely unscathed. A mysterious power seemed to be supporting them, and the shattered fragments of realms were flying towards them. These were the last things these experts left behind after they died. However, they had also been trapped for 70,000 years. There wasn't much energy left in the domain fragments, so there weren't many domain fragments left. Looking at the domain fragments floating in the sky, their hearts were filled with sorrow. They wanted to cry out loud. 5 experts had fallen. Zi-Chen was probably dead as well. They had once been incomparably powerful and glorious, but no one knew that they had died here, and no one knew that they had died for the sake of exterminating the outsiders. They were heroes, but they were nameless heroes. No one would remember them. Everyone left, including Shangguan Hong and the others. They left in a hurry. They needed to confirm Zi-Chen's fate. Zi-Chen was in a silver world. The final energy shock was so terrifying that it directly knocked him out. Not far from Zi-Chen, the silver dragon had fallen to the ground. Its entire body was in a solidified state, and there was no sign of life on it. Zi-Chen held the dragon's spear and the black blade tightly in his hand. Both of them had dimmed. The thunder dragon had finally devoured the injured silver dragon and fallen into a deep slumber, undergoing another transformation. As for the black blade, it had fallen into a deep slumber due to its severe injuries. After an unknown amount of time, Zi-Chen's consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he muttered as he looked around at the unfamiliar environment. "This is the illusion dragon's domain space." A cool breeze blew, and a figure appeared. It was the beast tamer from before, the black-robed man. "Senior, why are you here?" Zi-Chen looked at the other party in surprise. "I was waiting for you to wake up. At the same time, I used the last of my strength to maintain this domain space for you." The black-robed man smiled. "Where are the others?" Zi-Chen asked. "Are you asking about your friends or us old fellows? If it's your friends, they're all gone. You successfully killed the illusion dragon. If it's those old fellows, they're all dead. Soon, I will also die," the black-robed man said naturally. Clearly, he had already seen through life and death. Zi-Chen choked up, but he didn't know what to say. "We should have died long ago. There's nothing to be sad about. Instead, I have to thank you. I didn't expect the illusion dragon to be so unlucky. The first time he brought someone here, he ran into you. Alright, I don't have much time left, and I can't maintain this domain space for long. You should quickly collect your things, the black-robed man said. Collect what? Zichen asked. Of course it's the things in the illusion dragon world. At the last moment, we deliberately gave up on the seal so that he could escape to his own domain space. Otherwise, where else could you go to get your harvest? The black-robed man said with a smile. Zichen looked around. The first thing he saw were the void trees. There were dozens of them, but almost all of them were withered. You came too late. If you had come a bit earlier, you could have gotten more void trees, and all of them are good ones. The black-robed man said, but your luck is not bad. There are still 2 void trees here that can be used. However, their effects are a bit weaker and will need to slowly recover. It's just right for the current you. Sure enough, Zichen found 2 void trees emitting green light and life auras among the withered ones. At this moment, the seal had disappeared, and the 2 void trees began to work normally. They slowly dug their roots into the void. Zichen walked towards the void trees. Currently, his reality space was less than a meter wide. It was already difficult to fit 1 void tree, let alone 2. But it didn't matter. Zichen still had the purple gold gourd. He took out the purple gold gourd and stored all the void trees inside. In fact, the void trees were the illusory dragon world's greatest wealth. Other than that, there were naturally other things. For example, Mirage Dragon's corpse. When Zichen met him, he was a genuine domain realm expert. Moreover, he might have been a realm lord in the past. His corpse was also a priceless treasure. After he died, all the seals disappeared, and his corpse was in a solidified state. The scales on his body became extremely hard, and ordinary people couldn't break through his defense. In addition to the corpse, the black-robed man also brought over a long sword. It was the dragon stab that Mirage Dragon used. When the dragon stab collided with the black blade, it almost destroyed the black blade. However, the dragon stab didn't suffer any damage. Moreover, the dragon stab's ability to ignore any defense made Zichen suffer a lot. The other valuable things have been used up in the seals over the years. However, there is a token here that belongs to Mirage Dragon. It should be related to the alien world. Take it. The black-robed man gave Zichen a silver token. This token emitted a bright light, like a Xing Chen. Zichen couldn't see through this light and see what words were inside. Zichen looked at the black-robed man. The latter smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I can't see what's inside either. The alien race is very powerful, and we don't know much about them." Zichen nodded, and then he put away the command token. This weapon is no small matter. You shouldn't use it unless you have no other choice. Mirage Dragon's corpse is also a supreme treasure. Even domain realm experts would be jealous if they see it, so it's best not to let the world know. Your weapon and armor are also damaged. Fortunately, the 2 soldier souls from before are still here. I've already sealed them. The black-robed man gave 2 light balls to Zichen. Obviously, he had taken them out of Mirage Dragon's body. I don't have much power left. This world is about to collapse. How many realm fragments will remain will depend on your luck. This is the last thing I can leave you. After the black-robed man finished speaking, his figure dimmed and then disappeared. Senior, I still don't know your name, Zichen shouted. The black-robed man waved at him and then scattered. A name is just a code. There's no need to remember it. The black-robed man disappeared, and the entire world began to collapse. Realm fragments emerged from the collapsing world. Zichen flapped his lightning wings and raised his reality realm to resist the energy impact. He collected the realm fragments around him. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. It seemed that the collapse of Mirage Dragon's realm had produced more than 2,000 fragments. This number was equivalent to 200 billion in the outside world. This was a huge number, but Zichen wasn't stupid enough to exchange realm fragments for lore fragments. The current him didn't lack resources at all. After killing Mirage Dragon's spirit ring had been given to Zichen. The wealth inside was enough for him to break through. As the world collapsed, Zichen stood in the void. There were no lightning drops of life here. This proved once again that this was a trap. Zichen traveled through the void. After walking for an unknown period of time, he found a passage and walked in. After walking out of the passage, Zichen found himself in a dense forest. Chapter 1305. Zichen needed to familiarize himself with his current combat power as his strength broke through again and his realm rose again and again. At the same time, he needed to lay a solid foundation for this realm. He did not return immediately but decided to train in the Hungduan mountain range. Now, as long as he did not encounter a king-level beast, he would not be in danger. The death of the Gale Eagle and the fall of several powerhouses gave Zichen a new understanding of this world. He had a good impression of this world, and after meeting Wang Jun and the others, he had a good impression of this world. Later on, Man Shi and the others were also very cute. Even Wu Xie, whom he originally hated, found that he did not have a bad heart after interacting with him. To put it bluntly, this world was not much different from the Tianwu continent. It was just that there were more cultivators and powerhouses. Here, he could also make friends. Zichen began to train. Although it was called training, it was actually to find a beast to fight and familiarize himself with his current strength. 3 days later, Zichen found a battlefield. It looked like it had been left behind recently. There was a small interlude on this battlefield. When returning, Zhu Chong, who was extremely unconvinced, was preparing to do something. It just so happened that his family's domain was here. However, the people they were about to intercept were from Hunter's Castle. This time, Hunter's Castle miscalculated and was very worried about Zichen's group. Not only did they send many realms, but they also mobilized several domain realm experts. When the two sides met, although they did not fight, one could imagine what the situation would be like. In this world, other than a colossus like the city army, who could do anything to Hunter's Castle? Hunter's Castle's domain realm experts only made a symbolic attack. The Zhu family immediately retreated, not daring to cross the line again. Shangguan Hong and the others did not continue to wait for Zichen. Instead, they chose to speed back to Huping City. They needed to see Zichen's life card with their own eyes. On the flying boat, Shangguan Mingxing appeared. He was the head of the Shangguan family, a true domain realm expert. Seeing his attitude towards Shangguan Hong, the others finally knew her identity and were a little surprised. Shangguan Hong was unhappy. No matter how Shangguan Mingxing asked, she did not speak. It was as if she was acting spoiled and sulking. Shangguan Mingxing had no choice but to ask the others. Dongqing's body was once again shrouded in a black robe. It seemed that he was not easy to get along with. Moreover, he was very reclusive as he stood far away. As for Wu Xie, although he had deliberately restrained himself in front of the Shangguan family head, he was still very evil and made people feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he went to look for Man Shi, who looked simple and honest, and the latter did not disappoint him. He told him everything that had happened along the way. Not only did he not hide anything, he even told her that Shangguan Yin Hong wanted Zichen to become a member of the Shangguan family. What? You've seen my ancestor? Shangguan Mingxing's expression changed. Man Shi nodded and said, yes, he has been watching us all the way, testing us. Where are my ancestors? Shangguan Mingxing asked nervously. Dead, Man Shi said. What? Dead? How did he die? Man Shi added a few more things that he didn't say just now. What? There are alien races in the universe? Shangguan Mingxing's expression changed again. Then, he realized that he seemed to have found the wrong person. Man Shi did look simple and honest, but he also seemed to be very silly. He said whatever came to his mind without any logic at all. Often, his words did not convey his meaning. Fortunately, after a long conversation, he finally understood everything. Dead. What surprised him was that everyone was dead. And all of this was because of a person called Zichen. He had heard of this person before, but did not care. Today, however, he had to pay attention to Zichen. Of course, it was not because of his battle prowess and wisdom, but because he actually had designs on his daughter. This brat dares to have designs on Hong-er. Shangguan Mingxing frowned. When Mansha heard this, he shook his head and explained, Senior, it's not like that. It was your ancestor who wanted Zi Chen to enter the Shangguan family. He was the one who said it first, and, as he spoke, Mansha glanced at Shangguan Hong. There were some things that he didn't say. Shangguan Mingxing was so angry that he was amused. He thought to himself, you're really stupid. Do you want me to say that my daughter wants to throw herself at Zi Chen? When they returned, a domain expert personally steered the flying boat, so it was very fast. When they arrived outside Hupping City, they found that there were already people waiting there. Apart from Lord Wu, almost all the higher-ups were there. How is it? How is Zi Chen? Shangguan Hong asked Ling Xing anxiously as soon as they got off the boat. Ling Xing smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. Zi Chen's life plate is still there. It proves that he's still alive. Really? Shangguan Hong was pleasantly surprised. On the other side, the other three people also looked over. Of course. Do you think I would lie to you? Ling Xing smiled. Shangguan Hong was still a little worried and immediately ran into the city. Obviously, he wanted to check it out personally. The other three people also heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Xie sighed and said, This guy is really lucky. A chilling gaze shot over from the side. Dongqing glanced at Wu Xie before also heading into the city. Why? I didn't say anything wrong, Wu Xie muttered. You didn't say anything wrong. Zi Chen is really lucky, Mansha said as he scratched his head. Ling Xing and the others had come mainly because of the alien race. Soon, they returned to the castle for a meeting. The alien race was a matter of great importance, so they had to investigate it thoroughly. On the other side, Shangguan Hong heaved a huge sigh of relief when she saw that Zi Chen's life plate was indeed very bright. Then, she realized that she seemed to have been too worried about Zi Chen's life. However, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that it was Zi Chen who had saved her. Shouldn't she be worried about Zi Chen? Shangguan Hong left the hunter's castle absent-mindedly and walked back to her home. As for the other three people, they stayed in the hunter's castle. They still needed someone to report this matter in detail. Shangguan Hong had just arrived at the door when a beautiful young woman came out and hugged Shangguan Hong in her arms. Hong-er, it's great that you're fine. The beautiful young woman was so happy that she cried. Mother, I'm fine, Shangguan Hong said softly. Shangguan Hong chatted with her mother all the way back to the hall. She didn't stay long and returned to her room. The attentive mother naturally noticed that her daughter was a little absent-minded. However, she didn't ask directly and waited for Shangguan Mingxing to come back. After the discussion, Shangguan Mingxing was stopped by the beautiful young woman as soon as he came back. She asked her daughter what happened. It's nothing serious. This time, it was scary but not dangerous. Moreover, the harvest is not small. Shangguan Mingxing said happily. Impossible. Then why is your daughter so absent-minded? The beautiful young woman asked. This. Shangguan Mingxing was stunned. What's wrong? Shangguan Mingxing thought carefully. Then, he used a reasonable way to explain the name Zi Chen and the meaning of this name. So it's because you have a sweetheart. No wonder you're absent-minded. Zi Chen, how is this child? What do you know about him? Shangguan Mingxing shook his head and said, Zi Chen came to Hupping City less than 2 years ago. I don't know much about him. However, he is now a senior hunter in the hunter's castle. Just like Hong-er, the first time they met was in our shop. At that time, obviously, Shangguan Mingxing had come prepared. He told the story of how Zi Chen and Shangguan Hong got to know each other. Except for a few details, he got almost everything right. In that case, Zi Chen is not bad. Even our ancestor agreed to let him come to our house, the beautiful young woman said. Shangguan Mingxing glared at the beautiful young woman and said, You're just a woman. You haven't even seen him, yet you're saying he's not bad. What's there to be proud of? Shangguan Mingxing clearly did not want to talk about this matter anymore. After returning to her room, Shangguan Hong lay on her bed. She was unable to fall asleep for a long time. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Zi Chen. She thought about everything that had happened between the two of them, especially Zi Chen's calmness when she first met him. A smile gradually appeared on her face. After an unknown period of time, she actually fell asleep sweetly. The smile on her face did not fade. In the following period of time, Shangguan Hong's expression was like the weather in summer. She was sometimes excited, sometimes nervous, sometimes smiling, and sometimes sad. Moreover, she would go to the hunter's castle every day. She needed to personally see if Zi Chen's life tablet was still intact. The beautiful young woman saw all of this. She was worried that something had happened to her daughter. Finally, one day, she specifically went to Shangguan Hong to talk about this. "Is Zi Chen all right?" This was the first thing the beautiful young woman said. Shangguan Hong was stunned. However, when she saw her mother's gentle gaze, she actually did not know what to do. "Did something happen to him?" the beautiful young woman asked again. Shangguan Hong quickly shook her head and said nervously, "No, he's fine." "Then what are you worried about? What are you afraid of?" "I'm not worried or scared. It's just that. Shangguan Hong was a little incoherent. "You're just very nervous, right?" the beautiful young woman asked. Shangguan Hong nodded. She was indeed very nervous about Zi Chen. "Since you're nervous about him, you must like him. Don't you have his message? Why don't you send him a message?" "I like him. How is that possible?" Shangguan Hong was a little stunned. "Silly girl, if this is not liking him, then what is?" The beautiful young woman patted Shangguan Hong's head. Shangguan Hong lowered her head and did not speak. "Since you're worried about him, then send him a message. Let him know that you're worried about him. But, where he is, the message can't be received at all." Shangguan Hong said. "You can try. How do you know if you don't try? Besides, what if he's at a place where the message can reach?" the beautiful young woman encouraged. Shangguan Hong nodded and then took out the message. She had talked to Zi Chen many times. Each time, the conversation was very natural. However, this time, she felt very nervous. It was as if the message weighed thousands of kilograms. "Are you okay?" Finally, she gathered her courage and sent the first message. She immediately felt a lot more relaxed.